we're going to be sending 2 teams to the main stage, but unfortunately, 2 teams will be heading home as well. We're halfway through Phase 2 here at the Manchester Major of Blast R6. Welcome, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed the action yesterday because we have a lot more to come today. I'm Jeannie, joined on the desk this time around by Jesse, finally here, as well as Lax. It's like an NA bias desk.
My duo's back.
I made it, finally. And, you know, I'm good to be here, right?
Oh, sheesh.
I had no idea what was going on.
We just ain't duoing.
Your duo, right?
Yeah, it's okay. We'll get in there. We'll get in the rhythm.
Right.
I think he was a little jealous that me and you shared the desk all day.
I don't know. I don't think. All right. Either way, let's have a look at the schedule for today then, regardless, because today we have 2 BO1s and 2 BO3s happening across both the A and the B stream. Both of these, every single one of these games, realistically, the BO3s particularly, are the most important one because these determine who from the O2s go home and who from the 2Os go to the main stage.
Yeah, it's crazy we're already eliminating people. I mean, it's my first day here, and I'm going to be sending some people home. Oh, I hope not.
You know, some people like you for sending them to the main stage, or maybe not so much sending them home.
That's unlucky.
All right. Any game particularly that you're looking forward to that you think, yo, that cannot be real?
I mean, I'm excited to see what Furia can do. I know they're playing for promotion. We have a lot of unexpected teams, I think, in that 2-0 category right now. Yes, Bliss are up there. A lot of teams I think people didn't really expect. So to be able to see Furia coming through, if they pop off, you know, I mean, they're going to be another threat, as they always are. Yeah,
nothing changed there. It's been a year of Furia domination under the ban of W7M. Now it's a new one, but that's something that we're going to be looking forward to. But in terms of yesterday and the action that took place, if for some random reason you decided to miss all the 8 BO1s that we had across both streams, well, let's have a little bit of a recap in terms of what happened and what we can be expecting for today. That is what you missed, Jesse, and if any of you were at home yesterday and not watching, that's what you missed as well. You know what? Just drop the track, first of all. That's something that I want to know, because that went hard.
That was super hard. I mean, the level of production for this event in general, I mean, it's just been outstanding, to say the least.
It's been super entertaining. 100%.
It has been. I mean, you know, I really like when people start shouting because we can hear everything. I don't know if our microphones pick it up, but we're pretty close to the players, and that's always a nice thing about these LAN events. But let's have a look at what happened yesterday, particularly in terms of the monster, the moment, and the must-see for today. A little bit of a recap. So, starting off with the moment, particularly, and staying on the theme of shouting and people really having that energy, Canadian.
Yeah.
I mean, I was here for it. I'll take the moment on this one. I mean, Troy, we all know Troy for his yelling, getting in people's faces, yelling at everyone, whether it's his team, whether it's the other team, whether it's coaches, whether it's even me on the desk. Troy likes to yell. That's what we know him for, and he really brings that camaraderie that we love to see in Siege, and really hypes up his team overall. They
camaraderie. I mean, are you happy? Either way, you weren't here. You were probably on a plane on your way here. Yeah. Yes. You know, specifically for you, we actually made sure to keep that moment and cherish it forever and replay it.
1v5!
Are you having a nightmare? Wake up! Wake up! It's a nightmare! Come on!
Still lost though.
Yeah.
So he had the nightmare, but you know what? It was fun.
Biggest dream, unfortunately.
I think that was the moment. They lost. Like that was the moment. All that yelling just led to a loss.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know what? You got to give it to him. He had the cojones to do it. You know, he's done it.
Actually, I think he went 1-9 or 1.
Yeah, he had a really bad game.
He also didn't do too well either, but at least, you know, he still keeps that energy. He backs it up.
Exactly.
And you know what? A team member who benefited from that energy particularly was NGR. I mean, this is a player that has had a phenomenal run on the NAL with DZ since day one, and it looks like when we're talking about LAN jitters, that's not in his dictionary. It's not in his vocab.
No, NJR, undoubtedly one of the greatest players to ever come out of North America. We call him the monster. We also call him the mayor. He really does show up in a lot of these big
The mayor
moments.
of NAL?
The mayor of NA, the mayor of Manchester, he's hoping to be. And this clip in particular, 1v5, this is the rarest thing that happens in Siege. We don't even get one of these most events. So for NJR to show up and be able to put this in for the game against Secret, super impressive stuff. And if it was going to be anybody, it makes sense it was NJR because he's so reliable, he is so calm in these situations, and of course, so good with the TCSG.
You know what else came from this ace? A $50 donation to charity.
True.
From our one and only Fresh. So not only is it great to see, but it's also going towards a good cause.
Nah, they be paying analysts anything these days. That's crazy. Anyway, that was yesterday, and that's a beautiful recap of a beautiful day, day 1 of Phase 2. But today, we are officially at the halfway mark. And as we've already highlighted, and we would like to hammer home, 2 teams are going to that main stage. 2 teams today are qualifying to play in front of a live crowd. However, unfortunately, 2 teams will end their dreams here, and they will have to go home. So the must-see for today, the game that we really think everybody needs to keep their eyes on, is going to be Team Liquid against SSG, because SSG come into this. Ooh, ITB. Oh, that's okay. We're gonna go to the lower bracket. Who's there? Oh, it's VDS. Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We still have one more shot. It's Liquid.
Yeah, there's a lot of clips from my co-stream watching Phase 1 of me saying, guys, SSG makes top 8. I'm telling you now, Space Station Gaming, they're gonna be in the top 8. There's no worries. They have yet to win a game in Swiss.
I mean, the funny thing is we had this kind of like same situation at SI of talking about Liquid being frauds or flukes. And it's a situation, here they are again. Are they going to meet expectations and push further, or are they about to get sent home? So I still want to like believe that Liquid has it in them, just like you want to believe that SSG has it in them. The unfortunate thing is one of them is going home. And
Good morning, Manchester. Welcome, welcome, welcome into another day of the major. Technically day 4. This is a day 2 for a lot of people in Phase 2.
So many numbers. A lot of numbers going
that's
on.
Links.
Hi, I'm
Hey.
Links. It's bring your son to work day, and that's why I'm here.
This is my baby boy.
Hello.
Loves talking about Siege. Loves talking about video games, which is good because we've got a lot of it on today. Now it starts with some best of ones. Starts to
2 best of ones on each stream.
get a bit of a taste. Who's going to win? Who's going to lose? Who's going to make it? And then we get to the games that have all the heat, all the danger in the world.
Yes, because obviously this is the last day we're going to have best of ones at the major. We got a couple 1-1 matches, 2 on each stream to start, so 4 total if you're not great at math. But then after that, and here on out, it's only best of 3s, elimination, promotion, everything after. And we got, of course, the 2-0 and 0-2 matches to end the days on each stream. So a little bit of a tease, as you said, to start. You know,
Yeah.
really no harm, no foul. You win some, you lose some. You still got a chance in the tournament. But once we get done with the best of ones, some teams are making playoffs, some teams are getting eliminated, and that's when this major gets really exciting.
It's something about knowing that some teams have obviously already gone home. It's something about knowing all the players that we've had here. Some of them, you know, third game, third sort of matchup, and they're going home. And we're looking at some very tricky runs teams have had to make to get there because there's been a lot of surprise results.
Oh,
across
definitely.
the board.
And if we want to start talking about the matchup that we first have on the B stream, you know, DarkZero versus Scarz, this was a matchup yesterday. Well, this wasn't a matchup, but one of these teams yesterday, Scarz against Furia, national stage that Furia does. You're thinking if they're going to the easier side on defense, this is going to be a close game.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't. It was a
No.
7-4 for Furia, unfortunately. But after DarkZero's lost to Secret yesterday, that showcased some different ways to disrupt the veteran NA squad. Maybe they'll find it today.
I think that's the sort of meat of it right now. DarkZero, they've only really gotten a proper taste of a win against a team they know very well. We saw a lot of screaming against Secret, a team that I think they're performing above a lot of our expectations.
They've been fantastic yesterday.
And that's the sort of level of it. But it's a day of Siege. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days. This is a roster that's had a lot of different days. I don't think we really got Pamba yesterday. I think there was some struggles from Canadian side as well. These players that you know what they can do weren't able to do it.
And Gabe has touched on this quite a bit, and so I'll kind of echo some of the stuff he said, is that, NGR is fantastic. Nafe Bolo have been great for this squad.
Yep.
But we're not seeing the Pambazoo that we saw about a year ago. Copenhagen, but especially NAL Stage 1 last year, that was back when we, had Pamba Party Time, Mr. Zhao, kind of the last remnants of, he really popped off during the Finca LMG meta a couple years ago.
NA did as a whole.
Exactly, and had a really great Stage 1 last year, but Stage 2 and then now this stage this year, he just hasn't been the same. And for one of DarkZero's most aggressive players, their key entries, it makes sense why they might not be having the same success. If he's not playing badly, but he's not playing great like he used to.
How they develop into this game against Scarz from a region that, I mean, let's be honest, I think all of the Asia-Pacific regions are performing higher than people expected. We've had some huge upsets. Japan is one that we still need a little bit more from. Obviously, they were able to, again, match for match, take care and get rid of CAG. They go against Furia. Fair enough. A lot of people lose to Furia.
They were expected to lose that game.
You are expected to lose when you have the stretch and the rub of that sort of team. But at the same time, how do you move past that? How do you go against a team where you've got great energy, you had a fantastic game and a setup against it, you've sort of cut your teeth, it's a new day, it's a new dawn.
And for Scarz, I think one thing I talked about yesterday was, okay, they've gone 3-3 on their attacking side, and Scarz have 2 star players, Rek and Nina, but Washoy was having a really great day yesterday, so we had a potential 3 players to pop off against Furia on the defense, disrupt their attack. But they played really passive, sitting inside the site a couple rounds, but even when they were roaming, not aggressively contesting control. If they're able to do that today, they'll have a lot of success. But if they're able to do it today.
Well, where are they going to be doing it? That is the big question on both of our lips and probably everyone at home. Cafe, gone. Get out of here. Just the one ban so far. We'll get that removed. I mean, obviously, Cafe, it was a map that was played yesterday by DZ. It's a great DZ map. Border, that was played yesterday by Scarz. They won it against CAG, but it was a very passive game.
And it's also a map that DZ started to bring into their pool in the NAL. It's not a map you really associate with DZ. It's kind of the opposite of what you think they'd like. But they tried to play it a couple times, and it was very hit or miss, and often very driven by either Pambazoo popping off or a player on DZ popping off. So it makes sense, especially given Scarz's resultant performance yesterday, to take Border off the board first. Skyscraper for DZ is another ban I really like. Another map they tried to bring into their pool a couple times at Atlanta in the regular season, and it's not really worked out. So I like both these first 2 bans from DZ. Unfortunately, we see the Scarz ban on Clubhouse. I think there's like a decent map in there, but do you really want to play DZ on it on a more structured team? I don't think so.
Do they really want to go back to Bank, the map that obviously was lost yesterday here? That's the question that's on the lips of DarkZero. They have the option and they don't want to. Instead,
this makes sense.
A very good map for both of them, Carter.
Yes, exactly. DarkZero, love Night Haven. It's a map they play consistently and constantly leave up in ban phases as an option to go to. And Scarz also do particularly like this map. They didn't play it inside of the Japan regular season this stage, but they played it at Atlanta. They played it at SI. We know they can play it. And as you said, we also know they like it. So it'll be the first time we see it from Scarz this, well, I guess not calendar year, but this new competitive year. But this is somewhat of a known quantity for both teams, especially, Scarz only making 1 change, bringing in Nina. DarkZero, I've played it a couple times since bringing in Nathan Bolo. There's still some prep work that both these teams can do.
Labs as a map, as it handles, as it sort of is standing, it's the most recent. It's got that build in towards the comp pool, but it has little aspects of a lot of different bigger maps. You see sort of flirtations with a map like Clubhouse and some of its design of the rafters. You get a little bit of the sort of instant feed and aggression on, let's be honest, mainly the tertiary site.
Yeah.
However, there's always still, again, that play against a heavy basement. That's a hefty fan appreciation for DarkZero there.
I think people might be undervaluing Scarz a little bit. I'm not saying it should even be like, 60-40 or 70-30, but I was mentioning...
This just in, 50-50.
This just in, 60-40 Scarz, actually. The line is going up for Scarz minute by minute.
Pambazoo, I love you. By Canadian.
I mean, honestly, if Pamba has a great day, then this could be really, really scary for Scarz. If Nathan Bolo, kind of just be Nathan Bolo, NGR stays NGR, but if Pambazoo shows up, this could be really scary for Scarz. But I think the game plan, if Scarz are actually able to get aggressive on the roam and do the one thing that Secret did well yesterday on the defense, which is roam and disrupt DarkZero, either setting up an execute, setting up a post plant, or setting up an early round, Scarz could be really strong there. I wanted them to do it yesterday. They didn't do it then. This would be a great time to bounce back.
a Jacoby and Azami ban. I mean, you could sort of start the map with that knowledge already in place.
Yeah. 6 months now, basically.
6 months of banning the same 2 operators, apart from, as I noted the other day, one difference where they once banned Jaeger because Azami was already banned.
Which, by the way, if that one team, I mean, maybe it was early on. I don't know the exact time frame, but like, you know they're going to ban Azami. Why would you? I guess they just hate Azami.
Really hated it. They wanted to see what would happen.
Yeah.
They wanted to shake the tree, see what fell, and it was Jaeger was the follow-through. But starting in here, let us get our little selves underway. Scarz will be leading in on their defense, taking themselves.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just, I was going to talk about how, you know, DZ obviously loves Solus, but, and one issue that they had yesterday was leaving Solus up. It really affected their drone count. But Scarz also really likes Solus. Rek will play her, Nina will play her, and opt not to bring her in round 1.
I think, you know, this is always you talking and pulling and guessing and guesstimating and bringing things together.
Yapping, some could say.
Yapping, some could say. This sort of first round, getting themselves into each other. I wonder how much pressure is on this showdown for both of these two teams, because they will obviously look at each other and like, I can beat you. Solus is a confidence play.
Yeah.
Solus is in this sort of showdown, I'm thinking round 3, round 4, when we start to get a bit of the cycle of sights in. But it starts here, towards the top, and we'll see how direct DZ want to be. They've got themselves everything you need to crack open every single hard wall, and then some. There should be no problems, and probably a connector and IT bit of attention paid, but first, underneath, make sure there isn't that Solus. Yeah,
and that's what Pamazu's going to do, right? This is a very common lineup we see when attacking the second floor site. As you mentioned, they can go IT, they can go connector, whatever they want to, because they've got the ace and they've got the thermite. So many hard breaching you can go for, and because those two exterior walls are on opposite sides of the site, Wash always got to commit himself to bandit tricking once. You're guaranteed to get at least one open, and then you send the bucking down below to try to pressure players like Rek behind Pillar. And, well, to be fair, I suppose, maybe, depending on where Tayu decides to go, him around that B-bomb chassis.
Are they hunting? Yes, they are. I was about to say fish-like. Rek's able to get the instant trade back there. They might not have seen both the two players that were underneath. The Valkyrie was stuck in the corner, vaguely towards kitchen, waiting for the verticality to come into pressure. They're pulling off, because they've lost that C4, they've lost that pressure and presence underneath. Instead, they're going to see if they can try and build this back up and, you know, just lock off the doors. Again, there's no real qualms. You're still looking at a loss of a buck. Sure, the soft underneath isn't going to be the big problem, but a lot of this becomes that sort of flat, horizontal pressure that screams across the two opposite ends.
And also with that buck taken down, like you said, of course, you have to deal with the horizontal pressure, but reinforcing off that connector wall. We can see they've used at least one exothermic to open up the connector breach, and have they opened up the IT breach as well? Yes, they have. So they actually have plenty of Selmas to open up that breach, and assuming Nath has, I was going to say at least one, he's still got all 3 in pocket, and they have the IQ below, so plenty of options to deal with those bandits.
Locked up rafters as well. They've pulled every single extension back into their chest here, Scarz. They've said, look, we've had this early engagement, we've got lucky, we've got one, we're not going to give them any more.
But this is the concern I have. This is where DZ can really thrive. You've given them a whole minute to set up their execute. You're not really disrupting them, and they have the utility to open up these reinforcements. So if Scarz hold out on the site, they play trades, that's good. But DZ are going to get all the control they want, really.
Don't know if the impact trick was entirely impactful. They've been able to get themselves a slight rotate, the spray from underneath, but they're just going to drift further away. Big Bad Nadian is hunting without wings currently, as the buck is obviously removed. 30 seconds, though.
Good nade.
Yeah, at some point he's going to have to see if he can try and swing the pressure around with Shoy. He's going to have to go past the open Selma breach. The motion comes out. There's the catch.
Nice.
Perfectly played by Bolo. But 20 seconds. They're still going to try and get their boots inside the ground. The pressure is coming through from IT. They have the split. They have Canadian underneath, rotating up towards blue. The kit is going to the same place. The pair of them trying to hot-foot it all the way through, tuck themselves round to the corner of the A chassis, but it's caught in the crossfire. Tayu from deep, and IT Doors able to get it. Nadian, he's picked it back up. He's holding onto the plant. It's technically a 1 versus 1. Can they find the single fight? Rek, he's going wider and wider, but he's out of time. He's not able. DZ, hold it down.
And that's what I mean. You see they have that entire final minute because Scarz decided to lock off both sites. DZ have every ability to set up, and I really love that clear between Canadian and Bolo to take down that player playing inside of Office with the grenade from below, opening it up, because you either A, bounce it off the ceiling, you take him down with a nade, or he's forced to rotate right into Bolo's crosshair where he's watching. So now they have a way to get into the site through Garage and Aqua, or IT and Garage, one of the two, and they've got an advantage to trade that down. It was a really nice clear by DZ, but again, similar to yesterday, Scarz not being proactive. I like that, you know, that trade to make it a 4v4, but then just giving DZ control of everything around the site, save for Aqua, but that's just one part of the map. DZ can take everything else.
Well, I think that was the sort of idea that they cooked with. And you always wonder, now, you know, it's not that takes are impossible. You can lose operators that make them very, very hard.
The Buck, for example, that round.
Buck, for example, but it's not impossible. And I'm wondering if, with the walls they got open, then they lose the Buck, then we get some reinforcements, how much the plan went, okay, let's see if we can try and just take this pocket out. They read that there was a player at the top of blue, there was the one behind the table, brilliantly removed with that grenade and that angle, and then instantly the kit rotates from rafters. They don't try and cross the sort of crevasse of the opposite end of site where they made their first ingress in. It's adaptations, and this was one of the things where it was sort of a strength after a timeout in their first game yesterday, where they were slow against Beast Coast, had a conversation, suddenly came back in with all these adaptations Beast Coast just couldn't handle.
Time to make a new door!
And you almost sometimes need to be so quick against DZ that you don't give them time to react. Force them to burn that timeout, force them to adjust outside of it, but then keep forcing them to change things, keep them on their feet. Listen, Canadian's a great IGL, don't get me wrong. If there's anybody that can keep up with the paces or keep up with the changes, it's him. But try your best to always keep them guessing, like this right here. Fishlike just sitting inside of IT, undroned. Beautiful stuff right there. That's exactly what I mean.
You've got a Jackal, you've got Sam Cams, and you've got your Thermite and Big Bad Nadian trying to send himself in for the engagement. They at least find Nina. We're sure he's also up here trying to dance with death, but the pressure that might come up the lobby stairs isn't one that he wants to find out what happens next. It's NJR screaming around the corner, and he's well aware of some presence, but look on the far side, Pamba. They're trying to get the pinch here on the players. There is two of them up here. Who's going to get the first catch? He cannot get too aggressive. They have to make sure that as soon as they get this, they're set up for the trade. The first fight goes against him, Fishlike. Ducked onto the pillar. Now it's technically a 2 versus 1 for Rec to just take, but NJR wins out the cover on the retreating player. How much attention now do they pay towards the site and towards these top loose players?
Well, that's what I was going to say. So they know there were 2 roamers up top. They've taken down one of them. They know Rec is somewhere, or sorry, excuse me, Fishlike is somewhere in the wind, but actually they've just found them. So they know there's likely 2 players on the site. They've taken one down, retreating back. What do you know? And now that Washoi's down, this one's all done and dusted.
What?
I didn't think it'd end that quickly.
Well, I mean,
I thought there might be a little bit of a reset. Maybe Scarz would fight back. It's a shame, too, because I really enjoyed that early round. Fishlike, the Valkyrie on the roam, the Legion upstairs, get the opening pick, catch Canadian off guard. I love that. That's exactly what I wanted them to do in the previous round and against Furia yesterday. And then they end up losing on some unfortunate 1v1s and getting cut off. That was just DarkZero cutting off the roam very well.
I mean, obviously we sort of cut to it and then it was over.
Yeah.
We had the single player trying to enter onto the hatch in the middle of warehouse, which was Fishlike, who was on the roam. So I'm wondering if he just hopped rafters, hopped down, and then there was just a DC player there.
My guess.
And you're thinking, why? But we're not in the comms. We don't know what they know. We know, in fact, a lot more, and that's always that pressure point. 2 rounds in a row here. DZ, but they're keeping the rotate hot. We are going to what is, let's be fair, a tertiary.
Yeah.
This isn't one of your top 2.
This or kitchen and dining are always going to be at least one of the tertiary sites to go for. Seems to personal preference. I usually prefer teams going to this site instead of kitchen and dining.
Tell me why.
I'll tell you why, actually.
Tell me why.
If you're able to do a half clear up top and take control of office and connector as well, stop anybody from retaking through there, and then open up either the cafeteria wall and then get control of the hallway around, it's really easy to get a plant down. Whereas here as the defense, you have a lot more options. You can roam around command center, you know, either of what would be the second floor bomb sites, try and retake through IT and garage. The attack just has to clear a lot more than they do on the kitchen and dining site. Now, to be fair, if they get control of the vert, it's really difficult to come back.
Yep.
But it's just easier to hold the upstairs because there's more rooms, more breathing room on this top floor for the defense.
Again, great early bits of opening. It is a map that has these hard walls that you have to sort of get. You think about what routes that cuts through there on IT. It isolates parts of the map, and that is what this game and this sort of space is all about. Pamba's got themselves underneath.
Good.
The Buck can get a lot of work done here. It's a dangerous sandwich that they're trying to have a bite into the middle of the side itself. But the concern, as was shown in the previous round, is these loose players from the side of Scarz. How safe are you and how safe can you be for as long as you want to start doing this? They're going for a pinch. They've got the pings 2 stories up. Maybe they're going to try and find the catch on a close player. However, something has to force the motion.
It does, and the big concern for DZ, if they aren't able to clear this top floor, there are going to be a lot of vertical angles looking down at the default plant positions in either of the bomb sites. So if they hop in, maybe if they send somebody right as they go in for the plant to take a fight with the player upstairs, that can certainly work. But we've now got 2 people on this bottom floor problem. I like the IQ down below, to be fair. I mean, we saw Bleed yesterday, and actually, when Nighthaven first got introduced, I think it was a DZ game as well. We would see IQs go below, try and deny the counter diffuse from the defense by having this IQ scanner down below. But DZ haven't cleared out the roam. They haven't acquired a lot of map control, but Pan Bum Bolo might be trying to make a play up Cargo.
I mean, here it is, 3-2-1, and they're trying to execute. There was the first engagement. They weren't gifted, but all control of Cargo stairs. Now, the attention is on the verticality. How much are they paying it down? Well, there's the cross round! A cheeky double for Nina, instantly picked back up there by Big Bad Nadian. However, 50 seconds and all this aggression needs to find a solution, whether it's to pull back and try and reassess and reevaluate, or fully send it. The close-tuck player on the left is Fish-like. He's more than ready to lean into that engagement, tears the head off of the kick carrier and puts it cold once again. They're having to spend a lot of utility now to try and reclaim this verticality. They know that there's isolated fights. There's one. There's only one, though, dropped on the trade. 20 seconds. NJR can do pretty impressive things at points, but he's got to do them quite quickly. The player behind the mirror window with the hot pings doesn't really matter if he's not offering you the fight.
No. Well, he just sat there waiting. We'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, he's held his ground.
He said, you know what, NJR, you got the 1v5 yesterday. I'll let you pad the stats a little
You
bit.
can have this one.
But not the round. Ultimately not the round. And you really got to give credit to Nina there, but also, I mean, the roamers as a whole, but specifically Nina. DarkZero didn't really decide to clear the top floor. It seemed we saw NJR holding top Aqua, and I'm not sure if Nina was one of the roamers and rotated down Aqua and maybe just escaped around NJR's vision, or if he rotated around from the middle floor. But either way, it was good awareness, especially once there was a bit of a delay, right? They destroyed the default camera, then they meleeed the barbed wire. There was a sound cue that gave Scarz about 5 to 7 seconds to react, and they reacted perfectly in that time. They wrap around, DarkZero not ready, they're trying to move quickly, they're caught completely off guard by the Fenrir, and the execute is not unwinnable at that point. Maybe if Canadian checks that prone corner, they could find a way into the side after that. But at that point, it's incumbent upon DZ reacting, face checking to win. Scarz had the advantage. It was a really nice play and good foresight and good reaction off of intel acquired very quickly before that execute actually went down.
Slight differences between the last time they held this site and here. The Castle give themselves a little bit more of a boon of space, a little bit less play on the let's go around, let's get ourselves sort of gunning with the stretch, but then you've got the mirror. Tayu, we had a little bit of a setup on the previous round. She has great usability here, but their previous game plan where they got one and then tucked themselves back in, well, it didn't really work last time, isn't going to work alongside a mirror. They are setting themselves up to try and hold on to more territory. Whether they can or not, I guess is going to be the cooking in the kitchen here done by DarkZero.
True, depending on how they're able to clear. They don't have an Ash, to be fair, and that's kind of one of the main counters to mirror. Just Ash charge, crack the mirror, done and dusted. But with how much hard breaching they have and how many Selmas they had going into that execute, that's still, you know, a bit more of an indirect way to deal with the mirror, but pretty damn direct when you just either open up a hole right beneath the mirror window or crack it completely with a Selma. We see Fish-like lurking down below. I do like this. Remember, once DarkZero acquired all that control, we didn't see any defenders go to retake anything, go for a flank. So if DarkZero's droning isn't great and they kind of forget about the basement, he could retake later on.
He also got caught pretty free. There was an engagement at the same second, though, so I can't entirely put a free there. What I will say is, how free will Canadian be? The Monty. And in the words of Demo, one of the best Montys he's seen when he played yesterday. He sort of gets himself in, sets up a crossfire with NJR and Pamba either side of it, and then just forces them out of the motion. And forcing the motion was what we talked about in the previous round, where they were struggling. It depends, though. You get a lot less sort of versatility in how many different angles you want to try and find the drive through. And again, it's still step for step. Get IT open. You've got the focus on towards rafters. The Monty can try and help you step in. It's a bit of a narrow approach. All the pings on the world. But DarkZero taking their time, cooking up around IT, just really weighing up how they want to approach this.
I mean, there's so much more utility kind of looking their way on the second floor. We have the castle and the mirror now. You mentioned the mirror being an addition, but the castle also being an addition on this site.
I mentioned that too.
Did you?
Yeah. It's
Sorry,
fun.
I was so focused on the mirror, I'm going to be honest.
We're getting over our language differences.
Exactly. No, but seriously, like, because I was thinking to myself, DarkZero banned a zombie, so easy to hold rafters. Well, hold on. Troy just meleeing the mirror window, then backing up completely. But this is why having your IG on the Monty's so great. He can literally call what he sees.
Yep. And Troy is a brilliant player. He's baiting them. As I said, he's forced this rotate now. With Shoy, has to play himself further away. Cannot defend so directly because if he swings that, he's caught out by the Monty that's holding on. They pull back. 50 seconds, loads of time.
Loads of time, but also this is showing really great adaptations from Scarz. He's got a fallback position to still contest that rotate behind the shield. I really like this strategy, and there's still fish-like in the wind.
Now, this is when the catch of the rotating player could be devastating if it's not already watched. Bolo gets reckoned, and Bolo gets one more.
Well,
Washoy caught, executed on the site. Tayu's in a very aggressive position, and Nina is dead. So, Tayu is in the only position that is still held. Sprayed out, caught out, flawless. Then, yeah, all right, Demo, I'll give it to you. He's pretty good with the Monty.
Well, I was hoping that round would be a little closer, given the praise I heaped on Scarz, which, to be fair, I still like everything they did. You know, bringing the Mira, able to hold Garage a little bit. It's less easy to hold Garage when a zombie's off the board. You can't just sit her up there with the Kiba barricades, but Mira's a good second alternative. They've got the shield for a fallback position. They've got Fish-like on the roam. But they don't actually end up really stopping DarkZero, I think, from using their drone economy all that much, which, again, is really surprising. They brought Mira, they brought Castle. They haven't brought Solus a single time so far. We saw the damage that Operator can do. That Secret used yesterday. Consistently, DarkZero were down to 4, sometimes even down 4 or 5 drones going into the action phase with the way Secret was playing her yesterday. I really want to see, after this tactical timeout, I want to see Scarz use her in the final couple defenses.
As I said at the very beginning of this, we're looking at round 4. We're looking at around that period of time. They're going to get themselves a little bit more confident. They know the weight and the importance of the game, and Solus is a confidence operator. You can have players that shouldn't have confidence but do, player and fail. You can have players that should be sort of in that sort of reaping rewards thing, putting the pressure on because you're active. You are the problem child. And yeah, Solus will play hold. Solus will play against each other. But let's be honest, it is I am over here. Come and find me. Come and fight me. I'll just kill you and all of your utility.
Hopefully drones, too. I mean, utility, drones. So
I class drones as utility.
that's what I was going to ask. Cause
yeah. That's what I meant.
Drones are technically why I wasn't trying to be like, actually, do you?
You just shot Jesse as he walked past.
I did. Jesse walked by and I did the finger guns. No, so that's what I was going to say. Like, drones are technically utility, but because of their importance, I usually, like, I don't refer to them as utility, but that's just like a me thing.
Refer to it as their most important utility.
That's fair. That's perfectly valid.
Yeah, thank you.
Your feelings are real.
Hey, look, he's there.
It's a Solus!
It's a Solus! Yeah, round 5, I was 1 off.
And what do you know? They're down to 6 drones going into the action phase.
Washoy getting themselves reinforced. They are on the 4th site.
Kitchen and dining.
Yeah, which does have a lot of stuff you can play against. How much you're going to hold on to the vertical is probably the most important part rather than the directly underneath because, well, there's not really anything directly underneath. Some awkward space up towards vending, but that's about it. So Washoy on this, he's going to sort of try and draw some attention, hold this most important part, and trust that the other players on the second story, like Nina, are going to fall back towards him.
So we don't actually have any hard breaching right now from DarkZero, which means they're not going to do the execute I kind of talked about, which in my mind is the default, but they do have the blitz, which makes me wonder, are we going to see a rush through the kitchen single or maybe down the freezer hatch?
I think kitchen single. I think they've realized how empty the site is, or are realizing it now. The Ram is getting some easy work done from the windows, which, again, any players that were directly close will be hopping out.
Oh, yeah,
there's
there we
the
go.
push, there's the throw, there's the rub, and there's the plant. They're caught in a mine, which will give a lot of the audio away, but it's an impossible situation to get them thrown out of. There's at least one that comes back in their favor, but Bolo gets the header one, and they've got a post plant. Now, that verticality that was opened up by the Ram that they sort of handed into meeting needs to be retaken. They're outside. Big Magnadian's on the other side of the map, but we'll let him cook because he's the captain. Bolo's ready on the window for the swing. Nina, the second he steps out, is going to be caught and all the attention paid towards them, and so much time has already passed because, well, they're trying to work out what's happening. Again, the reveal here. Bolo can play this as tucked as he liked. The focus has to be on the fight. He's coming up and going down. He doesn't need...
Pulse calling the info saying, oh, hey, they're rushing in right now, get into position, and that allowed the Solus to react in time to put down those impact grenades. It was a very flawed setup from 3 prongs to 3 heads.
Yeah, that's a Trident.
Well, I said Hydra as well because it's a 3-headed dragon. But I suppose...
Unless you cut them off.
Well, yeah, I suppose...
Then it becomes a 6-headed dragon.
Yeah, the thing with the Hydra
is
it
it becomes 12. I'm sorry, I've ruined your point. Fishes for Washoy and reels him in. The blind on the back end. He's just going to sort of pre-aim and pre-place it.
Are you kidding me?
I mean...
This is for the YouTube highlight.
10-4, 11-4. Will it be 12? He swapped back to his primary because, he's got the clip. He's got it. He's done. He's loading. Canadian goes down in the same second. But at this point...
Why? Why the revolver? Why? There was no point there. That was all ego. That was literally for the Instagram reel.
It's a great gun.
It is a good gun. Hits like a truck. But I mean, what do you do here at this point? You're not able to clear the mirror window because Washoy is dead. He had 1 Ash charge in pocket, and it's, well, didn't work out for him, unfortunately. Fishlike doesn't really have a good way in because DarkZero are holding Aqua. They've got the man advantage to trade out whatever position Scarz push. This is looking like match point again, unless, again, DarkZero make a mistake, which they're not inclined to do.
Well, they used 4 of their 9 smoke flash canisters.
You even got a C4. Like,
really netted a result. I mean, they're fully stepped. They're fully ready. And you say this about a team that's well set up. What do? Rex in the position to be aggro, but he doesn't have any flashes to go ready. Nath, he's ready for this. How many will he get is the question. NJR gets Rex, so he's not at least going to get that one because will DarkZero know? They have the full awareness. The Maverick's gone wide. Bolo gets his 3rd for the round. He's back on the revolver for the sheer thrill of it. And he's about to pop round the side. He's just darting either way around. One more for the Yeehaw.
5 seconds remaining.
no!
Oh, he got Ha-Yeed. The reverse Yeehaw.
It's brutal. Now, Bolo's pulling out the revolver. He's like, I just love the game. I love the hustle. I love the grind. Ridiculous. Literally two of his 3 kills that round with the revolver. Like, why? I don't know, but he decided to. And it was very fun to watch. I will give him that.
Revolvers are the coolest weapon.
They are. Like, there's really just, like, if you're playing a video game, why would you... I remember, like you're playing a Western video game. It's like, why would I use, like, a semi-automatic pistol? Why would I not use a revolver? Exactly. It's a very cool gun. So I get Bolo doing it. Don't get me wrong. This is not hate. It's all about love here.
That goes for all secondaries that are slightly revolver-esque.
Yeah.
If you've got, obviously the French revolver, but the Keratos, you'll obviously, as we've seen, bring out...
Pistols are just cool.
Pistols are just cool, man.
If you take anything away from this game, it's that... Pistol weapons in video games, very cool.
Very cool.
And I say that because you're not taking away anything from Scarz' gameplay on these attacking sides, unfortunately, which is, again, a real shame because they looked solid on that attacking side against Furia yesterday. And I'm thinking if they could do that there against the world champions, I'm not saying they'll beat DZ, but surely we'll see something convincing. But DarkZero have got the opening pick twice now, thanks to Bolo. 2 multi-frags at the start of these rounds, or at the start of these clears. Washoy also being the first to die, 1 in 7 now going into round 9. And Scarz aren't really able to recover from those opening duels. They were 4-2 in opening duels, and on their defensive side, fat lot of good to them, unfortunately, given they went down 2-4. Here they've had even less success. Here they've made even less progress. DarkZero, as they moved to their tertiary site, and now got Canadian on the Solus, having a very good day, by the way.
I mean, woke up on the right side of the bed.
He did.
Where there's loads of...
He's got the short hair now. He's hitting the gym. He's refreshed. I don't know if he got the VIP haircut Turdsta and Spirits got, but he's still looking good.
At this point, Scarz. Now, statistically in recent form, so the game's just played this year on this map, and yeah, that's not going to be as intense because some of this is league statistics. They were better on their attacks here. They were about 75, 76%. There is still hope.
That's crazy high, wow.
I know, but again, you have to think about who they're up against. You have to think about the sort of local rivals and things like that.
They do own
However, it's stuff that can be pieced together, stuff that can be built on this, tertiary sites. Finding yourself on Kitchen. Now, you did lose this. They came in with a rush, and you were not ready for it. And again, you're back to the Maverick, back to slow as anything. You have the pockets of Buck, but you sort of look at the dichotomy of the right-hand side of your screen. You've got the pace of Ying, the control of Lion, and then you're going at the pace of a Maverick. You've got no Ash, you've got no Ram. Instead, Nina's just going to try and hot send it around the corner. Can't get anything more, has to pull back. What are they dipping for?
That's what I'm not sure about. I mean, they're clearly trying to get aggressive, but then they immediately fall back. DarkZero are playing a bit more passive on this realm, which I think is honestly good. You're letting Scarz go on in, but if you're going against a more experienced team, and you then coordinate a retake between Pambazoo and Canadian, I think that could really catch them off guard once they push in. I mean, and then you also have, yeah, you got what, now 2 players on the site. NJR is one of your key anchors. This is a good look from DarkZero, and Scarz now 2 minutes in, clearly looking a bit stumped as to what to do.
And that's the strange thing here about how it's felt that Scarz' play today. It doesn't really seem like they know what they want to do, whether it's a conversation of their usual game or they're trying to correct themselves against DarkZero's game. You have a team that is trying to piece things together.
And also, if you look at how they're piecing it together, they've got 4 Candelas, but the bulk of this isn't... Sure, there's 3 players on site, but I'm really looking to this retake of the vertical to fully deny this, and those players aren't going to get blinded by the Candelas Fish-like has. So whatever utility they're going to use, it might not be as effective as they're hoping for.
This fight goes away, and the round might. There's the first. Down below, they've got rid of the caution player, and Rex able to get one more. Okay, watched on the back. The blinds come through, but they still got to land a kit. 20 seconds, and there's at least one back for the cover of Nath. They dropped down the kitchen hatch and rocked right back out.
No.
Nath doesn't care of any of this. A little bit too long, and it raises the question and the argument. Where are they going to be? Well, there's only one place they could, and DarkZero so ready for it. Wreck is all that's left. Gets one, no more. DarkZero. Not really pressured, but still the start. They're still not out of the woods yet. Unfortunately, Scarz, that's their second loss. They are one step closer, but not yet, towards being eliminated.
DarkZero now in the same spot they found themselves in Atlanta. 2-1 for the promotion game, so not flawless, but still a familiar spot for them, and I think they're very happy with that win. Defenses look good. Attacks looked good. And especially right there, that 3v5 call, we see more players rotate down because Scarz, to their credit, realized what DarkZero were going for, realized we're a bit too comfortable right now with this vertical control. What are they doing? Realized they're going for the retake, and you have Rex sitting outside of the connector breach, waiting for them to do that very thing. But this is why DarkZero is so good. They have Canadian calling. They've got them calling the plays. Nafe as well lending in with that. So they start rotating people back down to the site. And they win a 3v5 just off of gunplay. Nafe especially reacting around that freeze air. That's really disappointing. That was the best attack we saw from Scarz. And it was all for nothing. A flawless rotation for DZ to close it out 7-2.
A little bit of a pace problem. It came into the game of Scarz there. But again, DarkZero, I'll be honest, they never really felt massively pressured. They knew their game plan. They played it very clean. There were moments where they were able to sort of dabble with slightly different plans and different approaches on sites that they were already winning kind of handily. And yeah, there was adaptations. Yeah, there was some pressure. But unfortunately, no Hydras, only Schrodinger's animals where they were all generally locked in the box, the killers, and the person that came out, apart from the end, actually, where Bolo just went insane, was leading Canadian originally.
Yeah, Canadian also had a really good day. I mean, obviously, Pambazoo 2-6 we could talk about. I'm not going to because there's no point. Because Bolo, NGR, Nath, and Canadian. All very solid day. When you've got Canadian going 7-5 and then Bolo just decides to go from good to great in the back half of that game, what are you going to do for Scarz when you have a team that can show up as individually well as this? And inside of the regional leagues, when it seemed that the individual performances and the cohesion from DarkZero simply was not there, this is the kind of match you want to see. They've been looking good as the tournament's gone on. They win the first game against a domestic rival, lose to a really hot secret. This is a good game to boost that confidence again and feel good going into your promotion game tomorrow.
I think that's the sort of setup for them now. They're eyeing up their promotion. They're eyeing up their chance of being able to push themselves further and further. And again, it's not over yet for Scarz. They're a team with huge possibility, but it's a possibility we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see. We are going to a quick break before we're back with our next best of one here on the Beat Stream.
Well, if DarkZero maybe got an easy matchup in the form of Scarz earlier, another NA team, the best in NA, the first place seed coming out of NA, has a bit tougher of a matchup, unfortunately. Beast Coast versus maybe the rightful world champion, some could say. Some people,
Whoa!
being me.
That's hot on the presses.
But in all seriousness, going into this tournament, looking like one of the best teams in the world, Beast Coast will need to have their, well, I was going to curse, but I'll be polite, their stuff together.
That is a curse in England. Beast Coast versus FaZe. And, well, yeah. I mean, I think that's all you can really say at this point. Because, let's be honest, that's how Beast Coast kind of got here. It was a roster that came together, had a great run, no two ways about it, in a region that was struggling.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. A lot of people want to rebuild. And the interesting thing about Beast Coast, Jacob actually brought this up at the beginning of the stage. None of these 5 players had ever teamed with somebody else in this team.
Yep.
Entirely new, as an entirely new roster can get. But as you said, similar to kind of the situation in Europe, a lot of NA teams were building. Beast Coast putting in the work in the offseason and coming together very, very nicely to get that first seed. And let's be fair. Sure, Beast Coast, they're clearly the underdog in this matchup. FaZe have not exactly had an easy time so far. They're 1-1 for a reason.
And that's the sort of other side of it. And you have to look at who they were 1-1 with. It was Liquid. That went pretty much all the way, 7-5 as well on their back end. But when you're looking at Beast Coast, it's a similar sort of story, right? Their one win so far was against Cyclops, 7-3. They're not exactly the top dogs. They're a Phase 1 team that was sort of dispatched and moved aside there. And yeah, it's a team that's on the rebuild. They lost to DarkZero, 4-7 on Cafe. They lost against a team that, let's be honest, if you're coming in as the strongest team from NA, regardless of whether you're the one from the start, regardless of whether you're one that's done a run, it doesn't matter. If you're losing to teams from the same region, that is a little bit of cause for concern.
It is, certainly, and especially, Beast Coast got a bit of a lead early on, but then DZ were able to kind of buckle down, win a few rounds in a row, then end up closing out the series, and Beast Coast in their game on Cafe looked very similar to Beast Coast on Cafe in the NAL. They were going for a lot of the same executes, usually involving hot and cold in the Monty, really that kind of player and operator combination that started Beast Coast comeback in the NAL were those Monty plants. A lot of the stuff they did yesterday was the exact same stuff they did in the NAL, and DZ loved their prep.
Yep.
That was the first game they played. They were able to counter it very effectively once they realized what they were doing. Going into this game today, talking about FaZe as well, FaZe against that Liquid game yesterday, all right, 7-5, good job.
7-5, good job.
7-5, good job. Clap, clap. 7-3'd by Secret on Chalet, a map that they permaban religiously, bringing out for the first time in an event, and Secret, who looked hot yesterday, dominated them individually, strategically. It was a Secret win.
It's a very strange situation to be in, right? Because you have, for both these teams, comparisons about their sort of same region matchups, and both these teams against different regions, very differing sort of setups, but I'm sure, I've obviously come from EU with a bit of a bias towards seeing how they've played. People didn't expect a lot from Secret. Or if they did, people didn't expect as much as Secret delivered in their opening game against FaZe. And that's a strange upset. That's a strange position. And that puts you in this sort of argument of, all right, who is really behind the cause here? Am I being biased and saying Secret is stronger than CAG? Or am I sort of looking at the split here and going, let's be a bit realistic?
Well, and Secret not only looked really good strategically yesterday, but the big difference maker, because FaZe were adapting, they were recognizing in terms of their positioning and their game plan what was going wrong and adapting to what Secret were doing. The big problem, there weren't a lot of great individual performances yesterday. Secret, Joom especially, was outgunning them. Adrian on the roam was outgunning them.
Yep.
FaZe looked cold, and to be fair, I'm pretty sure FaZe didn't really boot camp before the event either, flying in just a few days ago in totality, so maybe now they've got a couple games under their belt to be able to shoot a little straighter.
Where are we going? Not to Bank. We're on to the bans, and Bank is the first instant removal. Not really been played
That's a
by
shock.
either, but Chalet, yeah.
Can't believe that.
As you said, it was FaZe's loss to Secret, a 3-7. Consulate was actually their win versus Liquid, so Beast Coast doesn't want to double down.
No, they don't, and the follow-up ban from FaZe makes sense as well. The two maps it was kind of, they didn't play Chalet, and they didn't like to play Border.
Yep.
Well, now they're back to banning Chalet and Border in this series. Not fans of it. I will say, I'm a bit surprised by the Oregon ban from FaZe just because they've won it like 12 times in the past like 6 to 9 months or so. They're really good on this map. Ooh. But look at this. We have a Skyscraper as our singular map for today. This is a bit surprising because, one, this is another great map for FaZe. They've only lost it once in the calendar year to Scarz over a year ago. And Beast Coast, in this organization's history, rosters aside, have only played it once as an org in the past year. This roster has not touched it. They must feel really confident in their game plan to be bringing out against FaZe.
Okay. This is one of the things where we obviously have to piece things together. Now, FaZe getting rid of Chalet, yeah, makes sense. Getting rid of Border, yeah, kind of makes sense, regardless of FaZe's stats. If you're looking at a roster that's come together, that's built of good gunners, where do you not want them to go to? You want them to not go to maps that are very aggressive or maps that lean itself and build around it, like Border, or you don't want them to go to maps that they'll probably have a keen knowledge on regardless of how well they play, like Oregon. The removal of clubs in that situation is because they know how good FaZe are at it and how good they can be. So they were kind of, I think, hoping for Labs as the split there, but Skyscraper's there. This can be a nightmare without a very interconnected attack.
That's true. The one thing Beast Coast have, though, going into this, FaZe were the ones that picked Skyscraper. They could choose between Nighthaven or Skyscraper. They pick Sky. That means Beast Coast gets side selection, and they start on the defense. This team were defense merchants in the NAL. I think almost around maybe on the low end, off the top of my head, 65 to 67. On the high end, maybe even up into the 70s defensive win rate. And they're also pretty well known for going 1-5 on their attacks, 2-4 at best, and then winning every single defensive round after that. So starting on defense for Beast Coast here will be really good, but given FaZe's history, especially on the defensive side during the SI Grand Final, winning 6 rounds in a row to beat Furia 7-5, they're also fantastic on the defense on this map. Beast Coast need every round in these first 6 to make this a competitive series, in my mind.
So, how much of this game will be defined by failures in the first half? As you said, the pressure is on, but FaZe, if we say Skyscraper is at points a tricky map, you're doing a lot of corner clearing, a lot of sort of coordinated pushes, utility drives towards set locations on the second story. Generally, you'll see a lot of the control fought over there. How does it happen against a team who can be one of the best attack teams in the world and truly set themselves apart last year?
How do you set yourself apart against FaZe?
You're lost for words.
That's the key question. How do you set yourself apart against FaZe? If you're Secret yesterday, you have a great game plan, great individual skill. From Beast Coast, we had great performances against Cyclops yesterday. That much I expect for the first seed out of the NA League.
Yeah.
But then against the DZ yesterday, it was fine. As good as a 7-4 can get, maybe. But here, look at what FaZe have banned. Vidiking, one of the best Monty players in the world, and FaZe don't care. They banned Monty against Beast Coast because that is an attacking operator they've relied on so many times to get the few attacking rounds they can get.
In conversation about their game versus DarkZero yesterday, was trying to work out what happened. It was a fair few rounds that went away from DarkZero at the beginning. DarkZero called a timeout, and then from that point onwards, I think it was about technically a 7-1. There was only one more round that was won out by there. I believe so, off the top of my head. But the thing I 100% remember, in the words of the casters who covered it, was Beast Coast a little bit cautious, a little bit scared, a little bit of, hey, they're showing up to this major as a roster for the first time. This is where things are going to get a bit sticky and sweaty. And you go, okay, well, the second day you get a chance to breathe, and then you go, oh, we're playing FaZe.
Yes, and talking about not only this roster that in many parts is new or coming back to the international scene, Gunner obviously being dropped off the Sonics a couple stages ago. Spirits has been out of the picture for a while. But Diffuser, this is his first international event, his first stage of pro play.
Yep.
And what does he have to do? Solo roam as Solus against FaZe Clan on Skyscraper right now. It's a bit of a difficult position to find yourself in. He's the lowest rated player so far for Beast Coast as well. Still getting his feet under them. It's to be expected he might have a bit of a rough time. But you talked about Solus sometimes being a confidence operator. Diffuser as part of this strategy, which we've not seen this roster play Skyscraper, is in a bit of an isolated position, kind of like how we often see Cyber is on FaZe. And here, it's neither of those players that are doing the talking. Vidiking trying to cut off this rotation through Shrine, but Akiba right in his face to shield the player to rotate back to Drum. So Beast Coast doing a good job so far, working down the clock, but also completely dodging these cutoff angles.
Houghton gets the first. Cyber is taken care of. The Buck got a little bit too engaged, a little bit too curious about the fight around the top of Shrine themselves, and maybe sent themselves a bit too far. Gunner still has the lockdown on towards Drum, watching across Terrace, and a minute 20, it's still a bit par for the course, but now is where you start to get the moments of worry, because look, Diffuser's confident enough to start drifting his way alongside the stock and the prep line. He's still holding onto this area, and as soon as someone tries to enter above, without clearing him, he has the catch on them. There is many guns that are angled towards this entire push. They're trying to get the line in the back. KDS is looking towards the top of Shrine, retake the territory they've already lost. But at this point, it's just sort of sending themselves.
They are, and they've got to make kind of a decision at this point. They can maybe send somebody down below to take a 1v1 with Diffuser, but they haven't cleared out this Azami from Drum either, and they're a bit strapped for explosives right now. Just the lifelines that are already gone and the nades that are still to be used by KDS. They're in the 4v5. They're starting to push in, and Gunner falls back. Very logical, but with that Solus down below, it's going to be hard to get a plant down, especially in a man disadvantage.
KDS takes a scrape, and he's able to get himself back into the situation with a gunfight back and forth, but nothing has hit Hotton yet, and he can, well, not use a smoke, but Diffuser can use a gun. The Solus has appeared all the way around the back, retaken Shrine once again, 2 for 2 on Body's here, and Body is no longer here. Handy, he's going to try and just swing his way across the top of the main stairs. They lost the one in the crossfight. Souls is gone. Handy is just caught in the middle of everything. Drifting, being shot from several different angles. Cannot find a route out. Beast Coast, with the heat of the coach behind them, get that first round.
Yeah, first round on Skyscraper defense. Diffuser also looking confident on that flank. Really good hold and communication. Now, Skyscraper defense, I won't lie.
It helps.
It helps. It's not, but we're not talking about Chalet defense right here or Oregon attack. This is a map that is very, very good to defend. As much as Fresh wants to talk about how it's easy to attack, but if you do have success on the attacking side, it's when you can play positions like the terrace window, like the shrine window, cut off defenders as they rotate back. But Beast Coast recognize that, have the Azami to help the rotations for the people on the roam, but then are able to catch FaZe off guard, who are really stalled out completely in Shrine and Terrace. And the thing I want to highlight specifically, Cyber going down early. Cyber was picked off relentlessly by Secret in their game on Chalet yesterday. A player who's often an individual by himself as part of FaZe's game plan was, specifically on the defense side, picked off early or picked off at important moments in the mid-round. Here, he's the opening death again. If that happens and continues to happen for FaZe today, Beast Coast could find a very good way into these rounds.
First round is theirs. As you said, it's Skyscraper.
It's tea karaoke.
It's just tea karaoke. It's known as a way to hold. You're looking at 4-2 is probably the rough average on how well teams do on their defenses in terms of the split. Here, and how stressed they might become on the second side is going to be the tell. As I said, coming to Skyscraper as a roster that's come together, there's going to be stickier bits you've got to iron out, especially in our current sort of extension of defensive operators. When we've seen however many Azamis, castles, the sort of extensions across the top floor, the mirror occasionally or not occasionally played, there's so much construction that goes into a decent hold here, and that requires practice, practice, and do you know what?
More practice.
More practice, but practice is going to be the take. They're going to see if they can try and bandit trick out. There's no pressure coming in from underneath. They've got the Thatcher, and they think this will be plenty. It is a single wall, though, so a well-played and placed Thatcher with all the attention paid towards it should and might be able to
here we go. Yeah, Vidiking rotating down below will probably use the lifeline on this wall. There we go.
There we go.
That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for that. Just to be absolutely safe. He still walks back over. Oh, but good concussion. Really thorough work from Vidiking right there. That's what we like. It is a bit of a utility sync. We've got 2 EMPs and 3 lifelines used, so I will say a lot expended to open that single panel, but they get it open and they stop the bandit trick. They've just got to be careful on the other side now. Soul's working the Geisha position at the moment, and FaZe in a bit of a similar spot right now. At least they haven't lost Cyber early on, but they don't have a clear way in just yet. That might change as Souls moves into Geisha, going for a bit of an across take at the moment, but Diffuser and Gavini, if nobody's cutting them off on Shrine and Terrace, could rotate back just as easily as round 1.
I mean, they still have a pretty comfortable extension. They're just going to try and lay the explosives to get rid of the wall. I don't know if it works with Selmas.
Wow,
apparently it does.
Smart from Souls.
Clever to know. I knew you could do it with other breaching charges, but the Selmas, not always used for the elongation. Cyber's looking for the fight back on the pings, but it's caught. Souls surrounded. Gunner does get KDS. Back to the trade. It's Handy. He's trying to be the back end, the anvil to the hammer hit that comes across as the 2 players isolated around the top of Drum and around the top of Shrine. Spirits is happy to play behind the shield, but at some point the pressure needs to come through. Think of the utility that's already been thrown. They don't have the Sophia stuns. They're out of the house charges. What are they going to try and force their way through with?
And that's the problem. They don't really have many options, like you said, but Beast Coast's defense is so tight right now. Not only are they all playing trades, all helping bridge people back, but they're also, aside from Spirits right there, very aware of where FaZe are pushing from. FaZe, after all this effort, all this time, have only got a 3v3, and Hot and Cold still has a C4 to either drop down below to deny the plant or stop anybody from pushing in. FaZe are running out of time, and Beast Coast are all playing within arm's reach of each other.
Where's the kit? Becomes this fun little game, and it's dropped outside the top of VIP wall. They're going going to have to recollect that and find themselves, I don't really know, because nothing is under their control in the site. Cyber steps in towards the top of the house stairs and gets cut down by Kevinini underneath. There's a bit of a retake, a bit of a retrade, a 2 versus 1, all down to Gunner. He caught as well! Swung the pre-fire, maybe probably didn't have to. It's easy for us to say that, but at the same time, it's what's happened.
I mean, that was a Beast Coast round through and through. A round that, if this could be decided by defensive halves, or if you want to flip it, what few attacks teams can muster together, that's a round that Beast Coast, that might very well cost them the game, depending on what happens. They had that in the bag. Early to mid-round, stalling out FaZe, not dying to also the gaps that FaZe thought they found, especially watching that house breach that I believe Gunner and Gavini were both watching. Really nice stuff from Beast Coast, making sure FaZe can't find a way in, and then 3v2. Going into the execute, FaZe take 1v1s, win them, and it's a good showcase of mechanical skill, but it's a difficult spot once you're in that 1v2. The round is already, the momentum's already started, escaping your grasp. You're in a difficult position. Do you swing? Do you wait for the plant? There's a lot of not great options and a lot of uncertainty. Just a shame because, like I said, if FaZe are able to win the tertiary sites, they got a 3-3 now.
Talking about tertiary sites, we have one of the most questioned and questionable sites across all of our competitive map pool.
I hate talking about it because it's like, this site sucks. It really does suck. But like, it gets played 8 times a tournament, and because teams aren't used to it, it gets won like 5 times.
It has a great win rate, but it doesn't deserve it. It's true, and okay, it's easy and fun to sort of talk about it. It becomes just a shooting gallery. You're looking at vertical control that comes across the top and needs to be sort of rested out. But as soon as they sort of get, if they want, the wall that's the stretch towards the bedroom and across the opposite side, or if they just tuck in on the little hop in and go towards the bedroom, there's just, you don't need to do a huge amount of work on a big map to get yourself inside and putting pressure on a kid.
No, as long as you're able to kind of lock down delivery in the bottom of house stairs, and then of course push the defenders back through the vertical control. You can cut them off as they rotate back. You can encircle the site. But again, teams aren't used to attacking it, so getting that game plan figured out in round, when you're focused more on what you're doing for T Karaoke and exhibition, that often takes precedence. And Beast Coast so far have had a very solid early to mid round. So if they can delay another minute 30, minute 45, FaZe could find themselves in that very position, struggling to get a solid game plan together in time.
I'm assuming it's Hotton all the way over in Karaoke, just playing themselves as far away as possible. No, it's in fact
Diffuser.
not. Someone is.
No, not Diffuser. Gunner. There we go. Of course it's Gunner.
On the roll of the Bandit, hoping he doesn't get caught out and he can try and backstab. As I said, if the idea is let's try and get that little bit of vertical control, maybe they'll force themselves in halfway through. Maybe they won't go for the full map clear because you don't really feel like you should. Handy has an idea though, and this is that problem. He's going to swing himself in. He's pre-aiming and pre-angling. The flash ran onto the back end. Gunner takes a couple of steps and an execution. Brilliantly played by Handy.
Very well played by Handy, especially as now FaZe are down to 4 drones, able to actually get something off that intel and the flashbang expended, and get a 5v4, which so far hasn't exactly been easy going for FaZe. They've had they were at a man disadvantage early on in round 1, then had to fight back out of a 2v3 to get their second, so this is a position they've not found themselves in, and are going to be very happy doing so. Remember I mentioned the importance of this delivery position. KDS finds himself here right outside of the site. If the defenders start rotating back, he can cut them down with that DMR, and finding hot and cold in that Solus with that Specchio scanner, or either of the C4 operators, Gavini, Spirits, those are their priorities.
Slight rotations inside, but again, it's just sort of waiting for the pressure. I mean, the questions last time were FaZe don't have a lot of utility. How are they inside? Hey, FaZe are inside the site without expending the utility other than just let's get in and gun people. There's Vida with the cross. This is what we talked about. This site becoming so deadly. Gavini has to rotate his way down. They've got 2 kills. That's all the control they needed. There's one more on the back end, and Spirits sits, waits, and watches the spirits of his teammates drift off. They were unable to react and pull out. They might be able to get 1 or 2. There's the first reveal by the barrel. There's the instant response. FaZe, I mean, the hold is just as strong for them now as it probably was for the original defenders.
Spirits might be able to find a couple more here. Well, maybe, 3 more theoretically speaking with how low HP KDS, Cyber, and Souls are, but the time's too low, and FaZe are playing, well, generally speaking, playing too passive for him to do anything. KDS will finish it off, and there's a guaranteed 2-4 half for FaZe that we were worried about. All because of, 1, a good setup on the bathroom site, or a good attack on the bathroom site, and then just able to clutch out a 2v3 on Office. And we mentioned how these kind of bedroom rounds should go. That, generally speaking, is how those attacks should pan out, because you see KDS outside of delivery, and instead of having a roam clear on the top floor, we see Cyber initiate that pressure by finding a gap inside of the site, getting the kill, sprinting through. The defense starts reacting to the execute. You have Vidiking holding a passive angle upstairs. The cutoff wasn't on the bottom floor, it was on the top floor instead, but still a similar setup overall. FaZe executing that very well, showing how you attack that site, even though it might only get played 7 times a tournament.
This is that sort of moment of worry as well, is that they've twice been able to sort of, without the drive of utility, and they you know, when I say this, they are obviously using utility in their approach, but stepping into side, stepping into VIP in the second round on the top of house stairs, stepping in there to the side itself and winning out fights, that's something FaZe can do and do. And if you were to look at other teams and you say, oh no, they've only got 4 drones left, this is over for them. FaZe just become the drone. And they're so confident in it, and you're sort of like, damn, how do we stop this?
Well, and also FaZe at their peak are just, they're so confident with their engagements, but in a different way than Furia is. Because Furia is confident in the way that they lack fear. FaZe is confident in the way that they're just very sure of themselves, and they know the smart plays available to them, know the smart engagements, and know what they can get away with. In again, a little bit more kind of slow and methodical fashion than a player like Herds is. Not that he's not thinking, but, you know, Herds will run into a room and get 3 kills. Cyber runs into site, gets 1, and then FaZe know that they can get an execute off of that. It's just a bit of a difference in playstyle, which is part of the reason why watching them is so, FaZe and Furia, I mean, so fun to watch when they play together. Beast Coast now going back to T and Karaoke. As we can see, bit of a change in the lineup. Heavy roam last time, a bit more of an anchor this go around. Still have the Azami, but they've dropped the Solus. And honestly, I think that's smart, because FaZe struggled to clear out this drum and shrine position before, and now you've made it even harder.
The Maverick is obviously getting some work done there on the hard walls. I'm not entirely sure if that was a response towards the pressure that they felt in the first round. Obviously, it was the round that they lost, and their approach was a little bit more limited. Either way, there's not really anything that's stopping the walls. We've seen a Goyo pop off and cause some damage. That's sort of it. Otherwise, it's just going to be the matter of trying to rebuff them when the walls are open themselves. Now, it's a slower, steadier approach, but if it solves the problems they think they had, well, that's why Beast Coast have doubled down, swapped it, as you said, gone themselves to a different lineup. Now, they do still have the stretch all the way across the top. Spirits is having a good time on the far end of the trophy room at the same time, and there's no one that's directly challenging him. They're being a lot more centered towards the side. They're going to do what they've done the past 2 rounds, Carter, which is let's just walk in and start killing people. The pressure should come from top black soon, just to sort of alleviate the balance here around the push itself.
And this is what I was going to say. Spirits can wrap around so easily to either side of the site. Somebody's got to deal with him, and it appears Handy's that guy. Really nice play by KDS. The coordination to clear out hot and cold from that position, quite strong. He can now hit a lurk up main stairs as well.
I mean, that's it. They now have the control. That's the only player that was on B. KDS is going to rotate his way, as I said, towards top black. It works alongside the trade that was otherwise built, the construction. They're just ignoring the extension for now.
Oh, but Diffuser could be such a problem here, especially with 2 people outside of Geisha. They need to have some answer for him, whether it's flashes or something.
Well, the flashes go through. The grenade gets Gunner on the back end. The kit has passed and then has passed spiritually as well. There's 2 with Gaveni getting 1 on the back. It's suddenly just Handy left alive. The single position has cost them quite massively here. Handy's on the slow creep towards it.
Nobody in sight.
2 players. They've built themselves around towards the top of black stairs. 10 seconds. Has no kit. The remaining Beast Coast players have kept themselves at arm's length. They know how precious, how important this round is. They're waiting for the call that they're going for the plant. They're going to go 2 at a time. There's a little bit too little and a little bit too late. Beast Coast, second round is theirs. You look pensive. You look thoughtful.
I'm thinking.
You're thinking.
So, because I was curious. So I saw the air jab go off right at the end there, and I'm like, Handy might have actually been able to get away with that plan. Not saying, like, from his perspective, he probably had no idea, but, like, if the air jab was there, and I can't remember if there was a rotate to top black or not, he might have actually... I don't
think there was.
He might have been able to actually get away with the plant there, but it's very low on time, and he probably... don't expect him to keep track of every single air jab position on the planet. I mean, I didn't even know it was there. But still, just theoretically speaking, he actually might have been able to get away with that. But either way, Diffuser ended up being the big problem. I think their solution was fine in the short term. They can get into Geisha with those flashes. But actually, similar story to yesterday, I said this exact thing. in the FaZe secret game. Flashes don't last forever. They can recover their vision, peek back around, and kill you, and Diffuser ends up getting 2 kills on the players, pushing Geisha, and unfortunately, they had an answer for it after that. They had somebody rotate around a terrace and hop in, but he was a bit late on the play. The players Geisha were already in by the time he hopped in terrace window, and Diffuser recovered from the flashes, got the kills, and only died after the round had already kind of collapsed for FaZe and put Handy in that 1v2.
So, what changes do we get on this split, on this side? Now, let's be honest, we said it at the sort of time. If this round had been won, this should have been. If this round has been lost, is this going to be the reason they lose the whole map? They know that as well as we do. If they can pull this together, if they can somehow find a tertiary as well, suddenly it's gone from bad to better.
Okay.
But again, the changes, the sort of play here, Beast Coast, they're not going to try and hold up on the walls. They were so, I'm not going to say desperate onto us tricking it, but they weren't going to dabble in it.
Yeah, but you'd like to get away with a bandit trick. In isolation, you don't know what utility they're bringing. You're like, if I can get rid of an exothermic or a Selma or 2, I'm happy with that. But they saw that there was the Thatcher and the Zofia last time, and while there's no Zofia here, there is an Ashe, but Beast Coast are kind of conditioned, all right, let's not go for the bandit trick. Let's drop that out of the lineup. Instead, we have the Womai this time to catch some of those projectiles, which, given how FaZe have been a bit reliant on their flashes to acquire control in certain positions, I think is a very sensible choice to bring. Deny some of those projectiles, and it was handy last time, but this time it appears to be Cyber deciding to try and take 1v1s with these roamers.
Again, just happy and confident and trustworthy. This is that sort of game that we talk about with Skyscraper. It is an absolute minefield of corners and checking and clearing. So much to clear. And this is a team that's confident in the calls of their teammates. Obviously, having the glances around, making sure that they've got it locked in and saying, yeah, I know that all this is safe. And this is where the challenge is going to come into this game, is going to be Beast Coast having to do that. It's always still, and more than ever, a game of 2 halves in Skyscraper. Spirits is forced off a shield. Last time they just jumped in and killed the player behind it. The Flores, the adaptation, they're not going to sit around against these keeper barricades and the shields.
That's exactly what I was going to say. They dropped the Zofia. They're able to get the wall open for free, which the Zofia helped them do last time. Yep. They get it open much better this time, and now they have the Flores to destroy that shield and clear across. They haven't really cleared out Shrine and Terrace on any of these sites all that well, even in rounds that they've won. But here, they destroy the shield. They've got angles. They push Beast Coast further back. Their defense is going to start feeling a lot of pressure.
Last time we said 4 drones. Can they do it? This time it's 2. And everybody is still alive. Yeah,
everybody's still alive, and Gavini and Gunnar still holding on to Shrine. You still have people in Terrace as well. Beast Coast can fight back. They can take these fights, and if they get an advantage, FaZe in a problematic position.
Let's see if they can try and send it now. 40 seconds. They're eyeing themselves on the push and the pressure. A change of position here. Gavini is watching onto the Shrine window and is able to do some of the damage. There's the rest of it. With Gunnar getting one on the back end. Diffuser has one of his own. KDS gets at least a single trade. The run out isn't entirely caught from the single wall, but Cyber is left alone. He is bit into, but not knocked out. Gets 1 drop, goes for the pistol, swing round. There's someone to his left, someone to his right. It's all Beast Coast.
All Beast Coast all day. And if you notice, outside of those Rotero drones, there wasn't really anything else to deal with those Kiba barricades, aside from maybe the Selmas, the Ashe charges, but you want to use the Selmas for the breaches, the Ashe charges for the mirrors. You want to use those in other spots. And you might be wondering, why is that important? Why is that bringing it up? Well, a lot of the Rotero drones went to use on, shields and Kibas. That's true, but 1 Kiba stayed alive. If I recall, there was still the Kiba on that Shrine window, I think. And yeah, exactly. And so that makes hopping in that window a little more problematic. You force a lot of flashes out of Vidiking or whoever hopped in that window. But then you also have the player playing behind the pillar, playing anti-flash, dodging the flashbangs itself, and getting that kill. That's what Beast Coast needed. That 5v4, retain either Shrine or Terrace. Just so happened that they retained both, and that's why that round was so dominant. They won the 1v1s at both those positions, and it's hard for any team, let alone FaZe Clan, to flood in after that.
So, we get to a tale of 2 halves, they said, and we're starting on the site that we haven't actually seen yet. Holding on to this requires verticality. It requires keeping a bit of the sort of Geisha energy, the karaoke energy you'd see from a Geisha karaoke hold. You can do the stretch onto the back end, which they're a little bit curious of, but for now, when it's your last send before you find yourself in your second half, why not try and dabble with the unexpected? You've already lost Bedroom, and pretty cleanly, might I add.
Very cleanly. It's actually the only clean attack FaZe have so far. Their other was that 2v3 on Exhibition and Office we've already talked about, so FaZe don't exactly have a lot of good rounds to fall back on, and in this case, you know, a lot of the times on Kitchen Barbecue, you mentioned you need to hold the top floor. That's still true, but sometimes we'll see teams bring Castle to make that a lot easier. Go for the traditional extension, basically anchoring inside of Geisha. But this is similar to Beast Coast's strategy so far. They've only brought Castle one time on Bedroom, coincidentally. It's a bit looser over Rome. They've got Gavini running around in the Solus, Spirits inside of Exhibition and Office, inside of, well, Exhibition and Office. So they're all trying to play loose, trying to see where FaZe are pushing from initially and then likely rotate where. Oh. Well, rotate where they start getting pressured, and unfortunately, Spirits cut off by Handy.
Well ready and well read there, as he said, forced the motion, and now they've, I'm going to say control here on the back end, but they can start making their way across. Gunner's going to see if he can retake. And with the VIP wall still solid, he has a little bit of wiggle room, but FaZe is droning and droning and droning again. If he gets caught out, then that's 2 bodies handed over for territory that is in no way directly connected to the site itself. He's taking a big risk here, and it's about to not pay off.
So thorough for FaZe. Down to 2 drones, though, but still, look at how good their droning is. Down to 1 drone now that Gunner's taking it.
Drone.
A minute and 20 seconds left. FaZe they are efficient with their droning, but they got Spirits. They don't have much else. All they've got is Exhibition and Office at the moment. They don't have full Geisha control yet. There are players that can either contest or retake on the top floor. Still anchors on the site. FaZe have that 5v3 now, though, and 1 drone doesn't seem to matter all that much anymore.
Yeah, they're able to get themselves the Solace. That's a big, big blow to the control. As I said, it's a sort of site where you get yourself up and down.
Diffuser
cannot get the connection. Does escape. Is he going to go for the outside rotate? He was thinking about it on the restaurant window. There's Cyber getting the rest of the pieces picked up before. Gunner gets 1. Before, 2. 3 versus 2. As the C4 is able to connect. 30 seconds and a big blow.
A big blow, and Hancold still has control of delivery. He's got intel on this player, too. FaZe can't drone. He can wrap around here.
Now he's just tucked around onto the back end. There's the catch, but there's the only revealed player left. They're slightly separated. They got the ping on the restaurant fight, and he cannot win it out as close as you liked. And it becomes this moment here, Carter. That position is because FaZe had no more drones. Is it a question of that's FaZe's playstyle and it's kind of working, or is it what this is going wrong for FaZe?
No, I mean, having no drones left with a minute 20 remaining when all you've got is that 5v4. I mean, they do have 0 cams. They've got some backup intel, but FaZe, that's a little bit of them not getting a huge return on a lot of those drones, but they do get a 5v4, and it's clear they had existing intel on what the setups were to inform how they wanted to play that round. But if Gunner stays alive and hot and cold with that position inside of delivery, I think if Gunner's able to win that 1v1, that is a very winnable round for Beast Coast. But unfortunately, Gunner dies and they can react in time. Yeah,
it's almost like those sort of errors on the report card are being covered by how good FaZe are at other things.
I mean, they have a 5v3, like ultimately no drones, and FaZe are looking, at least in gun skill, not at their peak, but looking a lot hotter than yesterday. It's still around they should win.
Yeah. 3 apiece. Beast Coast 1 shy of what we sort of said they should aim for, but if they could get themselves a good blow here as the lead in, they might be able to try and thread something a bit powerful when you've got what appears to be the chance at a bit of a snatch and grab. You're, you know, the drive of Ying on the side of Diffuser, the control here of the Deimos on the back end of Spirits as well. It doesn't really matter how much the extension is. If you get the impression you can steal around, that can go a long, long way here.
They can, and as we mentioned earlier, FaZe very, very strong on Skyscraper, and, you know, to kind of, I suppose, I was going to say contextualize, but also complicate the picture I painted earlier of FaZe on Skyscraper. While they did win 6 defensive rounds against Furia to come back 7-5, their most recent showing, they only won 2 defenses the entire match and barely won 8-7 in the domestic league. Right now, Hot and Cold's like, come on, just peek, just peek. That's why you jiggle peek. You don't commit until you get the intel.
Never commit. That's something that you should all take away from this.
That's not what you should take
Never
away from
commit.
This.
Casting Links 2024.
I don't know about all that. Cyber potentially going for the run out again, but as you talked about, they've got the Deimos. They could try and hunt down Cyber, or I believe yet the other roamer. Soul's playing alongside him inside of Exhibition and Office. Beast Coast want to go for a clear on this side. They've got 4 players over here, 2 up top, and I believe 2 on the bottom as well. So the potential for a pinch, especially as Gavini can probably get control of house stairs, but that Gone 6 will reveal his position. He'll instead pressure from below with the skeleton key.
Cyber is still having a laugh. just swinging his way out there.
Just
they know
vibing.
that he's drawing attention. You know he's drawing pressure, and there's that Ying I talked about. If they can get a whiff of an idea and a whiff of a pinch, they can move behind it. Cyber still, whilst blinded, wants to see what else is out there, and if he finds any new species, he's going to try and shoot them in the face. The cover comes across there. Still holding on to the same position, just saw a player on rappel, and this has drawn so much attention and time out of Beast Coast.
That's what I was going to say. They've made no progress right now. They've lost so many drones, and sure, they've just got Cyber. They can finish this off, but look at how much time and resources have been spent.
Well, there's the second. Gav was offered Souls.
All right, I'll shut my mouth.
Sort of follow through piece, but Souls didn't really need to go for that. He hoped he could get it before the snap came to put the end of the take. 5 versus 3, 50 seconds, loads of time. And Handy's going to hold on here, but passing this sort of crevasse is the problem. There's the idea, the smoke to cover anyone that might want to swing from drum side. KDS in a very, very important position as the Daemon starts to get a bit of a track on. The wide swing, the reveal, it's a Ying. You know what's about to come next. You got to make sure that you're the step ahead.
Candela's incoming. KDS will hold on for just a time. They might just line up for him.
Ooh, he's so close. He finishes one, but it explodes on the back end under pressure. Handy takes a lot of damage as well. KDS, he's tucked and he's almost able to get the end of Gunner, but it's caught by Spirits on the crossfire. Handy. 3 players, but barely more seconds than that. As Gaveni's going to see if he can try and get this diffuser cemented. The impact is impactless, but Spirits has the last call, and there was a moment on Shrine where I thought things were about to go very wrong for Beast Coast.
That could have been the round right there, the 3v5 recovery for FaZe, and that round ultimately a duel between two collaterals, two different players lining up. We have that case where KDS almost finds 2, the Ying and the other player in Shrine, isn't able to make it happen. But then 2 players line up for Gavini on that roam clear. The Doc and the Mute all pretty much right there inside a minibar, and he's able to get both. I was literally not flaming them, but I was like, all right, guys, 2 minutes, 6 drones. We've all just been running around the top floor and the bottom floor for 2 minutes. We haven't actually got a pinch. And to be fair, they still did not have a pinch.
Yeah.
But Gavini walked in and was able to pick up both of them. And it's like, all right, well, you've at least got the 5v3. Somebody stepped up individually, and in that case, it was Gavini, to get that advantage. And now both teams on the attack have won a primary bomb site, and both teams had problems. FaZe in that exhibition office attack. Beast Coast there. That was a much more dominant victory from Beast Coast, going up 5-3 and just converting it. Difficult spot now for FaZe. Worrying spot again.
I think this is the conversation, right? Is now on this sort of side, when you sort of build up a side and say this is where you're going to have your best game, those problems, like the drone counting, like the missed moments, they can't be glossed over in the same way. Because what Beast Coast have and what they've been close to on a lot of their defenses was winning rounds. The problem was you're up against FaZe Clan who have exceptional gun skill, they'll throw themselves in and get there. That isn't as achievable as a sort of play style in terms of the defense, and Beast Coast can still sort of try and cook to a recipe and hope that they can finish smashing their way through. The pressure onto the wall will get, well, the pressure on both walls, both open pretty cleanly. But where do they go next?
Well, FaZe like to wrap around quite a bit and clear out that exhibition office, not the team karaoke side, excuse me. Cyber in literally the exact same spot with the exact same gun 2 rounds in a row.
Loves minibar.
I mean, I'd put Cyber here too in the strat. Like, it makes perfect sense.
What's your calling?
Yeah. Well,
Hey man, Cyber, I need you.
Put him in minibar, and here we go. We see Diffuser wrapping around to the T karaoke side as well, but KDS very aware of it. I like that long angle as well to watch top black and see if Diffuser pops up, and I take the DMR over the FMG9 on this set of engagements.
I mean, in the right hand, it absolutely tears through pretty much every single fabric-like wall of this. They can't even get their way up towards the top of the black stairs. Handy's holding them off for now, and pre-firing, pre-aiming. Doesn't need to sit around and take that engagement forever, Handy, because he knows the longer he's there, the more likely one of Diffuser's friends is going to show up and maybe try and put pressure elsewhere.
If you actually see the outlines right now, there's nobody actually inside of Drag. Okay, Souls, I was about to say, just walks in there to make sure nobody hops in the window that Handy's right behind. So they are holding on to this quite well. FaZe really keeping Beast Coast at bay at the moment, and they've tried to add this T karaoke dimension with how good FaZe are holding on. If they get a 5v4, they can retreat pretty quickly. Pretty easily, too.
That's the sort of thread right here is Cotton now takes a big chunk of damage as well. There's no direct fights that are happening. They haven't been able to find a single step in. The pressure's coming up from underneath. There's a shotgun of Vidiking. He's about to try and make a friend, and there's still not the confidence to go for the pressure itself. Kaveni, he's coming around the back end. Vidiking's already sort of read it. There's the crossfire. He read it a little bit too slow, but they do get one back in. Cyber gets the cover. On towards the split. Spirits is gone. They're stepping themselves in. 30 seconds. A mistimed moment there. The Swing and the Nook still trying to fight these fights, but two Beast Coast players stuck on the door. One gets the trade. They're able to somehow, but not for very long, have the advantage at 1 versus 1. Everything happened around the terrace side, and now Kaveni, who opened up the pressure, is looking for the last swing. He knows pretty much exactly where he is, but pretty much isn't good enough.
Ooh, okay. I'm getting a little nervous. Beast Coast have a lot of fight in these mid rounds. And unfortunately, 2 rounds in a row, it's flip the map, like flip the sides of the map. It's basically the exact same story at the beginning of that roam clear. Beast Coast in round 7 sit inside or around Exhibition and Office for 2 minutes, but Kavini's able to get a double kill. They convert the round afterwards. Round 8, Beast Coast sit inside and outside Tia Karaoke for 2 minutes. And nobody gets a multi-kill, but Beast Coast's individual performance, their fragging, has been very, very good so far, and they're still able, after all those engagements, to get the 3v2. And with how far up KDS was pushed, I was a little concerned after Diffuser got team flashed, because he was going to swing around, kill KDS.
Yep.
Nothing happened. KDS goes 1 for 1, but Beast Coast, to their credit, in a best of 1, they're hitting their shots consistently. And even if I think the overall strategy and game plan is a bit lacking right now, they are hitting the shots they need to hit, and it's keeping it competitive with FaZe.
We have a very brief technical pause, hopefully. We're just getting things back in. A problem happens, and we fix them. We're just that... We don't fix them.
I'm over there. I'm soldering.
Yeah?
Possibly welding.
You don't know how long the cables are for our headsets. And how far away we are from the players.
And also, we got one of those, like, you know, those machines that, like, yeah, I can do, you know, I'm in, like, Bangkok, Thailand, and I'm doing surgery in London, England.
Oh, yeah, like one of those, we spent a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what I got to fix the PCs.
On a surgical computer to fix them from range.
Well, the computer's not surgical.
No, that's why I think it's a bad investment from our side.
The computer can't do surgery?
I think we probably should have got...
Are you a machine functionalist?
What?
That's a philosophy that tries to simulate the mind as a computer, as a thinking machine.
Yeah, well, we are machines.
Are we?
Beep, boop, beep. We're back in the game. See, I'm a machine and I know this.
How do you know? We're watching the players right now.
How do I know? Because of the machine.
It's because Cyber's locked in.
It cost us 15 billion.
15 billion?
Yeah, you and I need to have a talk about our finances later.
I was about to say, I asked for 20 billion in my contract.
4-4. Beast Coast, and they're on the precipice, and it becomes almost unfair to sort of say, remember this round where they could have won, because you're entirely right. We're getting both of those now. Beast Coast are putting in great fight. FaZe are making mistakes, but they also know their way around a gun, know their way around killing people in their game. So it's awkward and almost impossible to cite certain rounds because, yeah, it probably should be an even game right now. It probably should be, regardless of what you steal and what you try to put in someone else's pockets. But will the tech pause beat the drive? Neither team has called attack timeout. And you're wondering at what point might we, because we're getting closer and closer.
I would say if Beast Coast would one more attack, FaZe call attack timeout. That'd be my guess. I would actually say, I think no matter who wins this round, I would not be shocked if we see attack timeout. Even if, because let's say, all right, Beast Coast went around, have now won 2 attacks. FaZe, DEFCON 5. You're starting to lose it a little bit. If FaZe win this round and Beast Coast have a similar start to their rounds that they've had in their Chi Karaoke attack and their Exhibition Office attack, where they sit outside for 2 minutes and they only clear the roam or get an advantage because of big individual performances, then at that point you need to call the attack timeout and try to fix that. Because sure, you can hit your shots, but if FaZe are constantly out-structuring them, it's a bit difficult.
I love those plays. The quick Maverick with the player on the rappel, ready to go. You can use it to bait bandits as well sometimes. You'll sort of play the EMP, let the bandit come in, and then roll the Maverick line and then kill them. I think we saw it in OS. As one of the first times that I saw it personally. I'm sure James Devmata is somewhere is like,
I remember the clip you're talking about.
Yeah, that's right. It was in Australia, Siege.
It's like he's here with me.
It's like he's here, but unfortunately, He is.
Oh, Beast goes down to 2 drones with 1:40 seconds left.
The drone game for both teams has
It's been
a
rough.
challenge. Now, obviously, the Solace has been pretty consistent for both teams, but at the same time...
Oh, we're opening up Geisha Wall with an LMG, huh?
Oh, that's how we're doing
They
it.
don't want to rotate Gavini over. My man is locked in, apparently.
Yeah, they're going to make sure he gets his money's worth for all the bullets he's brought along with him. But at this point, okay, I was about to say, the first engagement hasn't happened. No, Gunner hops in on the back end, finds Cyber. Again, this was the catch. This was the conversation that you said about Secret when he kept on being an early body or the body that would get taken and
Wait,
sort of shift around
Beast
balance.
goes not down to 2 drones. What just happened? Am I blind?
I think you are.
I swear I saw it look like they were down to 2 drones. That's my bad. That's on me, guys. And honestly, that's even worse for FaZe because they've got Geisha control, they've got Gavini who can lurk through delivery, and they've got a 5v3. Yeah, this round is actually way better for Beast Coast than it was like 30 seconds ago.
Okay, Gunner pops his head round and pops one. There's a fight and a repel, but at the same time, look at Hotton. He's happy, he's planting, he's tucked in right inside the site itself, and bam. We're in a post-plant 5 versus 1. Gunner's got a triple, and you're sort of wondering where FaZe have been. That's 4 for Gunner. It's not always the coach that's the
You
most...
tell him, Fett.
You gotta get it out.
Tell him.
Get it out, brother.
Him and Kenny, they're both very loud coaches. Kenny, unfortunately, didn't have a lot to yell about. It's a 7-0 loss.
Yeah.
ITB to M80, but right now, as I predicted,
Look
Beast
at that.
Coast have forced the tack timeout out of FaZe, and big difference there for Beast Coast. Extremely clear and well-executed game plan. They don't go for a roam clear, they go for a heavy ISO, with the only thing, Gunner on the other side of the map taking a 1v1, then he immediately backs off and helps the team on clearing out the rest of the top floor once they go in for the execute, because Beast Coast make the decision. They say, okay, we want to get a plant inside a kitchen, we've opened up Geisha, we know nobody's playing it, we've got the cutoff if anybody rotates back, they can't play the vertical angles, and guess what? Gavini's got control of delivery, and there's nobody there. He can skeleton key open the barricade, take a fight with anybody that could be there. It was a very good read from Beast Coast, getting exactly what they needed and no more. It makes sense why FaZe are taking the tack timeout, because they would need 3 rounds in a row to close this out in regulation, and that's something that they have not really been able to do convincingly on this defensive side, considering they've only won.
Unrelated to anything serious.
That's good.
You know when coaches high-five players' fists,
Yeah.
right? And this is something Fresh said, and so I'm just going to throw... I'm not going to throw Fresh into it. Is it because the players don't want to hurt their knuckles? I don't know if Fresh was just lying.
I'm going to keep it so real. Gamers are a bunch of, like, awkward people, and I imagine just sometimes, like, you go for a high five,
They
somebody
don't
goes
always
for a
do
fist
it.
bump.
Some people do... No, it's the coach, like, sort of wraps their hand around.
I don't know, maybe they got a thing with their knuckles. I don't
Protect
know.
their knuckles. Keep them... I mean, you need...
It's a bit more intimate than a fist bump, I would say.
It's very...
Maybe that's how the coach indicates who his favorite players are for the match.
It's like a gold star
If,
chart.
yeah,
like,
if you get a fist bump, he's like, I'm not happy with you. But you get
Yeah,
the
it's
you get the hand wrapped around the fist, he's like, big dog.
You're my favorite. You're my big dog.
You're my big dog.
All right, FaZe, what was the conversation and how are you going to adapt yourself? Beast Coast, they're playing great right now. They're playing better than I thought people generally expected. Based on the predictions at the start, it was, what, 80%?
Oh, yeah, the game plan has been, I mean, on the attack, it's been a bit iffy, but that round was great from Beast Coast.
Yep. And it was led in by Gunner, getting a 4K, but 2 of those were the first 2 engagements of the game, and they were about 20 seconds apart as well. Got one, got out, got back in, got another. Will he be another pointed drive? You're on towards the starting site here, Karaoke, as they did. And remember, this was Beast Coast. They didn't have a lot, then they suddenly had everything. There was a couple of very scrappy fights that need some clarity.
And given the change we saw on Barbecue, a bit more limited of a take, and the introduction of the Blitz, I think we're going to see something similar here. Probably instead going for something more on the Blacksteer side or rushing into Geisha, but I don't think they're going to go for the full clear inside of Exhibition and Office, especially with Spirits down below. No, he's going to Deathmark Tracker it, shoot through the floor.
That's exactly what I'm excited to see. They have the rough pings. They're going to play it. They're hoping they got the right catch, and you have a little bit of time before they can really react. And there it is, underneath, firing up. Doesn't get the connection. Now the Deimos knows, but the Blitz, does he know how close he is to the fight? Yes, either side, blinded around the corner. Hot and Cold's going to get the connection, but he doesn't get the down. Great pick up there by Souls, but he can't quite get in action yet. There's also the down of Handy. One apiece. Now, the cement comes out of them. They're able to get the player back up with the Doctor, who was in a lot of charges, but as Gunner gets charged down, the rush has fallen away.
Uh-oh.
That was as close as you like. Is the doctor still in? He's now saying, he's like, yeah, it's me again.
He's like, could I get one more?
Can I get one more, please, bud? Deimos, a bullet shy of the fight. Gaveni's trying to drive in. Handy is healed once again. And I mean, at this point now, what do you do here from Beast Coast? They need to try and...
They still got to cover the diffuser. It's still dropped in Geisha.
Yeah, see if they can try and get that pressure back. There's a fight that Gaveni gets from good positioning, but now he's revealed. And now he's revealed by the bullets of Vidaking. Cyber does go down. He's got one more charge, I think, to get himself back up. But he can't. There's suddenly a 2 versus 2 Spirits. Pushes his way up the main stairs and gets a drop onto a single player. 30 seconds is a lot of time.
It is a lot of time, and there may be 2 1v1s. The Spirits goes down below. He's going to take the fight on top black. He's out of Deathmark trackers, so he can't isolate this engagement. But is he going to go for the backstab? Somebody's got to plant. It's likely Diffuser, but with these flashes in this AK, can they find this 1v1?
Oh, there's the scrappy fight over the back end of the T-room. They're able to win it out. Spirits has the connection, but 7 seconds. Vidaking, he's holding down the back of the corridor. A lot of damage to the Diffuser, but not enough. He doesn't have the explosion. The pre-fire of Spirits! Somehow, Beast Coast returned!
He's doing it on land, boys! He has returned to the international stage, and he covers Diffuser. Hot and cold, telling the team, let's lock back in. Job's not done. Beast Coast up 6-4 now on a map that this roster has not played this stage. And this org has not played in over a year. And they've got FaZe Clan on the ropes, 6-4. And I can say after that, the Diffuser just typed in chat, Sky defense, boys. And honestly, ace fair. Because the only round FaZe have on this defensive side is a Souls Gavini 1v1. If Gavini pre-fire Shrine, if he hits those shots, Beast Coast have given FaZe, not their first, but their second 7-3 loss of the tournament. If Gavini wins that 1v1 with that round we just saw. Beast Coast have played the better game on defense. Their structure looked better. And on the attack, since that barbecue round, the game plan has looked a lot better. Sure, Hot and Cold died with the Diffuser. That's whatever. But they recovered. They recovered. They played patient. They reset, and they got the round because of it.
6-4 now. This won't decide who goes home and who doesn't, but it does put FaZe, I think, 1 series away from that risk. They can still fight their way across. It goes into best of 3 territory. However, what a boon this would be for Beast Coast. The train that just keeps on chugging.
Little engine that could. I mean, I said a little engine that could. They did win the NAL. Like,
no, but that's from, regardless of who the players are, from coming together and putting the pressure in.
I'm sorry. I was like, oh, I'm going to check in with the other stream, see what's going on. Talon are up 6-3 against BDS.
What is going on?
So there is a chance BDS and FaZe could meet in the lower bracket if Beast Coast win this game.
That's who Beast Coast was celebrating. So you are sitting opposite, not the people you're playing against. We saw Diffuser pointing and celebrating with somebody on the other side. I'm assuming it's PSG Talon.
Sweeping for electronics.
Oh
the energy in this room right now.
I gotta close the laptop. I'm gonna start casting the other game. Like, that's actually insane. Anyway, back in this game.
This first pick is going to be very important. You're looking at the lineup here. Again, you've got the drive of Spirits with the Candelas, with the Ying, the control that Grim can offer. He is in such a good spot right now. And obviously, ever since coming their way back in, Gunnar had the 4K round. Only really died in the previous one. But if he can get a connection here, they can start peeling apart. They can set themselves up.
They can, but they're going for another limited take, and that means with the Ying and the Grim on the board, they need to get good value out of this utility. We see teams a lot bring these operators to great success, but teams might use all the Bs, but aren't able to push in, use all the Candelas, not able to push in. They are so powerful when used at the same time.
Cyber doing this risky little mini-bar dance again, and he wasn't quite served up last time, but you don't want to give him that first body. You don't want to give him that first engagement. Gunnar is sat, waiting, watching, wishing he could get a wing here of a very eager and active player. The tricks come out. There's the wall, but it won't matter because, look, if you put it there, that gets blown open as well. They're in, and they're blown back. KDS, a very important kill onto Hotton.
Very important kill on a Hot and Diffuser, trying to wrap around for the trade. He doesn't even get that. 5v2, the structure for FaZe 2 good. No Grim. Candela's being messed up outside. Beast Coast not closing it out 7-4.
Maybe. The nerves have connected a little bit too tight. That first kill, as I said, massively important. Great idea, but not quite netted. CyberZero still.
That's his spot.
Still in the minibar, serving up pain, which is a little glass of
MP5 bullets, I suppose.
MP5 bullets. Do not drink this at home.
Please don't.
By the signaling of the headsets, I'm not sure. I'm assuming, yep, Beast Coast calling the timeout. They want to just get their heads together. One round. One round.
Yeah. This is going to be a great day. Oh, this is going to be a good
For how
day.
quick the first 2 games were.
It's like a shot of adrenaline in my veins when I saw that PSG talent score. I'm like, oh.
Fabian's going to be unbearable.
Can you imagine?
He already is.
PSG talent beat BDS and Beast Coast beat... We were predicting, like everyone and their mother was predicting, some combination of a FaZe, BDS, and Furia final. A win for one of those 3 teams this major. And you're telling me BDS and FaZe might lose at the same time? What a funny world.
What a world.
What a world.
What a
What a
wild.
wonderful world
What a
this
wild.
could be. Great song. Good timeout for Beast Coast, honestly, because like you said, winning this attack.
One
it's
round.
going to be very important. 1 round. Because where are FaZe going to go? Where are they going to go? You've won T karaoke. Wait. Yeah, you won T karaoke. FaZe then win Exhibition and Office, as we just saw.
They've only won Exhibition and Office.
Exactly. And where are they going to go? Are you prepping for T karaoke? Or, in this case, as you now see, FaZe have gone bedroom.
Why?
FaZe have gone bedroom and bathroom. But for the same logic we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
It can catch teams off guard, and I'm being perfectly honest. Even though FaZe are fighting back, even though FaZe are just trying to get overtime, not a regulation win, on paper, I trust FaZe to properly call an attack on this site that rarely gets played than Beast Coast. Not saying I doubt Beast Coast's skill. I mean, they're 6'5" for a reason. They're performing really good. But Hot Cold, he's called before, but he's the primary caller now. A new role he stepped in on Beast Coast, being the guy leading the charge.
Yep.
This team has shown, in the first half, a little bit of shakiness when they're getting used to sites. When they were attacking all sites for the first time, save for barbecue, it took a bit to get their feet under them. They were bailed out by individual performances. It's been when they've been retrying sites that they looked a lot better. So you throw something new at them, force them to read things as it's happening in front of them. Maybe Beast Coast take 2 minutes again to clear out a round.
Getting the busy work done inside the site, first of all, and as he said, time is that worry right now. Time in how long they get themselves ready to approach. Now, when this was won by FaZe, it was very direct. They threw themselves in towards the site. They're ready for the fight, Cyber. And where else?
I'm getting flashbacks when Hyena was playing in Tellers with from MP5 ACOG. Like, this is his spot.
This is Cyber's spot. You can't knock him out. If he gets a kill from the back of this, well, I mean, it would be par for the course. He's got it a few times, but it becomes this focus of attention. You know he's just going to be doing that for a while. You know he's smart enough to not offer a full fight to you, and you know if you try and get him on the rappel, well, he's very, very quick and probably just going to shoot you in the face.
He's just playing it so smart. He keeps jiggle peeking. He's not falling to that bait that Beast Coast are going for. To his credit, like, he might have been playing there a lot of the times and not really doing anything, but he's not trolling in that position. And ultimately, when you're in this spot, just having the threat in Beast Coast's face, destroying drones, that is more than enough. And especially in Master Bedroom and Bathroom right now, holding down this top floor with Cyber as kind of the main piece of it is incredibly important. And I mentioned Beast Coast might take 2 minutes to clear out a roam again. Look what's happening. They're trying to react to what's in front of them, but it's over half the round gone, 4 drones remaining, and they haven't made a lot of progress. They've made their way into T karaoke right now, but they're still 30 seconds away minimum from clearing out this roam, especially if Handy can get a kill here.
They've also pushed up round the back. Cyber gets 2, and there's that swing round. He found himself the new position. They do find 1 on the back end of it, but with Cyber still just exploring the map, Souls gets Gaveni. Great bit of movement there from FaZe. Realized what was happening, realized the take that was coming in, and refused to fall for it. Gunner's inside the site. Now that gunfight not quite going his way means that they're well aware. Hotten's trying to do the same thing. Round the corner, gets 1 downed. The finish coming out. It's just 30 seconds of being steadily surrounded. Cannot find it. We're going into overtime, Carter.
6-6, FaZe stay alive. but it's not been a clean half whatsoever. They get a good one that round. Get a 4v2. They convert it. One of the best looking defenses we've had so far, but I'm still thinking about the fact that this game ends in regulation if Souls does not win that 1v1. FaZe are starting defense, and you think to yourself at the start of this game, oh, well, if it goes to OT, FaZe have got this in the bag. I don't know if they do. The defense looked comparatively better than the attack, but Beast Coast have looked consistently better on both of these sides, especially now. Beast Coast have seen everything. They've seen all 4 sites. You can't just throw Master Bedroom and Bathroom at them, catch them off guard. Beast Coast have seen everything right now, and when they were reattempting sites, when they were attacking things for the second time, they looked a lot better in their first attempt, so they have this experience. They've got 2 attempts on the attacking side, and going to Exhibition and Office, guess what? You know Cyber's probably going to be playing Minibar, so there's still some known quantities that you can absolutely bet on. Unless they reinforce Minibar, which would be the twist of the century.
I no longer trust the drone counter in the top left.
I saw somebody pull out their phone, and a drone went from being dead to being alive.
I think we've been...
Yeah, you think they got 2 drones left?
Okay.
I knew I didn't mistake it earlier.
So,
I knew
that's
it.
probably worth noting from now on. We will not do that. So all of the talk about FaZe's drone game being missing earlier, all of the talk about Beast Coast drone game, unfortunately, we were lying to you all.
I mean, we might not have been lying.
We were being lied to, though.
Yes.
Now they have 5 drones again. Yeah, okay. All right. What is going to be the first strike? This is the only site that has consistently been locked in for FaZe's defense. Handy on the back end is just going to give himself the chance to rotate. He doesn't want to give them a free body, and it's worth the trade in utility.
No, and having a Kiba on that, delaying Beast Coast clear, that's what this operator is for. And to FaZe's credit, Beast Coast have found their way back into rounds, but hello, Gavini. He's found a bit of a gap, Emmy.
Can he make use of it, though?
1 player in Geisha right now. He could cut him off.
I mean, he's been able to get a couple of very important kills throughout. He's been able to get big motions. King is just going to slip his way. Whether they smell blood on the water, they're not going to swim behind it to see what's there. The position is given away because ultimately time becomes a horrible factor.
They don't have anything, though. Beast Coast are still grasping for this control. They don't have anything solid. They might have been able to cut off King, but FaZe are playing it safe. They are very aware of it, but now they're sending it in.
There's the blitz, getting the swing through. Spirits gets the opener, gets time for a reload. KDS gets caught as well. Gaveni watching the very long angle. This is their best approach I think they've ever got.
Absolutely the best approach. Handy's in a really difficult spot right here because with 1:10 seconds left, you want to hold on to Dragon, hold on as long as you can, but you really have to retreat to this position. Try to dodge the flashes, hold out, but he's out of Kibas to place. Everything we see right now will stay for the remainder of the round, and Beast Coast still have that blitz. They have the ability to run into a site, apply pressure, send flashbangs ahead of them too, and really pressure this. This might need to be a throw from Beast Coast at this point because aside from that C4 from Soul, somebody's got to miss on the attacking side.
Cyber's in Cyber spot, and a blitz is trying to stop him. The impact gets a little bit of a side, but it's a scrappy fight with Cyber and Handy! Get all the lockdown on the crossfire gunner! He's trying to have an impact, but he's locked out by Cyber's
That's his spot!
favorite place! That's his spot!
The strat dictates Cyber can play one place and one place only.
Where's that place?
Give me Minibar or give him death. 4K for Cyber to put FaZe on match point and to stop. As you said, one of the best starts Beast Coast have had. They were taking a lot of time. I'm sitting there thinking, oh no, are they going to fall back into the same spot they were in the first half of the attack? Getting a lot of intel, not acting off of it. Gavini's got to piece up 2 people to get them a 5v3, and they do get a 5v3. But not from somebody going huge, but from a genuinely good clear. They use Spirits to send it in through Geisha, get that first pick. They cut off the player inside of Drum, trying to rotate back to get that 5v3. It was a good setup. Even if it took a long time to have impact, the idea was clear from Beast Coast. They got the advantage. But then FaZe, holding on. They know where the push is coming from. And I think Beast Coast, they hit the execute, getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Blitz rushes in, Handy retakes the angle, shoots in the back. 2 players die before that, losing 1v1s. FaZe needed to heat up after the secret game yesterday. Starting to heat up now with Cyber and Souls and KDS, all on double digits.
We find ourselves back towards Exhibition, a site that has been technically back and forth, but if we remember the first time it was won by FaZe on their attack, and the only time it was won by FaZe on their attack, it was down to sending it into site, getting your gunfights and getting something that, yeah, you can do it, but it's not something you can rely on independently. Beast Coast believe they can pressure that approach game and make sure it gets locked in, and that's going to be the start here. Cyber gets the eyes on towards the restaurant cross, make sure nobody is able to find their way back towards them.
Oh, Cyber. Finally, you're heating up after costing a little bit yesterday in terms of that positioning. Pinched out relentlessly by Secret. A player that needed to come into his individual form today, and he's doing it quite well. If he comes into form on attack, that'll be great too. Will Beast Coast be able to stop it if that happens? Who knows? The structure from Beast Coast has been very good on these defenses, holding down Shrine and Terrace, especially those kind of rotation positions that the defense can often get cut off on. It can be very difficult to hold. They're running the same thing back. They've got the Azami, they've got the shield, but more importantly, Vidiking has these Rotero drones. One Kiba kind of messed up the attack last time, but they were so good overall on this utility clear. If they just focus a bit more on clearing out the player from behind the Dragon, that fallback position Spirits can retake, it will go a long way for FaZe.
Cyber, huge amount of damage and a little bit more. There's the first kill in Diffuser's favor, holding out underneath and gets rid of the Ashe early.
Might be 5 and 11, but that's an impactful 5th kill to find to cut down the 13-8 Menace on the Ashe to give Beast Coast the man advantage. And Diffuser still in the win. Look at this setup right now for Beast Coast. Minute 20 seconds left. Gavini still has Drum. Spirit still has Dragon with support from Gunner behind him. And Diffuser's down below with that Solus. It's a position FaZe have been in a few times now. They're running low on time and they've got to make a decision. Will they send the guy down below, take the 1v1 with Diffuser, and try and go for that kill? Will they try to clear out this roam? They've certainly droned Gavini, and I don't think he knows it. Based on that drone that just went by him. Oh yeah, they're going for the pinch. Look at that.
I mean, yeah, he had no idea he'd been revealed at that point, covered by the angle. It was a risky position to play, and it's one that's been punished.
This is where the round's going to hinge right now. Gunner's position inside a Dragon. If this falls, FaZe have it. If it stays alive, Beast Coast will push us to 15.
But you can see they're prepped here. Usually it was just a hop in from the Shrine window, but there is 4 bodies of FaZe all lined up, ready to try and ram raid their way across the back end here now. A little bit of a rotate. Vidiking, he's going to try and pinch up the VIP stairs as well. He's the only one that's a bit solo. 3 Shrine players all stacked up. Diffuser's holding the back end. Suffers a little bit, but sees the red dot of this, the encroaching player that's entirely surrounded by 2. It's an important fight for Diffuser to win. They've pulled themselves back. Beast Coast, they're letting them in and saying, we're going to shut the door on you, but FaZe shoot back all the way across. There's the cross from Gunner and Diffuser. His 3rd in the round, and we are going to every single one of them.
What did I tell you? Dragon right there. 30 seconds left. Too low time. And Beast Coast make a little bit of a risky call, but one that ends up paying off. They give it up. They stop actively holding it. They fall back to House. They fall back to Exhibition. And if FaZe push in quickly while they're rotating, they could very well have lost that round if FaZe move quickly, but they don't. And then Diffuser, with that intel down below at bottom house to get that kill, destroy the players on the back line. What can FaZe do but sprint in through one door with only 10 seconds left? Beast Coast, a very well-played defense. And Emmy, I know you're jumping for joy right now. Why is that?
Because where do they go? Where do you go? Because nobody is enjoying Geisha this game.
Chekhov's bed.
People are having a back and forth. We're back in the bedroom, but FaZe, they're technically 100% on it. They won it on their attack. They won it on their defense. This is the problem here. Statistically, numerically, spiritually, emotionally.
Not emotionally for me right now.
It's not a fantastic sight to hold on your defense, but you can hold it. There are ways. And this is something that both these teams know. Beast Coast, you're looking at a ship that is sailing and is sailed through a lot of storms, but it is a little bit broken. It's a little bit knocked aside. There are loose planks you can pull apart and maybe find a plot. Remember, somehow against all the tide of it, even though they lost, Beast Coast suddenly had 2 players in the site. There are ways here.
There are ways.
Just 1 round, and it's bedroom.
2 minutes and 35 seconds. It's going to end one way or the other. Will it be FaZe going to the promotion or Beast Coast with the promotion? Based on those cheering, I think somebody might have just got upset. We'll have to see, though. Gunner's certainly angry after that kill. Handy cuts down Gunner. 5v4 established now for FaZe. They've got the advantage. Beast Coast need to go for this clear now. Down a man, especially the Ying 2, no Candelas. You want to clear the path for the Blitz ahead of them to get Spirits that control, get him that pressure, and some easy pickings once he actually pushes on that clear or that site. But now with that gone, now with that advantage in FaZe's favor, they can play a bit more passive.
Such a sort of role now, such a risk. Spirits, he knows how to handle a blitz. He knows how to handle his positioning and vicinity towards the fight ahead of them, and that's exactly what we talked about before, is they found a punch when everything was going against them beforehand. They're trying to build on the far end. They're trying to get that delivery line into their control and just encircle around. They're tiptoeing and dancing on a fight that FaZe is sitting patiently waiting on.
They are. They're ready for it. Look at this long angle. Spirits might run in, but FaZe still have the vertical angles too in the 4v5. Beast Coast are getting a bit too linear for my liking. If this blitz push doesn't work out, if they commit to it and then he falls, there's no way for Beast Coast back in. There's no time to recover. This is round 15 after all.
They force him off the long angle. Vidaking has to send his way upstairs, but Diffuser knows that pressure might come from behind him. If they lose one more body, it's done, and Handy was the start. Spirits, you are the start of a train, the little engine that could. Can it still do? Diffuser gets Handy. We're about to see some roll of the smoke. They cover the long angle. Vidaking, he just hits with the rhythm of a man trying to kill, but KDS, he's the important one. They're planting, they're blinding, they're bashing, and they're breaking their way through on the side. It's a post plant. FaZe could not hold off, but they do suddenly find 1.5. So it's only 2 standing players, Gaveni and Hot and Cold, hoping for this lock. Spirits is back up. Somehow they've been able to get the shield back in play. 30 seconds. A bit of a C4. Doesn't quite get a connection. Now with Spirits tucked, he cannot play the angle. There is FaZe! Unfortunately, one step too much. Beast Coast gave it everything and then some more. But FaZe are still somehow that step ahead.
But if there's anything we can learn, it is that in Manchester, God certainly can bleed. And being the favorites does not mean your day will necessarily come. BDS losing to Talent and FaZe 1 round away from losing. There is a winnable game for Beast Coast, a 1v1. If Gavini kills Souls, Beast Coast wins 7-3 in regulation against FaZe. He doesn't. And in the long game, the system from FaZe prevails, and a heart-wrenching loss for Beast Coast. A win that they, honestly, based on that play for a lot of that half, deserve. I think FaZe still looking very problematic, a bit cold as well from yesterday. Better in the kills overall, 3 players with double digits. But that structure that has seemed so reliable, indomitable from FaZe so often, it's still looking like it's got cracks in it.
I mean, as close as it could possibly be. FaZe's run so far, a 3-7 loss, a 7-5 win, and an 8-7 win. They're tournament favorites. They've come off the back of one of the best years of Siege any team has ever played. It's not looking fantastic at the same time. Beast Coast, again, a huge fight. We wondered why Skyscraper. They had a game here.
They did.
They could have had the game here.
Especially with this individual performance. I mean, sure, you look at Cyber 16 kills and you're thinking, wow, you know, clearly FaZe were in the lead, but Gavini, Spirits, and Gunner were 3 of the best players we had that entire time, all dropping double digits as well, all having a bit of an impact. Sure, Hot and Cold and Diffuser weren't big factors, but think about this, 2 of Diffuser's kills, that flank in the first round, then that next kill on House Stairs, he was having high impact moments, Hot and Cold as well, calling this game. Beast Coast showing a lot of promise, and I've been very harsh on FaZe, to be fair, so I will give them credit. Overall, it was a better game than yesterday, especially against Secret, and honestly, better than the game against Liquid as well. It's the best they've looked so far, but we're grading them on a different curve. Beast Coast is a new roster, FaZe are tournament favorites.
Yep.
FaZe aren't necessarily playing in tournament-winning form right now, but they're getting better, and that's important considering how yesterday went.
I mean, you have to give credit to Beast Coast, but unfortunately, you also have to give them the barrel of a gun. You have to look at them now facing down a single series to separate whether they stick around or whether, unfortunately, They're going to be one of those teams that is left watching. FaZe will not entirely progress yet. They're sort of still in the middle, still hanging out. They still have time to improve and get themselves more locked in, but there needs to be that next gear for them.
It does. FaZe need to heat up a little bit more, I think, to really build and fulfill a lot of the people's wishes, which is to see FaZe bounce back from that loss in SI, the World Championship that still, in my opinion, I think is rightfully theirs. But to see them bounce back and actually win the Manchester Major, more work needs to be done because Furia are showing up. But BDS and FaZe, the other two, and with BDS's loss in that close game from FaZe.
We got to go see it now. So we're going to throw to a break. I'm going to go watch this game because I need to know how much Fabian's going to talk about this. I'll see you later.
it's time to say goodbye to a team here in Phase 2.
Yeah.
We already lost some teams in the play-ins back in Phase number 1. And the number 2 seeded team in Brazil has had a rough go of it. Let's start with talking about E1 as they go up against Cyclops Athlete Gaming.
Yeah, so one thing, right? We started casting them here to be in Phase 2 together, and you said Ems is the man to look out for, and I said Arthur is the main guy. They're the bottom 2 worst-rated players in this entire tournament so far for teams that are still here. Massive poop. Not great, right? And those are the big hype players that we talk about. If they're not showing up, of course, they're not going to succeed.
They're 2 of the lower-rated players on the team through this event. Emts, as we talked about, actually was atop the standings for E1 for a great deal of this stage, but has had a very rough go of what is effectively the debut for most of this E1 sports team on not LAN, but international competition.
Yes.
We obviously casted E1 yesterday, and one of the things we discussed was that Brazil does have kind of a unique situation, given that they play all of their matchups on LAN, so it's not like they're not used to the LAN build. But international competition's a different thing.
It is, and experience matters, and that's what they're getting right now. We've cast both their games. This morning, I was in the elevator with 3 of the players from E1, and I was like, good luck today, later today, guys. And I, thank you. They're like, are you casting us? I was like, yeah. I was like, I also cast you the first 2 times. And they said, can you please not cast us? I said, sorry, but we kind of have to. So they think we're cursing them, Parker.
Well, their record with us wasn't very good here, but
bad.
we also casted them almost every day in Brazil.
True. And
So their victories in Brazil,
thanks to us.
thanks to us. You're
Obviously.
very welcome, E1. And I mean, yeah, second place team in Brazil. That means they placed ahead of the defending world champions. The
Yep.
only team in Brazil that statistically did better than them was FaZe Clan.
Yep.
FaZe Clan were just in action. Not to spoil the results for you, but they did win in their matchup. But
did.
boy, oh boy, did Beast Coast give them a run for their money on that skyscraper map. The opponents for E1 are a team that hails all the way from Japan. If you've watched any international event before, you know exactly who they are. Cyclops Athlete Gaming, or CAG as they are most oftenly referred to as, are a team that has been to almost every single international event over the last 5 years. But you wouldn't know it if you watched only the live portion of the events, because these are players that unfortunately tend to be perennial 16th to 12th
Yep.
place. They don't ever make it out of groups. They almost never make a deep run. So what are the expectations for this team today?
It's really tough because CAG, as you said, they make every single event, but they don't really seem to improve even a little bit. It's always the same kind of top 16 finish, go home early, etc. I think CAG E1 is a beautiful story for one of these teams to go home because they are proving that they are not the worst team here. Because frankly, CAG and E1 have looked like, I would argue, literally the bottom 2 teams here in phase number 2. So the winner deserves to stay, but have a long path ahead of them. When it comes for CAG, they have massive consistency issues. They have a player like Shurip going plus 20 on the, or not an entry, but in KD rather, but Blackray being negative 16. So they have individual performances that fluctuate so much. Not every single player is working together every single round or even every single map. That is a massive problem for them.
If you're unaware, we have 2 streams running for the entirety of Phase 2, or enough teams to warrant 2 full streams. On the main channel, Bliss and Team Secret, both undefeated in this second phase of the Major. One of those 2 teams will be the first team to clinch a spot in the playoffs, meaning you will see them on the main stage on Friday here in Manchester. Lanchester, some would even say. Will it be Bliss, the Australian team that has surprised us? They had 2 grueling matches yesterday. Or will it be Team Secret, who's also surprised us? On this channel, obviously, we have an elimination matchup. And if you're curious, we will once again find ourselves with a qualification and an elimination match to end the day.
Yep.
Team Liquid and Space Station will be on the main channel. We will be saying goodbye to one of those 2 teams. Some animal noises right now coming from the bullpen.
Very
I don't
interesting.
really know what that is, and I'm curious if the mic is picking it up, but somebody was moaning, groaning. I'm not really sure. I don't know if you heard that, but
Yeah.
on this channel, by the way, our second matchup of the day is going to be a fascinating one.
Yep. Got a little bit of Furia versus Bleed action. And
Why'd you say Furia first?
because they're the reigning world champions. Come on, Parker. Like, so if you don't know, right? Furia right now, it's the core of that W7M World Championship roster from last year. That's not Furia. And I'm gonna say them first because they are the team to look out for right now. Against Bleed, who has been good, but they're not Furia level good.
Now, Just so you know what's going on both of those channels, so you can set your dial accordingly. If you're old enough to remember TVs that have dials, I don't think a lot of the people that are watching probably remember it. Do you?
I didn't have them, but know what they look like.
When we used to go, we'd go to a cottage every now and then, and it had one of those TVs with the dials that you have to turn it to go to the channel. That was, of course, before remote controls existed, and now everybody just uses, some people even use their phones to control their TVs.
Crazy concept.
Technology is really a wild thing. As for this matchup, you're probably wondering, where are we going to play? Well, it's a best of 3. One of the things that are new to this situation and to this major is that in order to qualify for the playoffs, you got to go through a best of 3. If you're going to be eliminated, you got to lose a best of 3. That's basically how it works. So, what maps are going to be played? Well, we'll see here right now. Labs is gone. That was a map that E1 liked, but ultimately didn't do so well on yesterday, but it still should be somewhat comfortable ground for them. Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and Border also removed from action. E1 banning Border, which was one of the maps that CAG played yesterday, so both of them opting not to go there. Chalet will be map number 1. It was picked by CAG. Cafe picked immediately by E1. The tiebreaker, how are we feeling about an Oregon?
I mean, Oregon would be a stable class one to end things off, and of course, Bank being removed, so that leaves... Oregon banned console. Okay. I was gonna say maybe we actually could get there. I like this for CAG actually. I think they're gonna go for Border or Chalet as their first map, bring the chaos, and we know CAG historically they do like playing Chalet a ton. But I do think that going into Cafe and Consulate is going to favor E1, the more restricted kind of maps where CAG won't have as much freedom. So for CAG right now, you have to win your own map pick of Chalet. Otherwise, I certainly think it's game over for them.
Neither of these teams have played up to their potential so far through this event, but it's worth noting that they've both just played a single map series twice. 2 maps, that's it. CAG played 2 maps, lost both of them. E1 played 2 maps, they lost both of them. That's really not that much. Now, if this was a best of 3, then you could say, okay, well, at minimum, you've played 4 maps at this point. Not the case. And now, in order to go home, you got to play in 1 best of 3. When it comes to the size of your map pool, typically, the more experienced team will have the deeper map pool. CAG is undeniably the more experienced of these 2 squads internationally, but experience isn't all that matters because, again, these are perennial contenders, but they never make that deep run. So if you look at this CAG roster, and we got to watch both CAG and E1 play yesterday, we casted their matches. What is the win condition for CAG here?
So, the one thing they've not been doing this event so far that normally they do tend to do quite often is that they're aggressive, they're unpredictable, they're chaotic, they catch their opponents by surprise, and it sounds simple, but that's always been the story for CAG. That's how they play. So far in this tournament, they look timid, a little bit scared, a little bit confused, and they're not on the same page. You'll have one player storming the building and another one, the same team, standing really far outside, holding an extremely passive angle, waiting for something to happen. It doesn't seem like they have the exact same approach to the current meta of the game, and that's just something that a lot of teams actually are struggling with right now at this event. They're trying to figure out their identity in this new space of Rainbow Six Siege with the operators that are in the map pool, the meta changes, the shield rework, etc. Some teams figured out faster than others, and for both E1 and CAG, I don't think they know exactly where they want to place themselves in that pool of opportunities. When it comes to CAG and map pool, yeah, they have more experience, but when you play in APAC, basically you don't push yourself or your opponents as hard as other regions because there's worse practice domestically, whereas E1 they play in Brazil, they play the likes of Furia, Liquid, and FaZe every single week. They will have pushed themselves to a bigger map pool, likely because they play better teams on average. So I actually think that's also why E1, they kind of won out in the draft right now, in my eyes here, getting both Cafe and Consulate up against CAG.
It's one of those few matches where, now that I'm unsure of what's going to happen.
I'm a little bit unsure.
I'm a little bit unsure, and I think the big reason for that is just it's E1. Honestly, I mean, I don't know how to rate this team at this current moment. Because there was a very clear narrative around E1 in Brazil, right? Yeah. Every single match that they won prior to the playoffs came against opponents that were below them in the standings. Then they hop into the playoffs and they defeat Black Dragons and the new W7M roster.
2-0, both games.
A very surprising result. Well, CAG's no slouch, for sure. But again, with the entire body of work that we can look at in CAG, this is a team that usually goes out right here, right now.
Exactly.
So CAG will have to beat previous history to overcome our expectations. As for E1, this could be the end of the road for their international debut. Which would obviously be devastating for a team that is listed as the second best in Brazil. And again, I will remind you, second best in Brazil means that they are better than Liquid and the defending world champions of Furia, though their regular stage performance certainly wouldn't show that. Operator bands rolling in as we get underway with Chalet.
Oh, I love this. E1 Arthur, he loves to play the Monty back in Brazil, also has played here at international grounds as well, Manchester. But despite that, E1, they're paying that massive respect card saying, hey, we know CAG, they're one of the OG Monty playing teams. We're going to ban it on Chalet. Despite the fact that E1 is starting on the attacking side, now they can no longer utilize that operator on their first half. Ying, of course, first operator banned by CAG themselves. No big surprise there. Same for Asami. Meta operators that we tend to see being banned almost every single time on Chalet. And then that final operator ban. Did I see what that was? A castle? Yep. A castle ban on Chalet. It's not like a massive, why would they do that? It's more of like a, this doesn't happen all that often because most teams would like to have that extra cover on the upstairs bomb sites of like Master Bedroom, or if you're defending Kitchen and extending up into Master Bedroom, you would like him there as well. And when you combine the castle with the Asami ban, you don't actually have any kind of exterior defensive utility pieces to fortify the bomb site from like the windows, those long lines of sight. So this Chalet match will have a lot of open angles from very far away, and that's definitely going to favor the attack that has those zoom scopes and arguably better weapons on average.
We've been seeing a lot of castle play here, and I think a big part of that as well is just the ACOG.
Yeah, it was true, yeah.
There's a lot of ACOG operators that are being brought. You know, we talk about how they're usually the MP5s. Malusi, Wamai, Doc, Rook, though Doc and Rook's pick rate are non-existent at this point. Even Malusi hasn't been played all that much. It's been a lot of castle. It's been a lot of Wamai. Only a handful of defenders got access to those ACOGs. So if you want to take long-range engagements, if you think that you are the better team when it comes to shooting, then you're going to gain some serious value here, and Shiraniko seems to think that. Immediately, the Soulless gambling their life, taking out Flastry. Goodbye to the Twitch.
This is a really good sign though, because just about what a minute or two ago saying CAG, they gotta be unpredictable and aggressive and in their face. First round spawn peak with success. That's gonna be like, oh, how did I die to that, right? You're playing Twitch, it's an active drone that you want to be using the entire round. Twitch's value is at its highest in the beginning of Chalet, just like Bra right now from Ems. You can get in the building, either hack those default cameras or remove them from action by using the Twitch drone to sap them. So massive value lost early. That's the first layer for CAG. Second layer, they have pre-placed C4s on the rappel in for Solarium. They play the sound cue, second kill goes out. CAG with a clear game plan so far, and it's paying off already.
Well, if you're E1 and you like to live and thrive in the chaos of being a good shot, then boy, oh boy, you got to ensure you're actually winning those duels. And right now, the one player remaining that has a kill on the side of E1, the only kill on the whole team, is Perez. Took down Shiraniko. Solus as an operator is good at all times of the round, but is especially good in the final moments when you know that diffuser is being planted and you can exactly pinpoint the location. Said attacker carrying it in. It's interesting that Perez is the one with the case, given that he has been far and away their top performing player since E1 joined the Brazilian League. He was sensational yesterday. Anaton taking out Emps, who seemed to have entried on his own. Now it's STK and Perez miles apart. I'd love to know what's going on in that other broadcast because, dear Lord, they are loud. Perez nearsighted. It's Black Ray on library stairs to finish him off. STK in Mudroom takes out Shureep, who decides to challenge this for some particular reason. Literally cannot get out of that room outside of the doorway. Chibisu swinging on to STK, final player, and, well, hard to recover from that round after losing Flastry early on. CAG takes the very first round.
I'm curious if what we're hearing might actually be the CAG players the entire time. I'm gonna check if the other stream is actually live, because I thought there was a halftime show or something. Because I'm thinking this could be a mental thing for CAG. You know, we saw them lose yesterday. They were still smiling, having a quote-unquote good time, all things considered. And they have been a team that, yes, they have early exits, but they take it pretty well usually. But if the vibes are down and you're not feeling it as a team, and you're not feeling like you can freely play the game, you feel a little chained mentally. I can't go for risky play because it's a bad idea. What if we lose the round? It feels like they're freeing themselves up right now, just playing the game true to their nature and not having too many worries in the server. And it's something that we see happen quite often. We saw BDS earlier today up against PC Talon. Every single round BDS lost. The players on BDS aside, they look destroyed mentally. They look outright sad and so much frustration on their faces every single time they would lose a round of the match. It was like, CAG right now, they're screaming every kill they get, building up that vibe, building up that environment, and riding that momentum. And that spawn peak was a great way to start it off as well. So they take the first round. The other game just started. They're doing operator bends.
Yeah, so our producer told us while you were talking that they have not even played a single round yet. So it's definitely a mental game. I heard some barking over there.
Okay.
Bark for excitement now. We're on just a bunch of dogs. I don't know.
Love that.
No early engagement, by the way, this round.
I mean, they're trying for it.
Maybe I spoke a little too soon. Shureep had an angle for just a second. Do you go for the run out and try to get back through trophy? I don't think so.
Can't get too crazy with it. I mean, there's a spawn peak that is risky, and then there is spawn rushing, which is silly when you go into their spawn, essentially. But I like this early aggression right now. It's slowing down E1. It's been 50 seconds. They're all outside the building, on windows, holding angles, and still losing gunfights, but a trade this time, though. And Perez jumps on in. Can there be a trade? Shureep, come on. Oh!
Nitro Cell from Black Ray saves his teammate for a second, and honestly, Perez dying is all you really need for CAG. Arthur will confirm the kill. Upstairs now. Continuing on with that diffuser. Emps is not too much farther ahead. The Buck will need to take up space at some point and begin hard or soft destruction inside of Library.
A big thing here for E1 is to try and match the aggression, because when you're on the attacking side, you need to try and control the pace of these rounds. The fact that Perez and Flash just fly in the window, fly in the building, and get things done, it is actually a really good thing, because otherwise you're locked outside the building. Yeah, it costs you 2 bodies, but you're down to a 3-on-3. It's equal numbers. You still got hard destruction and soft destruction, and you set yourself up in this round for E1, that is, to actually have a fighting chance and not get locked out. So it might look a bit desperate, but I think E1 is making the right play by matching CAG 1-to-1 right now in that early stage of the round.
Bomb located by attackers.
SDK now blowing things up inside a lobby. Emp's not far removed from him. Arthur must stay alive as the last remaining hard breacher. I imagine at some point you want to go towards, there you go, the main breach. Arthur will get the snowmobile wall open. Second exothermic charge will usually go over on that wine wall, but I don't know if he'll have time to reposition with 30 seconds left. Now it's Emps and SDK to march down blue stairs, but they blind themselves. Anatun with 1. Emps with 2 kills, asserting himself in this position, and now it's Black Ray to defend against the last 2 players. Spotted out and completely lost as to where the last remaining E1 body was. Neither of these teams able to escape each other. Relatively even rounds. Both rounds 1 and 2, and it's a tie game.
A very good use of bodies there from the side of E1. Every single death that they had, it got them something. Either map control, a good trade, or in that, end of the round, the beginning of the execute. What do you do against a shotgun on blue staircase? You have 2 players. One throws a flash, you peek them together, and you might lose 1 player to the shotgun, but the second player will trade you, so it's a 1-for-1 equalization, but you get blue stairs control. And the cherry on top, the player behind the Buck got the second follow-up kill shortly after as well, so the 2-for-1 trade favoring E1. And this is something that you cannot value your life in Siege too highly if you're playing a Thermite or a Bravo or an IQ thinking, I need to breach, I need to drone, etc, etc, etc. Sometimes you have to just get active and enable somebody else, and sometimes the best way to do that is to just be the bait. You go in knowing you're likely going to die, but your teammate has your back, you trust him, you trust the system, and success can come your way. So E1 problem solving very quickly here and adapting pretty well to the situation, likely because E1 themselves, they love to play this same kind of playstyle back in Brazil. They've not had that success translating that to international stage just yet, but they're so familiar with it that they can recognize it, adapt to it, and actually just flip it up from one round to another.
One of the things that was most evident about BlackRay in their previous matches was that he's really not the entry player that CAG needs. Very poor entry stats, poor roaming stats. So what do? Well, maybe put him on safer roles, where he'll be playing sheltered minutes. You saw it on the Mirror in the previous round. Now on the Valkyrie. You look at the lineup that CAG has. There's plenty of opportunities to roam. I don't think that BlackRay will be quite as active, given that there's both a Vigil and a Solus available for the defenders. And no, BlackRay will now hold down the Mirrors just above the bomb site of Kitchen, first floor. First logic bomb's gone off. CAG can deal with that because of the mute jammer that they have access to. All 4 of them will stomp those logic bombs.
No bandit in place, so walls can open up. So with the assignment cancel ban, they're playing the Mirror to kind of get that safety net, but now the wall gets blown up. But again, every single time CAG, they win the gunfights early on.
Perez is good enough for 1 kill most of the time. BlackRay just flattens them, but doesn't look in the right direction. As there's Flastry, who's had very limited impact so far in this matchup. Ems was trying to get the cams before getting blown sky high for a C4 down below. Chibisu claiming that one. Diffuser in the hands of the Jackal. Just under half of the round gone.
This is not the same story as last round where E1 traded bodies 1-1, because now they're down a player, of course, and they have Jackal. They can maybe isolate one player, find them with the footsteps, for example, but everyone's downstairs. CAG, they know when to lash out. Now they're falling back, playing very close together in West Main and by Kitchen. Relatively speaking, they have 1 C4 as well. Anakin with C4 in hand right now, waiting for the right time to toss it out. Waiting for a sound cue. Here's something left, right. A big guessing game. If the C4 lands, it almost ensures the fact that CAG will find this victory in this round. But just gonna hold on to it. Very patient man here from Anakin.
Gotta be very cautious about now how you get inside the building. Jumping in windows when you're most vulnerable.
True.
Other than maybe on Repel, but they've cleaned up Repel, I feel like.
It's so much nicer now, actually. Very smooth.
Developers changing the Repel animation. It's time for STK to go because Flashtree gets down, and there you go. Vaults in, and within a second, the round is over. CAG had locked down the bomb site, and E1 just had no tools to deal with the entrenched CAG defense.
So this pretty much comes down to the first minute and a half or so of the round. That's going to define, very likely at least, who's going to come out on top here, because there are so many deaths early on. And as I was saying, CAG, they, have the assignment cancel ban against them. They optimized for a Mirror upstairs to force E1 to problem solve, and they didn't have an Ash. So they got to exothermic charge the wall, breach it open, take it step by step, and most teams, logically speaking, when you breach that first line of defense and office wall with the Mirror window, they're going to fall back into master bedroom, solarium, bathroom, etc. They're going to go backwards. No. CAG, they moved into their opponent with 3 separate players, winning the majority of the gunfights, and even after getting the first couple of kills, they ran all the way into a lobby. They are just running at their opponent and playing what looks like a ridiculous playstyle, but they're doing it together and it works. BlackRay, who's had a really bad tournament so far, going minus 16 on his kills versus death ratio, the worst in his team by far, is now 3-2. He's positive by playing this kind of playstyle. Every single player from CAG is either even 1-1, Shuribi is 2-2 for example, or they're positive. Shiriniko, last round 2-3, but he got traded by his teammate. There is still value being had there, even if he didn't get the kill himself.
One of those 2 kills came in the very first round, the very first kill of the matchup actually. It was hugely impactful to remove Flashtree. Denied E1 those Twitch drones, which would have come in very handy in round number 1. Survived to the bitter end of the round, but hasn't needed to be much more impactful since. Gone 6, blowing open a barricade. That's the first floor, seemingly, or at least some of it seemingly in control of E1.
They slowed things down here. I like this from CAG, right? They go fast, fast, fast. Now they're playing very default bar defense. They're playing shields top blue, playing mezzanine library, playing with just one guy on the bomb site itself, and they're playing utility with the Wamai. So now E1, they got a problem solve with utility instead of gunplay and bodies. It's a very different playstyle. But look at this. Fire goes out. The crosshair's there. Does a bit of damage onto Shironiko. He falls back to site, but it costs a lot of time for E1.
Black Rays having a significantly better game playing on these sheltered roles. Don't really need to hold much map controls. You can just sit pretty either in the bomb site or near it. Flashtree dying first again. That's not good with those logic bombs. Half of the round and CAG just survives that scare.
Yeah, the whole thing for E1 is that they should get at least one kill or do it very quickly. They've done it slowly and they got no kills. Oh, there we go. That's a trade 4-4. The hands are back.
Now it's Anderton to turn tail, try to run, but Arthur is there. A nice insurance policy for E1. They've drawn even. Shironiko and STK on very similar levels of HP. Same, but different.
Same, but different.
Final minute, and you look. The only utility remaining are those 3 canisters of bees. Today is International Bee Day, by the way.
Oh, happy Bee Day.
And we are in the city of the bees.
True. Manchester.
For those that don't know, the bee is one of the main symbols representing this city.
So you got 3 of them left. 2 of them now to go. So getting the bees on the bomb side, entering either from the hatch drop or from the lobby portion could... Wait, injured? Just out of nowhere?
Chibisu swinging, and now Emps needs to do more work. As Shironiko and Chibisu double up for CAG. Emps tantalizingly close to the bomb site. The moment he looks to the right, he's punished from the left. Shironiko and Backbar playing a very, very tight angle.
Was that a frost mat? I didn't hear a bullet. It was a frost. Okay, so I was saying, I didn't hear a bullet being fired, and it's just on the ground. There was, in fact, a frost mat at the bottom of lobby stairs.
Is that the sound that somebody makes when they step into a frost mat? Oh, my leg.
My leg. Help me out.
Obviously, those of you don't have access to the camera footage, but Nick almost just tripped over the chair.
I did. I almost tripped and fell.
Because when he went, he leaned backwards as if to pantomime to all of you who are not able to see him. He hit the leg of the chair and almost fell. Imagine you hit the ground and...
Suffering the same fate as E1 that round, losing, that is. I mean, I like, again, what CAG they're doing right now. It's very efficient. It's much more like them. I mean, if you are curious about CAG or you like them as a team, you're a big fan, you can go back and watch their previous 2 games here in Phase 2 and you can say, where were they before? Because they have not played like this until this moment. Now, this is Chalet. It's their map pick. This is where we expect CG to do well and to have that kind of confidence. So we have to keep our eyes peeled for the following map off Cafe, and if we need to, third map is Consulate, because they play out in a very different way than this map of Chalet. So far though, 3-1 scoreline, and they're both working E1 in the early stages with the roam game, the spawn peaks, the aggression, and now they start to play more and more utility. The Capcan traps, the Goyo canisters, the mirror windows. E1 had to constantly change the operator lineup to be, okay, Capital Grim. Now we gotta get the Ram and the Ash, for example, soft destruction. The only consistent thing right now is Arthur is pretty much on hard support duty on Thermite. Everything else around him is constantly changing to try and problem solve all these steps.
E1 has not done a very good job of drawing blood first this round. Bucks that trend as Arthur starts off the killing, but Shu Reap immediately equalizes. STK 1-5, and not just 1-5, but when you want to attack this bottom floor bomb site, you usually need a lot of soft destruction, especially when it comes to clearing out the defenders down below through that main lobby. Well, looked like 1, maybe 2 of those boogie drones went off, so some utility will die with STK. Means that the defenders will sit a little bit safer in the bomb site.
Second step, though, for E1. I mean, they had an idea, they had a plan, and now they're rotating. Very, like, lack of information, right? They're just kind of going from trophy kitchen side back to fireplace main lobby. But they need to enter the building. Both Flashtree and Perez still outside, waiting for the right amount of information, perhaps. We see Flashtree droning for a very long time, checking out the mirror window, the default cams, etc. And I think CAG right now, they're getting a bit nervous because they don't know what's happening because it's so quiet on the server. When attackers aren't making a lot of noise, you're thinking, hey, where could they be? When you don't have a Valkyrie, you just do not actually know what's happening. So Be careful, CAG. Move too far, might get shot on the side. Stand still for too long, they might just push the bomb side.
And this was the one bomb site that E1 has won on. So
yeah.
Showing some success before, but they did have quite a numbers advantage before they actually decided to go for an actual execute. This is quite the extended roam at the moment for CAG. Flastry will look for an opening through Big Garage. A huge gap in the wall, looking deep into the wine bomb site. Flastry just needs to play this slow. If there's a flanker that wants to go down West Main, he could possibly catch it. But Shurip's looking for the drop. Flastry's backing up. This will be something that is heard. Jibisu taking some damage. Cannot be secured, though, because Shurip comes to the rescue. For a brief second, it looked like Arthur wanted to get Diffuser down. He and Emps doubling up on kills now. Nitro Cell goes out by Black Ray, but it's shot. He now needs to deal with those stairs. A great shot by Black Ray, but he can't connect. He was left alone in the bomb site for the second time, and he meets the same fate as he did just a few rounds prior. Both of E1's victories on attack, coming at the expense of CAG on the bottom floor bomb site.
And both teams playing really well in the 4 versus 4 because they both had a really good idea of what they wanted to counter their opponent. CAG, they're gonna swing out from the bomb side and flank the big car garage. We saw that from Shurip, he got the kill, but then E1, they strike back themselves. They might have lost their flank on the back end, but they had their frontal execute still. Lobby hedge drop, fireplace staircase, and of course the exterior breach to the bomb side. So yeah, they lose a player, but guess what? CAG, they lose the side, the bomb starts going down, and you gotta play retake all of a sudden. Good shots were hit by CAG, but the positioning game much stronger from E1. And despite E1 actually winning it out, they will call a tactical timeout to figure out what they can solve for this final attacking round, and of course probably also discuss the future rounds on defense, likely a playstyle choice, a stylistic choice, maybe the coach saw some big weaknesses on the side of CAG that they could abuse themselves.
Really quite an interesting time for this timeout to be called from E1, by the way. Usually you don't see teams call their only timeout with 1 round left in the first half.
And when they win the round as well.
Obviously, there's something that they assess is wrong with their attacks. This is their map, or this is CAG's map. So if you're E1, you're going up against your opponent, and it's their map, you need to work maybe a little bit harder. As we always say whenever a timeout comes up, we don't have access to what the teams are saying, and we certainly don't get to hear what the coach is hearing. It's entirely possible that there's something amiss with E1's comms. Maybe they're not clicking, maybe they're not talking as much, or maybe they're talking too much, maybe they're fighting. We don't know. All we can do is speculate. In this case, idle speculation only gets us so far. As for E1, though, they have been unsuccessful on every single bomb site except for Garage. Only win there twice. So E1 will now have to do something that they've not been able to do for the remainder of those bomb sites, which is win. You called the timeout just to try and strategize about where this next site is going to be and maybe talk a little bit about what happens when you go to defense, sure. But it is questionable timing. Maybe not the most efficient.
Though. I mean, E1, they might be going into saying we gotta get at least 3 attacks to feel comfortable. Chalet has been historically an attacker-favored map, certainly not defense in a long time. Of course, every matchup, Arbiter Benziger can change that stat around. And defenders right now, they do have stuff like Finrear open, for example. They can play one of those power operators, same with Solus here in this round, for example. But it has just been CAG 1 step ahead. This time it's a C4 opening kill. And it's a different thing. It can be a spawn peek, it can be a C4, it can be holding those walk-ins on the roam game. It doesn't really matter, but E1, they're falling to different things early on every single time. And this is after their tactical timeout where they just said, guys, this is the game plan, follow this bomb side approach. Well, it's bug below, verticality, but you're already down a player, down a gun. They deal with the mirror window, they break the floor a little bit, but they still gotta get inside the building, up on top floor, before they can start doing anything to the bomb site itself.
Numbers-wise, not only has Arthur been the best player, but he's often been doing it on support roles. He's been the one shepherding in the diffuser most often and has been playing those difficult hard breach roles where most of the time your job is to drone, try to get the diffuser down, and then ultimately die.
Yeah.
Any Thermite main can tell you exactly what that job is like. It was even worse back in the early days when you kill a Thatcher, you kill a Thermite, and that was basically the round over.
Yeah, that's it. One hot breacher.
Now there's obviously fallbacks. There's other hard breachers and other operators that can do that same job. Flash3 eliminating Black Ray. Emps has Diffuser. He's getting it down. Shureep is in a very intriguing position with his M870. Nobody seems to be aware that Emps has successfully done it. This is a bad spot for CAG. They look choked out of their own bomb site. The upside down rappel will cause great issues. Flash3 in a very powerful position. Shureep doesn't have anything but a pistol that can do something long range. Why not try your best, right? Perez from the back. Sharoniko with one. Chibisu with another. It's all up to Emps. He guided in that diffuser. Now holds the angle looking at Closet. They'll double up. Emps was the savior on both of E1's victories down below, but it won't happen this time. And despite everything working for E1, it's CAG to just be the better team on the retake. First half, 4-2 for the Japanese squad.
E1 might have wanted that round victory a little bit too much because they are running into CAG in a post-plant position. They could play from below in kitchen, play far back from Solarium. They could play big window, which they were, but they were actively swinging out way too aggressively into CAG. I mean, they were locked out. It didn't look like there was any chance of a retake with those player positions, but then E1, they give up the strong spots to go into a weaker position just to die shortly after without a trade. Mentally, massive bummer of a round for E1. They take the tactical timeout, they lose the opening duel shortly after, and then they actually plant, and out of nowhere it looked like, okay, they've won the round, just to lose it in that 4v4 or 4v3. Now things change though, side swap. 2 rounds E1 could get on the attack. CHE, they gotta do just one bit of that, then they get 7 rounds. That's a 4+3 right there. They get the victory, easy dubs. But it's a very different approach here. The way you defend on Chalet versus attacking, of course, like any other map, it's not gonna be the same thing. Now CHE, they have to actively problem solve, drone the bomb site, see what operators, pick the right operators, into the building, execute near the side, and get down the diffuser or get 5 kills. In this version on E1, they're going to try to slow things down. Echo, Kaid, and Tuberao is just anti-wall deny all across that base of bomb side. Either going to slow CAG down or stop them entirely from opening up any of those walls. And CAG, for example, this round did not bring a Thatcher, just taking their EMPs from Eneton on the Capital, so it could actually be quite difficult for them to get all the walls and hatches opened up if E1 are accurate with their Kite Claw usage.
It's good scouting here from the Yokai. Black Ray doing a much better job on entry on the Buck already than he did against Scarz yesterday. Black Ray made some questionable decisions. Maybe it was because he got bad information from his teammates, or maybe he just wasn't as comfortable against Scarz, but CAG seems to be playing their own game right now. And when you go up against a team like E1 that isn't very experienced, and frankly is quite a young team, even if CAG's experience has them go out in that 12th to 16th place, that's still more valuable than the lack of experience E1 has. It's going to prepare you for this matchup a little bit better, and Cyclops playing their own game on their own map is exactly where they should be, so they're currently meeting expectations. Can they beat it, though? They'll be riding out attack for the remainder of this second half. The only time they'll go back to defense is if overtime occurs. Right now, things not looking great for E1, but they still have 90 seconds to sit and wait. Maybe see if CAG makes any mistakes.
They lost their Soul Roamer, but that wasn't the win condition they were playing for. It's again a wall deny. Tuberuk, Kaid, and of course the Echo are on action to slow things down still, so...
Just also saw the nerf to the impact grenades right there. By the way. It only took out one of those X-Kairos pellets. So there's still enough to pierce through some of that back wall for CAG.
Yeah, the range being reduced here, but again, the right tools in the hands of CAG though. They got EMPs, Capital flying, they can force out that boiler position, either get the kill or force Arthur back now. They're trying to double up and get a trade going, but the C4 goes wide and doesn't even find a single piece of Eneton's health bar. And the flash will go, fire follows, Arthur, you gotta run backwards, my guy.
He's gonna burn, he hops on over and he wants to get quite aggressive. Supernova in hand. The flames just in the wrong direction. Anaton on his belly. Army crawling over towards the Echo, picked off from the door. Now it's Chibisu in a very similar position. CAG cannot get in the building at this moment. They're being held at bay by E1. The timer now bleeding down though. The Echo watching the Yokai drone gets off. Pumps Chibisu right through the chest. Very limited time for CAG to pull this off. They got Flash 3 early in the round, but right now that's all they have to show for it. Black Ray with yet another. A third could be had, but E1 will give him nothing. sitting and holding this angle. BlackRay knows there's one playing by that wine wall, knows there's another over towards blue. And whether he dies or not, the timer will give the round to E1. They do technically get the final kill, but it's just a formality. There was no way CAG was able to pull that off in less than 3 seconds on the clock. First defense for E1, successful.
Now, seeing how that round played out and what kind of playstyle E1 went for, I'm very curious if the tactical timeout on their attacking side talked about their upcoming defensive side as well, because they very decisively said, guys, let's just not do anything in that round. CAG, they're not a team that is known to problem solve effectively or deal with problems that they're not used to seeing. They played Kai, Tuberao, Echo, and never moved the muscle, and CAG didn't even clear boiler position successfully, and it's actually because Arthur made what many would say a ridiculous play. The Capsule Firebolt goes out behind the deployable shield. What does Arthur do? He jumps in front of it and advances forward with that shotgun and just locks it down. And all of his teammates around him, they have that crossfire established. They took down Eniton. When the Capsule died, it was just no real way for CAG to break that hold on the boiler position. And they only had 30-40 seconds left. No time to rotate around the building either. So CAG, they're in a difficult spot right now. Either they have to go for rushes, aggressive plays, glass, lion, blitz, whatever you can find, or they gotta start playing problem-solving Siege, where you play those anti-utility operators, like the Karatao, the Grim, etc. So I think CAG, for like this round and the next, they gotta figure out what style do they want to go for, and how can they match up against this stylistic choice from E1, because this round is not all that much different. It's again one mice being brought out, not the common on Chalet. Then you get the mirror windows, the mute jammers. You need to problem solve this step by step or brute force through it. They got the blitz, they got the finger, they got the line. It might be a quick one.
Flash through the very first kill on to Aniton. Sharif is down as well. This rush is not working out for CAG. Their attacks falling flat. Arthur now finishing off what remained of the blitz with a Nitro Cell. BlackRay and Sheer and Ego immediately flip a switch, and we're right back to a standstill when it comes to player count. BlackRay is having a terrific game in stark contrast to what he did yesterday. Ooh. And he's ready for yet another one. Goodbye to Flash Stream. Arthur's all that remains. Both of these rounds looked like they were going to go the other way. Round 7 looked like CAG had the upper hand. Round 8 looked like it was E1's, but they both flipped the script. 1 for 1. My lord. He's the loudest I've ever heard CAG.
Yeah, they've been doing this since the start. They're screaming their heart out every single round victory. E1, they can certainly hear them. I mean, I would certainly believe so, at least. The sound bounces quite well in this room, off the walls and the ceiling. And I mean, mental warfare. If E1, they're down bad, not meeting expectations, they've had a bad tournament so far, they know it. They're in their own head already. And then, they're up against CAG, a team they should beat by their own means, of course. And they're losing, and they're being yelled at, laughed at by their opponent. If you're not a very experienced player, this can absolutely affect you. And even if it doesn't, there's no negative side effect for CAG right now. They're having fun with it. They're doing their thing. They're feeling good about it. And it looked like a terrible rush of a round, but they somehow swung it back. E1 didn't really respond, I guess, the right way, you could say. They had Arthur playing very passively on the bomb side. The Romas died alone. Arthur's last alive. Then he tries to go for a flank after they're all dead upstairs. Bit of a mistiming or mismatch in how they want to approach that round for E1. And CAG, they actually figured, okay, we can play utility, we can also go fast. And now E1, they had to worry constantly about how fast will they go. Because if you're fearing the potential rush in a round, as a defender, you're going to be afraid of roaming too far away from teammates and too far away from the bomb site itself. However, if the enemy is good at roam clearing all of a sudden, they will take map control for absolutely free so quickly because you're too close to the bomb site, not out around the map. So E1 could be troublesome here.
We haven't really been saying Perez's name that much. So
we haven't.
9 kills, though? Like, very quietly putting together a great body of work. Him and BlackRay sitting right now, the top of their respective teams, both tied with each other at 9 kills. A nice bounce back from a player who lagged behind much of the other fraggers in APAC. Flash 3 surviving a brief scare as we now hit 1 minute into the round. The Mirror diving away with just a tiny bit of HP.
Poor Flash Tree. I mean, you gotta play in that library corner just to force out the drones, the utility, etc. Like, you have to do it, but it's risky. Flash Tree almost dies, and he lost to C4s on the process, didn't get a kill himself, so you're almost playing 4v... Well, now you are playing 4v5. 4v4, okay. Constant trades back and forth here. Both teams very quick to respond when action happens.
Excellent in the first kill, though, is Perez. Flash Tree still on a tiny point of HP. SDK's second kill coming in round 9. So Selmas will go off and force whoever's playing in back bar out of their position. Provides a nice line of sight for anybody on attack playing in main lobby. Just past the halfway point of the round, so CAG will rotate. There's Shiraniko to grab Emts, who's been looking in the wrong direction for an awful lot of his deaths. It's happened yesterday to E1 as well. I don't know if it's bad positioning or maybe it's just simply a lack of game sense, but there's been some struggles for Emts to know where the execute is coming from.
I think almost got a little bit bit. They had a Valkyrie cam and default cam inside of West Main, so I think they said, it's clear, nobody's in kitchen, don't worry about it, and he thinks, okay, it's clear. That's what I was told. Dies from that angle shortly after. Small oversight from E1, or maybe trusting sound too much, saying the camera can hear if there's a guy in kitchen, but can't see it, so maybe be careful. But either way, you are right. E1, they have blind spots, and CAG constantly keep finding them.
A 3v3, but the HP right now favoring CAG with just 20 seconds left in the round. Grenade goes down to isolate over towards Blue. A swing from the Warden of Arthur. STK frying right now as the numbers stay even. Flash Tree needs to be found out. What little remains of him is what stands in the way of a victory for CAG. There's the fire. It's forced the Mira into a bad spot, and he gets cooked alive in back bar. The Mira walking into the flames with absolutely nowhere to go. A tremendous round for CAG. Match point.
Flash Tree thought about 3 different players in that round, but the only damage he took was to Capture Fire, because he started the round in library corner, and there was a guy on each window. Capital plus somebody else. Almost dies to Capture Fire, drops down C4s, back to the bomb site. Then at the end of the round there, fights 2 players again, one of them being the Capital, and only takes damage once again from the second Capital Firebolt. It sucks that you can't get the gunfights if you're Flash Tree, but frankly, if you only have a single point of health, I don't think you want to get a gunfight in the first place. The round is pretty much won or lost on how well you can hold library on that bar bomb side, or how much time you can stall out. And to be fair, E1 did a good job with the clock. There was 12 seconds left when Anderton dropped into Fireplace in that 2 versus 1. But the problem from CG in terms of player positions has been great. They saw a player on the blue staircase and bar door. What did they do? Nade the blue staircase, kill the guy that swings, get traded. But again, you're trading a body to gain map control. It's always worth it as long as you're advancing forward on the attack inside. 6-3 now. CAG, they're gonna keep things structured. Nomad, Gridlock, Capital, Flores. They're almost slowing the game down more than before by playing more utility. Saying, guys, let's send it home now, right? 7-3 here on Chalet, our map pick? I think so. That's what we want. Cafe, Consulate, second and third map might be a lot more difficult for them, so getting this over, done and quickly, will be very good for CAG. Their mental, of course their energy levels, and just their problem-solving skills, because when you go on the next map of Cafe, you have to constantly feel like you're stuck in the box on the attacking side.
A lot of work to be done for E1 to close this gap. They had a much better time on attack than they are right now on defense. It's hard to go by the stats of this entire tournament because CAG played through Phase 1. Yeah. So they're going to have numbers from their matches against, I would argue, weaker competition. Heading into today, Emts and Arthur on the side of E1 are the 2 lowest rated players at the entire event.
Yep.
STK is not much higher, just barely escaping that bottom 5. Anaton with the first kill, but Emts immediately trades it back, shutting down an advantage for CAG. Black Ray breaking double digits. He and Shiraniko, the only 2 players to do so in the lobby. Bress won't accomplish it, at least not this round, sitting at 9. Arthur, an opportunity to do so. Black Ray, the lowest rated player on CAG. But because of the sheer volume of games that were played by CAG in that first phase, it's hard to tell how much of those numbers came from their first early matches and how many came yesterday. STK was good for 2 kills in the previous round. The DMR can do some serious damage to the attackers. He sits on those blue stairs, waiting for a hapless member of CAG to stumble into him. Don't believe it's been droned out by the Japanese team. Final minute. It's do or die for E1.
Got the Solos of Flash Tree looking for that flanks. Got the shotgun primary SMG11 second there. But look at the CAG. They've kind of played that blue stairs position, but I think STK has found himself in the middle of it. Oh no!
He gets baited in by Black Ray. A name that we've said so many times today. Only 3 remain for E1. Shiraniko down below, waiting for Flastry to try to flank up main stairs, and here he comes. But Shiraniko missing the opportunity. Flastry gets away. Very little damage done, and he jumps on Shiraniko. E1 could have lost the round right then, right there. But now it's even yet again. 15 seconds remain. CAG have multiple opportunities for E1. They're on the razor's edge of map number 1. CAG looking for a statement win on their own map. Arthur putting in good work. Time running down. Anaton doomed. It's all up to Black Ray, but it's Emps, the savior of the round. 3 of the 4 rounds won by E1 have come from Emps' work himself. We talked about it yesterday with Bliss, with Wedables, getting an awful lot of kills to win rounds and then having negligible impact outside of that. Same with Emps. 3 of these 4 rounds won by E1 have come because of the play of Emps.
I hate to be that guy, but did E1 win that round or did Shiraniko throw it? Because if you're holding that lobby flank against the Solis and you got the perfect read, you got the timing, you know when he's coming at you, and you just whiff literally every single bullet. You go for a flashbang throw, he swings you, you die. That was a brutal death to have. That would have been a 4 versus 2. They know the last 2 players are stuck on the bomb side, and because Shiraniko was playing in bar, he could walk up the fireplace stairs and actually flank that top floor attack so that they would have multiple fronts to attack from instead of a single area of Solarium. So really, really poor, small mistake, I would say, from CAG, but they're allowed those. It happens. They're still in the lead. They got that 6-4. Technical pause right now. Not a tactical, technical. So players will kind of sit there, think to themselves, no comms can be had, no coach involved. We got to fix the technical issue first.
Well, Arthur's PC seems to be the reason for this tech pause.
Uh-oh.
Because he was the one surrounded by admins.
Oh, rock, paper, scissors?
Paper, scissors. Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is he doing?
I think he's probably... he's
4. He wants to count 4 times?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, okay.
One more. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What is happening? I think he won. He was nodding at least. Now, when you have a technical issue, some players will be, annoying. We're doing good. We got that momentum. And you get annoyed and you get negative over it. This is like best case outcome. You're having fun with it. Both teams suffer, both teams thinks it sucks, the viewers, everybody, nobody likes this. But one team can have long faces and be like, oh man. The other one, they're playing rock, paper, scissors, laughing and making funny jokes. It does make a difference for the mental, especially in a long matchup like a best of 3 or a best of 5. So again, CAG might not be the best team in the world, might have underperformed so far this event, but they got the right mentality, I think, in a lot of these scenarios that other players might find negative.
Getting word that the issue that was plaguing Arthur was a monitor issue.
Okay.
Everybody's back in the lobby at the moment, so we should be restarting shortly. Both teams are ready, so fist bumps going out for E1. Can't be too upset with the fact that this is CAG's map and you're down. I mean, oftentimes in a best of 3, especially in elimination games, unless there is a very clear favorite, which I don't think there is in this matchup, you're expecting to go to all 3 maps. You win your map, they win theirs. All comes down to the tiebreaker, which will be played on Consulate if required.
Yes. There was actually, speaking of monitor issues, Fabian once won a round in a scrim without a monitor.
Oh, you're going to tell the Lion story again?
Ah, come on. Everybody knows that.
Drink.
So, I'll be quick, okay? Some event, I actually forgot which event it was. We're scrimming backstage against...
Paris Major.
Oh, I thought it was actually. Against Fnatic. And Fabian's monitor mid-scrim on Coastline just dies. It just cut. Doesn't work anymore. Fabian's playing line, already picked the operator, and we said, hey, does your mouse and keyboard still work? He goes, yeah, I think so. And we just told Fabian when to press middle mouse button. This was line before he got reworked, right? He was really, really strong. And we just used all 3 line scans at very important moments by saying, Fabian, middle mouse button. We won! 4v5 plus line.
Was it Fnatic or was it Element Gaming? Or Element Mystic?
It was Fnatic.
I thought it was Element Mystic. Well, that was when you were playing the old FearX, Cloud9, Mantis FPS.
Oh,
Element Mystic.
I'm pretty sure it's Fnatic because we were joking around afterwards saying we beat you guys 4v5. I'm pretty sure it is, in my memory at least.
Could be. I know it was at the Paris Major.
Yeah.
That much I know, because I remember
too.
being in the player area after it happened. It was all the way back in 2018.
Yep.
The very first Rainbow Six Major that happened in Paris, the home of Ubisoft.
Yep. And we won it. Just in case you guys didn't know. G2 won.
Nobody asked. Woo. I don't know how to tell you this, but we don't care.
We don't care.
We don't care. First kill of yet another do-or-die round for E1 comes against Black Ray. 12 kills for a player who sits towards the bottom of the standings and is the worst player statistically of CAG. But today, that is very much not the case. E1 needed that opening blow, and they will find it.
It's a very crucial bomb site as well. That basement bomb site is all about manpower. So playing in an advantageous numbers position on defense is more important on basement than almost any other bomb site because there are only very few ways into the bomb site. You know, 2 staircases and a breach, that's really it, maybe a door. So having 4 or 5 defenders alive, you can cover everything guaranteed, whereas the attackers can't brute force it too much if they don't have the man count for it. Black Ray being down, it's a big deal here.
Shuri gets the read on it, and yet another kill from Anaton's fire arrows. Okay. 2 so far in one single map is quite a thing. We don't see that all that often. An abnormality, some would say. Now without his reticle, you see STK in a tough position above. Anaton looking for maybe one more. Fire arrow loaded.
Loading dart.
He'll lose it to the Wamai Magnet. Now it's time to smoke, run in, and amidst those wine cabinets, get the diffuser down. Emps taking out Sheer and Eco. This is a great bomb site for Emps with STK on the ground. It's all up to Flastry and Emps. Finished off by Shoreep, as now the timer will work against E1. CAG looking for the knockout blow against their opponents on their own map. CAG wants a victory on the map they chose to go to, and Shoreep will give it to them. CAG up 1-0. They now go to Cafe, E1's map choice. Looking for a 2-0 victory, but will the second best team in Brazil send us to a third map? That's the question.
That is the question, but CAG, regardless of what happens in Cafe, they look like themselves once more, but this is Chalet! This is the map they're known to have this playstyle. They have to now show us they can go outside of their own comfort zone and apply this kind of performance to a map that they're less comfortable on to show they're a better team. And we see E1, their faces, that coaching staff behind them, not too happy with that result, knowing again they are not playing up to their own levels of expectations at this major event.
Well, you might want to see some replays. There's some nice moments throughout. Just fist bumps, why not?
Locked in.
Locked in. CAG obviously very happy with that result, and well, a 7-4 scoreline is, I guess, what you come to expect for a team on their own map. How will they do on Cafe? That's the real question. E1 showing some worrying signs of Chalet that I don't know if you can just chalk up to the map. Multiple times out of position. Empt in particular had a couple very questionable deaths. With that said, will it be a 2-0? Will CAG persevere on Cafe, or will E1 equalize? We'll find out in a couple minutes. Well, things went according to plan for CAG on their map of Chalet. A 7-4 victory propels them to map number 2, E1's Cafe Dostoevsky, up 1-0. And just in case you forgot, or you weren't even aware in the first place, this is an elimination match. The loser of this best of 3 is sent on express plane home. I don't even think they get seats. I think they get put in the cargo hold, and then we just dump them over wherever they live with parachutes and hope that they make it all the way. E1 looked quite uncomfortable, even though this was Cyclops' map. There were some structural issues from E1. Their coach, very unhappy after the result, and started laying into the players quite aggressively. We'll see if it makes a difference for Cafe, but here are your numbers for map number 1.
Now, I was going to say before the stats even came out, Blanker was my MVP. Even if he didn't have a 12-7 scoreline, he just played like 4 times better than the first 2 games for CAG, getting in the building with confidence, and also when things got too hot, he would get out instead of dying for nothing like what happened before on Border in previous games. So a big glow up for him as an individual, and for E1, like you said, CAG played well, but E1 got them fundamental, maybe mental problems as well, that is just making this gap bigger than it should have been.
2 lowest rated players in the entire event were in this match. Coming into map number 1, Arthur was one of them. But sitting with the highest rating in map number 1, not the most kills on his team, but the most impact. The other player towards the bottom of the standings was Emps, who went an even 8-8. I don't think you can argue that Arthur and Emps were the reasons for the loss on Chalet. But there's 2 things I think are worth talking about. Number 1, Perez was invisible most of that game. And number 2, STK.
Yeah, what happened?
1-8 or 1-7 at one point in this matchup, providing so little usage to his team. If you're not going to get kills, you got to be helping out with utility. But I don't think you can look at that first map and say that he was even helping on utility either. So you're going to need a big turnaround for this team. They go to the favorable turf. They're on Cave. It's their map pick. Presumably, CAG will get the favorable side. So what is the first thing to look for to see if the tides have turned and if E1 will put up a fighting chance? What's the win condition for E1 here, Nick?
So win condition, I think, comes down to choosing a playstyle and sticking with it, because as you said, Arthur and Emps, 2 lowest rated players in this tournament so far of the teams that are still here, but also they have the lowest plant rate at this entire tournament. Before this matchup, they planted twice in 2 games. They planted once there on Chalet. They're averaging 1 plant per map played, and they're having some of the lowest rated individual players on top. So they're not getting kills, they're not getting the bomb planted down, and when they planted on Chalet, they lost the round. They planted 4 versus 4, they lost the retake. So they gotta figure out either hit their shots, play together, play for trades, or try and get down the diffuser and play that post plan clean to get those guaranteed 1 victories. Cafe, if you're not playing together as a team on the attacking side, you are never gonna win a round, because this is one of those maps that really takes you in and just says you're stuck in here unless you fight your way out. The second you drop from that roof down a hatch, it is hell in a cell from start to finish. So play together, get in the building, and E1, I want to see them either take their time and respect the map, or just say, we know this map so damn well, we're going to go fast, we're going to be decisive, and we're going to be confident. Operator bans, of course, going out. Ying happened on Chalet, will happen here as well. That is CAG's first operator ban. What we saw on Chalet was a very unique castle plus a Sami ban, made it very hard to lock down any areas off the map. Curious to see if that's going to happen here again. E1, also same operator ban to start things off, with Monty respecting Eniton and CAG saying, we might like the Monty and Arthur, but we know that CAG, they're just a little bit more comfortable and arguably even a little bit better at that operator. They're taking the time here. Tick, tick, tick. Asami. Could it be a castle again? Just all same 4 operators? I don't know. We'll see. 3 and 2. Come on. Valkyrie. Okay,
Echo.
Okay, I would have never guessed Echo my wildest dreams.
Well, if you watched Chalet, Echo was a staple operator for a variety of those bomb sites that E1 defended. And E1 played it very well. Arthur single-handedly saved 2 rounds on that Echo that I can remember, at least one that we saw right off the hop on that, what was it, second defense, I believe it was, downstairs. So, if you think it's a nuisance operator, and you look at a map like Cafe, well, maybe you get rid of the Echo because It's too much to deal with. You don't want to bring an IQ? You're not going to bring a Thatcher? All right, well, yeah, the Yokais aren't invisible anymore, but
They're annoying still.
they are still annoying, and Echo still has good guns at his disposal, especially when you look at this bottom floor bomb site. Or, well, main floor bomb site. I guess I have to say bottom floor now because it's technically it's in your continent.
Oh, you're changing for my sake. Thank you. I mean, you're right. If you're banning out the Echo, often you have a different approach in mind. So you ban the Echo, you play the Pulse, or you play the Valkyrie, or the Solace here. They all serve that same kind of purpose, intel and verticality. And that's something that Cafe has that Chalet didn't have as much, playing a C4 below, the area above, almost every single round. And the big question for me is, will E1 start bringing out the IQ at some point if they get punished? Because they droned out the Operators this round. They lost 3 drones at least. They saw the Solas, that's for sure, but did they see the Pulse? If you didn't, well, could be in for a surprise. Period C4, scanner goes out, yellow pings, timing, communication. If this lands, again, it was a spawn peek on Chalet, C4 goes out, it's red and taken out by SDK. So no fooling around here like on Chalet to start things off. It's 5v5, at least the first 60 seconds.
No ACOG, by the way, on the UMP of Anitum.
No, you see this.
Or sorry, rather, sorry, I thought it was the castle.
Oh,
it's the
okay.
Pulse.
I was gonna
it's
say
the Pulse. It's the Pulse. I was wrong.
Yep. Castle
Everybody
has
relax.
it. Pulse does it. It's
Everybody
awesome.
cool it.
I know my game.
Not everybody knows everything.
No, but you're right. You actually caught yourself there. It's very so. Yeah. Castle UMP does have the ACOG, as Parker said here. Pulse does not, but same weapon. Can be a bit confusing sometimes, but you're right. Holo has to be at least a 1x scope on the Pulse here. One C4 went down from Blackray on the mute. Second one, of course, in the pocket of Anderton's Pulse. But you see E1 here, they're very decisive and relatively quick inside the building so far. A much better look already now than on Chalet. But can they do anything with this? They get the opening pick, jump out, punished.
Not just punished, but immediately 2 kills from E1. The only answer back from Shiraniko. Chibisu also there for the 1-2 punch.
Scanning.
The Pulse is still on the board, along with the Solus. Yeah, losing the smoke is pretty bad, but you've now got the advantage in terms of numbers. STK and Emps, the last 2 remaining. Only 1 kill between the 2 of them.
That right there is when you go, guys, we gotta bring the IQ. Like, that's ridiculous, right? You get a guaranteed C4 kill like that, 3v2 on favor, STK jumps down alone, no trade possible, doesn't die though, nobody goes to the swing. E1, go back upstairs, destroy the floor, you got the bug and the ram. The issue is, when you stop planting, only one person can cover as the other person is busy holding F on his keyboard. That's when CHE should strike, in that 3v1, not right now in the 3v2. See if they can do it. Emps, of course, no diffuse on hand. That's SDK upstairs. They might both have to drop here, which is less than ideal.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered.
Not a lot of time for E1 to pull this one off. Emps will be the first one in. Flashes from STK to follow up, and his eyes are on the Solus down below. STK spotting Aniton. Where is Chibisu? As Emps is able to pull off the diffuser successfully. It's a bit of a sloppy set of coverage from CAG. It looked almost unthinkable that they'd be able to win this round. It's still very winnable, but they made it a lot more difficult by not getting into the bomb site quicker. STKO dueled by Shiraniko on the stairs. Shiraniko with full HP. It wasn't a very hard fight for him. Bit of a scare, but CAG persevere in round number 1. And right now, if you're in the Japanese team seat, you're looking at the fact that there's only 6 rounds separating you from another match tomorrow where you will still be in that hot seat. But you'll be a few inches away from Doomsday.
I think if you're E1, you just gotta stop planting. I know it sounds simple, but just go for kills, because they have a 0% success rate in post-plant situations, which is awful. In Siege, I think on average, when you plant on a diffuser, depending on the team you are, the map, whatever, you have like a 75 to 85% average in that range of numbers chance to win. They've planted twice, they have lost both times, and it wasn't even that close. It's a 2v1, where CAG, despite being kind of wonky when the plant was going down, they figure things out, they hit their shots, they play together on the good timings, and they win the round. E1, they started off strong in that round, but then CG, they had the answers immediately. The run out on the white staircase downstairs to punish the rappel. The C4 from Pulse when they rappelled into the upstairs portion of Cocktail, and then the run just kind of falls apart. The real big issue here as well is E1 had the diffuser upstairs, and they were forced to both drop down to then get it planted. Whereas ideally, you have one guy stay above for Overwatch that can see all the areas, and the other guy planting it down. E1 small mistakes with massive consequences, and again, I'm not surprised with that coaching staff reaction after they lost Chalet, because they're thinking, what are we doing? At least they got the IQ here. Good operator pick, a messy aim fight, but Perez gets the kill onto Shurip. That's Solus off the board.
Chibisu almost losing his head as well now inside of Dining. It's a big gamble for a smoke to re-aggress, but Chibisu might find that he's trapped in this position. He does have the hatch to escape if he wants, but decides to re-engage. Maybe not the right decision there. He could have just hit the hatch and gone for a rotate down below, but I'm not entirely certain why the smoke opted to fight instead. Two very important operators from CAG lost, and E1 finds themselves in a very favorable position with 2 minutes left.
But this is classic Perez. Like, when we see him thriving and playing well, he is quick on the entry, he is inside the building. The only downside is that he's doing it while playing IQ. If he had lost that initial gunfight, that's a massive blow to your operator lineup. Maybe not the biggest issue in this round. It's like a Solus and Tubrow and Kaida, the only operators they can do something against. But still, you want to have that IQ scanner available throughout the entirety of this round if possible. Right now, poor Shironico. He is stuck, he's being droned out, there's like 3 people coming for him. Somebody help this man, please, because if not, he will fall.
Just a hail of bullets now on this main floor. The Track Stingers will box BlackRay out of this position. No real path back to the bomb site, at least not on those stairs. Every single player from E1 alive, but not just that, not a single one of them has taken a single point of damage. A very impressive round up to this point from E1, dare I say it, the best round that we've seen from them in this matchup so far.
Yeah, you'd be right about that. And they can just, you know, take their... Oh, well, you jinxed it. Well, it's fine, though. Perez still got it. It's gonna get
CAG didn't get the kill, by the way.
No, they didn't.
I don't know what Anaten was doing there. BlackRay as well in a bit of an odd position. Never interrupt your opponents when they're making a mistake. It's an old adage in politics, but I suppose it applies in a lot of other circumstances as well, and certainly here. Lots of mistakes being committed by CAG, and E1 was quite happy to just sit back and watch it unfold. What was the smoke doing upstairs? Can we talk about that?
Can we talk about the smoke real quick? I mean, they both overstepped, but because Shironico and Tubaru shortly after also felt like he was stuck inside of train room. So one is stuck in dining, hatch is open. One is stuck in train room. Well, there is no hatch, you gotta walk over to dining. But it's really awkward when you lose the initial gunfight and you have 2 players stuck on the roam that don't really want to be there. And the issue with Cafe is, especially with that kitchen bomb site, there's only 2 ways up and down. Well, there's a hatch, but that doesn't work both ways. The right and red staircase, and once the attackers, they take that roam control from top down, you cannot really walk on those staircases as a defender. They're watched by a drone, by a nomad air jab, or of course by a live player from the attack inside. So when you surrender those players on the roam and you know you can't help them, you're just giving away free bodies for your opponents, and that's not great. That's why most teams don't play kitchen and kitchen all that much these days, because it's a very limiting bomb site with very little flexibility in how you want to play it. Mining and dining, like we see right now, library dining, and of course a top 4 bomb site that has a little bit more depth you can play with in terms of how you want to play your operator lineup and where those player positions will be played at. Flash, for example, I mean, this is an operator that we see being played on occasion on a couple of maps. Not all that common on Cafe, but I can see the idea here. You're playing inside a piano, you slow things down, sap your opponents, and it's gonna feel almost impossible for E1 to take control of piano unless they can get some smart air tips down from Flash maybe to limit Clash's positioning inside that area of the map.
Shurip has not had a successful start to this map, but is doing so on operators that are of critical importance. Is now being boxed away by this drone. We've all been there. We've all had those struggles where actually hitting the drone proves to be far too much of a challenge. Press, meanwhile, making waves already in this second map. Finished quite strongly, but didn't really have as much value and impact as you would expect in map number 1. You need a much bigger game for him. All the while, for 3 rounds, STK is a kill off of matching his total from map number 1. BlackRay technically gets the first kill, but Arthur and Emps follow up immediately. Anaton and BlackRay sent to the Shadow Realm. Advantage for E1 as we hit the halfway point, round number 3.
And this is the thing, when you lose Clash so early and like you lose top of control in like 60 seconds, E1, they are ahead of the average pacing right now for this bomb site attack. They got the bug, they got the ramp, they're going to speed things up even more. And there's no easy ways back for CHE. No C4s below, for example. They have to now wait things to happen or go up those staircases that we spoke of earlier. That is just not really doable. So now it's a waiting game. E1, they have to make a mistake somewhere that CHE can punish to find a way back into this, because the bomb set itself isn't all that strong. It relies around the area. Lobby, fireplace, upstairs of course, or red staircase basement, or kitchen should I say side. We see right now E1, they're ripping apart the floor. They got long lines of sight and a good idea of where those clear positions are likely going to be at.
Knock, knock.
Giving yourself such an advantage early on allows you to settle in and figure out where you think your utility can go. E1 determining their next course of action, and Arthur's got just a few steps from making it into the bomb site. He'll do just that, but he's worried about being pushed from over towards train. Shiraniko from down below will shred through Arthur. 10 seconds for somebody from E1 to go fetch that diffuser. Emps will do it. Up on the table. Is Emps the head of the table? That's the question. He feels quite secure in that spot, but at the end of the day, he's swiftly ended by CAG in a joint effort from the last 2 players, and there's poor coverage from E1 to ensure that somebody, anybody, has Emps' back. CAG takes the lead yet again. E1 on their own map, admittedly on maybe the more challenging side.
Yeah.
Has been unable to lead and has been tied or trailing through much of this series.
But I don't think it's so much about that they're playing the hottest side of attack. I think it's about how they're losing those rounds. I mean, in a round, when you break it down on the attacking side, you have your drone phase like right now. It's about finding out what the bomb site is, the rough general idea for their opponent. Are they playing the Mirror, for example? They're playing a Valkyrie, a Pulse, etc. When your enemy is playing Solace and you have not killed the Solace, and you attack in a bomb site that has verticality from below or above, you have to, have that checklist, because that's what Siege Pro League is all about. You have a mental checklist. Okay, where is the site? What the operators? Have we killed, for example, the Maestro Evil Eye, the default cameras, all those like hundreds of different boxes. One of them is, have we checked for a C4 below or, for example, a Pulse or a Solace? Because you will die to a floor bang or an impact grenade if one of those operators is up and alive. And when it's E1's map pick off Cafe, when CAG, they were playing Solace last map and now here as well, you should be expecting and reading into this, but they aren't. They get open and kill. They got a Deimos, they got a Lion, great operators to get more kills in the round, and I think if you're E1, maybe play less for the objective and more about the kills, because planting down the diffuser just doesn't work.
Emps was an inch away from eating an entire skeleton key.
Oh.
That would have been bad. No damage is done though, but narrowly avoiding disaster. Shuri has been one of the first to die in every round so far, and well, that doesn't bode quite well for his team. If you're playing in a perpetual 4v5, it's eventually going to start to wear you down.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you're G2 playing against Fnatic in a scrim in the Paris Major, and then all you need to do is have a monitorless, washed Swedish player.
And he wasn't washed back then.
Sure he wasn't. Shiraniko hunted down by Perez STK. Gone. As BlackRay dies. Every single player from E1 still upright. Anaton and Chibisu last remaining. Chibisu looking for the very first kill for his team this round. There goes Arthur. STK will follow. Both in the grave. What do we say? A 5v3 is usually the scariest lead. How about a 5v2? Time for those death marks to go out. And it's Chibisu, the target for Flash Street. Knows that the castle's playing over towards Reading and will signal that to the rest of his team. Chibisu's just waiting out the mark. They know of each other. So Deimos being downstairs is information for Chibisu. Now playing on this ACOG angle by Pillar.
Oh.
Beautiful shot on the press. Hits the drive-by, repositions. Emps is holding on Repel, by the way. Flashtree's the only one in the building. He's the one with the diffuser. He's once again got a read on Chibisu, who's playing time. Outdueling him. All 3 kills so far. Emps will need to repel on in, but you just need to play the waiting game at this point. The bullet tracers will signal that he's outside, and Anaton pre-firing away and sealing the deal. Sloppiness from E1 as they fail to convert on their advantage. It was a 5v2, and it becomes a 2v0 for CAG, and a very impressive hold. And the Japanese team up 3-1.
The mentality has gotta be absolutely in the gutter, and I think E1, fundamentally, they were doing the right thing. I just had to say myself, stop playing for the plant objective and play for kills. And they get 3 of them so quickly, so effortless, with all 5 players alive, and it's not that simple as just play for kills no matter what. It's like, okay, when you get that 5v2, you cannot mess up a plant. You walk in from lobby into the library bomb site, you hold F, you have 4 players covering 2 different angles, the flank and the bomb site positions, and you get on the diffuser. You guaranteed win unless you absolutely choke your bullets. But instead, they followed the words play for kills very literally. They were chasing people in the 5v2, throwing their lives away, not trading, not droning. They didn't even use the Deimos, the tracker essentially, effectively. They're just using it, they're running around, and then Kaz will get both kills. Great shot by CAG. Great positioning, knowing where the line is in the sand to know, hey, now we're overstepping, hey, now we're fine. But that was a massive blunder from E1, more than it was a well-played round for CAG. And despite CAG winning the round, they called the tactical timeout. So this might be a guys, keep it up. They are feeling terrible right now. Catch them off guard, keep punishing them, make their lives miserable. This is, of course, Cafe defense. If CAG cannot attack, this will change on the side swap. But if you can build a big enough round lead or mental advantage, that can play a factor later on, because E1's confidence, it's probably in the basement of all areas right now, because they are losing rounds they have no business losing.
The basement? You mean the first floor?
See, it had to be on Cafe. It had to be on Cafe this happened. They're in the kitchen.
What if that was my laugh?
Then I would hate you more than I already do. No offense.
I didn't even know that was possible.
To hate you? I don't actually hate you.
We talked about it yesterday. I'm a professional hater.
Professional. You hate other
I take
people.
hating very seriously.
He's a big hater, man. Nah. If you laughed like that, it would be funny. I would laugh with you.
That would be a terrible laugh.
It would be a terrible laugh.
Cafe Dostoevsky has 2 plays prior to today.
That's not a lot.
Very challenging to get information on a map that has been played as infrequently as this one has. You and I actually referenced these numbers yesterday because we were talking about map picks. Border, only 1 play. Can you believe that?
Is that true?
That's what it says.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is true. Okay. Fair enough, I guess.
Cast that game. Why are you looking at me like that?
Because I'm thinking really hard. I'm thinking really hard if we did. I don't know. No, we did. We did actually cast it. We did.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did.
So here's the thing with Cafe. It is overwhelmingly
CAG played it. Yeah. Sorry.
Against Scarz.
Yeah. There you go.
Yes.
We did play it.
That's why I asked you that. It was a layup.
Oh, so you knew. Oh, you knew.
Yes, it was a layup. See, while the killing begins, halfway through the round, STK with the very first pick here. Every now and then, not just us, but every pair will go to say something and ask a very easy question. And then people will be like, is this caster stupid? How do they not know that? And it's not that I don't know the answer. It's called a segue. I will give you a question that's easily answered. You'll explain it, and then it comes across as if it's genuine. Anaton next one in the line of fire after Shureet dies. The Aldo with 44 bullets still remaining and some marks over towards Piano. I'll get back to the stats in a second because E1 have picked up the pace and done so in quite a hurry. Black Ray the lone kill for his team. Oh, Anaton swatted away, top white, and there goes Black Ray. Flashtree's seals the deal, the second round for E1. Now back to the numbers. Yes, it's only been played twice. And only 18 rounds through those 2 plays. However, it's 28% of those rounds have gone to the defenders. So, an incredibly attacker-sided map, and yet CAG has won 3 of the 6 defending rounds. It's entirely possible that CAG emerges from this first half up 4-2. Why is this important, though? And furthermore, with Cafe only having 2 plays, is it an accurate representation of this map? I would argue no, it's not.
No.
So the fact that it's only been played twice and only been played on 18 rounds, nowhere near enough for us to say with confidence, yes, CAG is obviously going to win this map. But the fact that CAG have picked up 3 rounds on this first half of their opponent's map is quite good by pretty much every metric.
Yeah.
If CAG can eke out a victory in this first half, and a 4-2 would be, I would say, eking it out at this point, they'll be set up really, really well for the second half. And I would be happy if I'm on CAG's coaching staff with those numbers. Both teams have their timeouts, by the way. So if things go from bad to worse in the second half, I suspect one or even both will call it to try to settle their teams down. Final round of this first half, final defense for CAG. E1 will look for the equalizer.
It's not just the fact that CAG, they've been winning rounds, but how they won them as well, showing a good understanding of the flow of the map, because Chalet, Cafe, Third Man for Go there, Consulate, they all play in a very different way of how you approach it, the pacing, the areas, the operators, etc. And CAG, they sometimes look like a very one-dimensional team. They can play Oregon, they can play Chalet, you know, whatever, but showing that they're not like the best Cafe team in the world, but they're matching E1 right now on the enemy's map pick, and having really good decision-making and positioning is excellent from them. And it's not their strong suit typically, but it is right now. E1, I will say though, that previous one, they were very quick, they were very effective, and they actually won their gunfights for once. That's what we gotta see more of. But now they've, again, slowed things down the attack, maybe expecting aggression from the side of CAG. They can punish you by holding those passive angles, but CAG are playing stuff like Maestro, and Aruni and Warden. They're gonna sit downstairs near the bomb site and wait for that 5 versus 5 execute to happen, most likely, given that other lineup. So maybe a misread here from E1, but it's not the end of the world. Kitchen to Kitchen is easier to attack than not.
Our beautiful observer, Easy, who has shaved off all of his luscious hair, was showing us the observation blocker setup down below, by the way. And I think this is something to note on because it's the second time they've laid these 2 secondary gadgets down. And it's being done so that if you drone, you're not going to get a good read on that back espresso bar, bomb site, freezer portion of the map. And if you've got somebody playing back there, a very common spot for a Maestro to play, whether they're going to have an Evil Eye there or just have themselves in that position. There you go. Look at these observation blockers. 3 of them, actually. And that's a good reason why. The drone hunter, Anaton, swatting away every piece of information that you see those drones use. Both Brava drones are down. 1 Twitch drone is down. Half of the drones are down. This is huge value. Smokes will go out now from STK, and I don't know if this is a bait or if they really want to drop with 35 seconds to go. It looks like it's the latter.
Gonna hit it, but the Evil Eye's a problem. They got the yellow pings. Can they destroy it? No. They have nowhere to destroy it, actually. It's getting spotted.
Not enough explosives to deal with it. Sheer and Eco blinded, jumping on over. CAG with 2 kills as they pounce on E1. Emps now to drop in the same direction over towards Freezer. Will he meet the same fate as his teammates? Perez holding down over towards VIP, but he doesn't have the vault on in. Chibisu hitting the run and gun over towards Whiskey, and now Emps will eventually die. Anaton getting it done with the Bailiff. Black Ray was dropped, but there's a reason why it's called down, but not out. 3 players remain from CAG as they hop on for the counter disable in the first half. 4-2 for the team that's already up 1-0. E1 will have their work cut out for them as they need at least 4 rounds in this second half, the same score that CAG just did, in order to go to overtime, or better yet, 5 rounds at minimum to seal the deal in regulation. This is the international debut for E1 as an organization and an international debut for this team as well. And despite the fact that they finished second in arguably the best region in the world right now, they might be going home. And later today, they might be joined on that flight by Team Liquid, who will be fighting for their lives against Space Station in yet another elimination game.
E1 also keep their 100% lose rate when they plant down the diffuser on the attacking side. 3 times. Once in Chalet, twice here in Cafe. They've planted it down and still lost the round. Sure, in that previous one, it was like a 1 versus 3. Of course, they're not going to win that one, but still, they don't win when they play for the objective, it seems. E1 also, I checked the statistics there on the utility usage. They had IQ with a spare grenade the entire time. IQ, who could have used the scanner to see there was still an evil eye up and alive on the bomb side, or they could have used the Maestro evil eye that they hacked with the Brava cam and turn it a bit to see that same evil eye. Then you could have called the IQ over, hey, we need a grenade, soft destruction for this camera. They didn't. So again, E1, they're missing these very small details where they have the information, they have the utility to like deal with it, to clear it out, but they don't do it. Lack of communication, lack of understanding, lack of, I guess, knowing what the steps should be. I'm not entirely sure, but it's why they're struggling so much on the attacking side. Defense, this could also be a problem. Let's say they want to set up piano hold. If somebody forgets gadgetry or doesn't play the position correctly, they will also fall in those crucial positions. So they gotta show us now that their strats on paper, their setups fundamentally are well designed in nature, or they will have the exact same issue here on defense.
Really rough first half for Shureep as he played on those roaming operators and was ineffective at picking up kills, and often played on very high-value utility operators as well, so it's not just about the kills, but in this round, I guess it is Shureep eliminating Arthur and Humidor.
It's a great bait.
That's what you call the box where the cigars are, by the way.
That is the box where the cigars are, cigar box. But a great bait there.
Or Humidor.
Humidor. As a foreigner, not gonna happen.
Well, you also say Rappel.
I say rappel more often than not. Now I try to, at least. Rappel in the window, not rappel in the window.
We're watching progress happen.
Work in progress indeed. But it's a mini execute. Chibisu with the Flores drone baited Arthur away from that Humidor. And then when he came back, Shureep had the ankle. Freebie kill.
You mean cigar box?
Cigar box. That's the one.
Black Ray's been downed as we saw the upside down rappel from Chibisu trying its best to eliminate STK. E1 slaughtering CAG on their advance. The only player who successfully got in the building is Shureep. Shiraniko droning him in, but STK entrenched in this position. Not enough explosives on the piano door to get any real ground. Now it's up to Shiraniko. This is a rough spot to be in. An unenviable position. You've got 4 angry players from E1 looking to close the gap. Over towards New Hatch. Tracer's going in multiple directions, and Flastry over in Heaven. Tucked away behind the counter will pop up and end the round with just a couple bullets. E1, 1 round away from drawing even.
Not entirely sure what the plan was there for CAG, because I think they achieved the arguably most difficult step for most teams, get red staircase control with Cigar, because the first kill that Shureep got in that round was the Cigar player. It was a castle barricade on towards Piano, so Cigar is absolutely free for the taking, but they died elsewhere on the map, and then when they went into Cigar, well, guess what? E1 had rotated into Piano, taken those lines of sight, and denied the entry that they had gained earlier, so I don't want to call it sloppiness, but maybe indecisiveness from CHG, not really knowing like which side to attack because they had weakened one side but not the other. But either way, that's the first attacking round. It's a lot about feeling out your opponent, how they're going to play it, what kind of vibe they're bringing. It's going to be like the early aggression, the utility, for example, the verticality with C4s. And E1, you know, given that this is their map pick, they should have different ways to approach these rounds if they start struggling. That first one was a set uphold in Piano and Cigar with utility, castle barricades, Mightis, etc., reinforcing player positions. This one is more about the more, you know, player damage utility, the Goyo canisters, the C4 from post below, toxic babes from the smoke, plant deny, for example. So CAG gotta worry a bit more about the timer this time around and just try and get into the building at a decent pace, progress throughout the building. They got Dokibi, they got Amaru, they could go fast if they want to, but they had to find a gap somewhere to enable those operators to go fast.
I watched how ineffective that entry was from CAG, and I now see that they're bringing in Amaru, and I just scratch my head. You're really going to gamble your 1-round lead on an Amaru? But mind you, The last time that I cast or cursed a team, I said that it was unwinnable for NJR, and he...
Literally.
Well, history was made. So, I'm willing to be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Slow on the Amaru, though. A lot of times we will see teams take the Amaru downstairs in the kitchen and then slingshot up the hatch into dining. Nico's just going to run right in. Sees a few shots. STK's playing above. He hasn't been thrown down. Even though he was nearsighted, Nico takes down Arthur. Emps greets Shu Reef. There's Chibisu, destroyed on the stairs. Perez yet another kill, and oh my, CAG are in a bit of trouble. Emps sealing the deal. E1 barely even moving on these defenses.
This is a classic cafe attack problem when you're not like a cafe team. On Chalet, that kind of push absolutely works. There are so many, I guess, room for error. There are room for gaps, room for missed timings. On Cafe, it is very tight. You have one angle missed, a smoke grenade goes wide, you don't flashbang in the right position, you will die because it's a very compact, small map. You know, you run into the building, you get Fenrir mined, you're getting pulse scanned, there's a guy above you with verticality, and if one of those three things is not covered, you will die. That's what we saw right there. Yeah, he killed the pulse on the bomb side, but guess what? There's a Fenrir right above him who trades. So CAG will find themselves locked out, and you gotta break that lock. Usually by doing very quote-unquote boring, basic 1, 2, 3 step Rainbow Six Siege, where, okay, we want to take, for example, that previous bomb site of library. Most teams will go top floor. Red staircase into piano, you push the wide hallway, you push the cocktail bar, they try and see you from below, maybe you survive, you take top floor, you break the floor, you go downstairs, you try and plant. That's how most teams approach it. Of course, you can't go for rush like they tried, but any gap will be punished very easily by the defenders. Same for this kitchen bomb site, like E1 is doing. You go top floor, you roam clear, you break the floor, you drop the hatch, you try and plant. Cafe is just a very restricting map and how you have to approach it, almost similar to Oregon, where you don't have a lot of options that are actually good on paper. Perez saw the head there, didn't go for... Oh! Okay, Chibisu also saw his head.
Well, you said he didn't see the head. I guess that's technically correct.
It's a nice kill.
It is.
Now they're gonna fly in the building. Now, they got the early kill. That buys them basically 25 or so seconds because getting a kill is essentially also buying time. They can now go a little bit slower. They already have that advantage. They don't gotta work for it now. Drone out the building, lock down the 3 staircases, enable the Bach and the Ram to do their job of breaking the floor apart, and then choose to go for a hatch drop or, of course, a bakery take. The big win condition for CAG here, they got the OSA. You can bring out that talent shield, drop down the hatch, and bullets will not take you out. The only real counter here is the toxic babes from Arthur, 3 in pocket. Outside of that, no C4s, and those impact grenades likely won't reach the plant position to deny that talent shield from CAG.
Big turnaround from STK in this second map. Was it 3 kills on Chalet, and now over double that. So they get 7. Also playing these high-value operators like Lamai. One more magnet to come. Just past the halfway point. The advantage that was hard-earned for CAG is already evaporated. It's been an excellent start to the second half for E1, but the tertiary bomb site is where things tend to go awry. I wouldn't say we're at that point just yet, but E1 down 1 can be a comfortable position. Plenty of utility still remains for CAG. Flashes, grenades, smokes, and those 2 talent shields from Anaton as well.
They got that second step down right now. The preparation to bomb site, break the floor, and try and find those clear positions. The only issue right now is Emps is hiding inside a kitchen, and of course you see the feet of the player right here. That's like the Arthur, yep, with those toxic babes. He's in a spot to deny the plant. 35 seconds left now. CAG time is slowly slipping away here. They pop the Goyo canisters, they're waiting for the fire. Once it disappears, they're gonna drop down and try and enable Anaton on the OSA to get that bomb planted.
Flashtree's gonna have 1 to 2 bullets to get this kill. If he misses, there they go, there's the drop. He's actually missed both somehow. Flashree just doesn't see it. Chibisu dies. There's the diffuser in the hands of Anaton. The smoke misses as well. Toxic canister. Looks like it might be tickling him. Anaton pulls it off. Not a single point of damage done. All the damage that he takes is after he bails out of that position. Empt hops on it immediately. Anaton will need to do some serious work. They need to shut Empt down as he's getting the disable off. And CAG can't do it. The cojones from Empt to steal the round and get on the case right under the noses of CAG gives E1 their first victory of this round. First victory, rather, and first lead of this series.
Fun fact, in this best of 3 so far, not as either team has planted down the diffuser and won the round. You plant, you lose. That's how it goes. And I will say, CAG, they played things almost perfectly. Step 1, roam clear. They got the anti-spawn peek, got the opening kill. Step 2, prep the bomb site. Destroy the soft floor, drone the bomb site, find those positions, drop down with the Osa. Step 3 is get down the diffuser and play the post plant. Only one small issue. When you plant behind the bomb site chassis, you can't really see that diffuse rather from above as comfortably, so you have to swing the freezer door, and that's where we saw the problem come, because Ems was so quick to say, guys, I found a gap here, I can go to the defuse, just cover me, trust me, we got this. No hesitation whatsoever. E1 looking more and more alive in these rounds, and if CAG, if there was one round they really should have won on the attacking side so far, it would have been that kitchen and kitchen, because they got the opening pick, and it's such a simple bomb set to pick apart. Small things though, from both these two teams, costing them around sometimes, and neither team able to play around the post plant so far in 2 maps.
Must be a devastating round for E1, and a bit surprising that we don't see the timeout called from CAG.
CAG called it after they won the 2v5.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah. It was very brief. I think we were both looking at other things when it happened, but it's like they won the round, then called the timeout, which doesn't make sense either. So, and that's the thing, like, now you wish you had the timeout for your attacking side, because that's kind of where I think it will be hard for CAG given their struggles.
Teams should get a timeout on each half, yes or no?
Yes. I like the idea, because then it's not a choice or a sacrifice, but also, I could also argue that no, but then increase the round count a little bit maybe, or do, what about this? 3-3 halves. 3 round defense, 3 round attack, same scoreline. Because right now the 6-0 halves, so starting 6 rounds on one side, can be problematic on map balancing sometimes in certain meta games.
Or you just shorten the length of the timeouts as well if you're going to do 2 of them.
That's correct.
Oh my. Perez dies early yet again. CAG had things going for them in the previous round, but fumbled it. That round ended with over half of the lobby still involved in action. Shuri Bananaton quite damaged, but still alive.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Supporting cast for E1, showing up quite effectively. Empt, 6-3. STK, 8-6. And Emps will find a 7th kill on Anaton. Shiraniko in and amidst the fire by Anaton. Oh my.
Lemao.
Laughter from 2 separate players from E1 will almost certainly get under the skin of the CAG squad. Well, they're doing all right in the first half. But this is why I said you can't believe those numbers when it comes to Cafe. Because even then, we'd think, oh, this is surely an attacker-sided map. But those are only 18 rounds. The defenders excelling. Arthur dies to Shuri. Still alive. Only one of the 2 pairs remaining as Anaton had died earlier. Final 30 seconds. Smoke will clear on this bomb site. Chibisu drops now down to New Hatch. Not far removed from the Brava of Shuri. Black Ray's been quite quiet, taking a lot of damage, distracting, but they've got information on one in back bar. No safety for Shuri to get the diffuser down, gets off of the plant, takes matters into his own hands. There's been a drop, and Black Ray gets the final 2 kills. Coming up big when his team needs it. Tie game yet again.
Good read by CAG. It did not look clean at first, saying, okay, you gotta cover 3 different positions, maybe verticality as well, but they had good drone information. We saw those red pings at the end of the round saying they had long bar information, they had piano information, their flank was covered. They only had to actually worry about 2 separate angles, and they had 2 players to cover. It was a 3v3. So well done, the problem solving skills there from CAG and E1. The only thing they could have really done better is have what I call multiple win conditions. And what I mean by that is that their win condition is, of course, to deny the plant. horizontally. They're holding it upstairs, but you can add a second win condition by also denying it vertically. Having a player in piano, either with a yellow ping information, or a C4, or live info like a Valcam, Maestro, Evil Eye, or Pulse Scanner for example, or Solace here, can just give you another layer of how to deny the opponents from finding victory. So E1 playing a little bit simple, I would say, with CAG they're good against. When they know what they're up against, when everything makes sense to them, they can deal with their problems. When E1 do this stuff that's a bit abstract and you're thinking, what is happening right now? That's when CAG they struggle the most. So I think for E1, try and set up more difficult problems to tackle to counter CAG's more simple approach to the game stylistically. And so far it's been a bit of 50-50 because now we do see E1 bring out that kind of firepower. Pulse verticality, Goyo canisters, the castle barricades, all things that CAG now had to worry about and deal with, which is why they're playing the Twitch. They're playing soft destruction.
Such a ballsy place for Flash3 to be. Bottom white.
He's chilling.
Delivery door gets shot through, knows somebody's there, and now secondary hard breach don't get used all that often. You see teams usually bringing those sets of nades, whether they be the frag grenades, flash grenades, or smoke grenades. Black Ray will use all three and has effectively neutralized Empt's castle barricades single-handedly.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
Yeah?
Do you think Canadian hears that in his sleep sometimes with all the amount of posts he's played over the years? Deploying cardiac sensor. I've said it.
Is there a pulse line that Canadian hasn't heard? That's the question.
There's no. I mean, to be fair, most pros put dialogue volume off, so they might not even hear it at all, but because we see the quizzes sometimes with dialogue options, and they're like, I don't know who says that. It's like, you play this game like thousands of hours. So I got dialogue volume off. My bad. Do better. Know it all if you're a pro player. Come on. Calm before the storm here. Only thing is Arthur and the pulse getting so much value because he can scan all the areas and say that's clear, that's not clear. And I like this from CAG. They're burning the Goyo canisters first to switch drone. Then when they want to go for the push, they actually free to. But oh, that's dangerous.
Oh!
What?
CAG loses two in very quick order. Flash3 and Perez. The kills for E1. Goodbye to your Capital, goodbye to your Grim, and now goodbye to your Buck. Maybe saying goodbye to the round in just a second. A first kill for CAG, but Flash3 answers back. Chibisu will now need to ace clutch. But Perez is there on the flank, and E1 will move to map point. Consulate looking like a much more certain than it was just a couple rounds prior.
That's what I mean. CAG, when things don't make sense to them, they struggle so much with what they need to do next. And they did a good job initially. They used the Twitch to pop the Goyo canisters, but then they ran face first into the fire, and they got Fenrir nearsighted, and then they got C4 below. Like, everything basically went wrong for CAG instantaneously, where if you just wait 10 more seconds, the fire's gone, you drone top floor, you get that kill upstairs, then you have about 50, 60 seconds to work with. That's fine. You're not in a stressful hurry here. You can still play out the round. If you have top floor control, but you need to get the first step before going to the second step. So don't stress it too much. CAG, they're down on match point. They can't really attack on Cafe. We realize that, all of us watching right now. So they might as well go for something different. Maybe, possibly. They're showing us the glass for a brief moment. Now back onto Capital, unfortunately. I would like to see them just try and go for something here. If they feel like it's right, if they have a pocket strat cooked up, so to speak, where it's a one-round kind of deal. If they win it, it would take them into overtime territory where they can turn things around. It becomes a best of 3 in round count at that point. But instead of a glass, it becomes a gridlock. Still cause a bunch of noise generation with the gadget. They have 4 grenades, which a year ago would have been phenomenal here in Cafe, but nowadays you can't cook those frag grenades any longer. So the value is just to clear out barbed wire, razor blooms, Fenrir traps, frost mats, whatever utility that it might be. E1, they're spawn peeking on match point.
Why not?
Go for it.
CAG has only been able to muster a single round on attack. I said 4-2 was the most likely scoreline, but if E1 could beat that number and do 5 rounds on this defending side, no overtime would be required. I mean, you could probably speak from experience here. The nerves of going into OT with your life on the line. Well, I mean, admittedly, you oh so seldom we're in that position.
Didn't happen very often.
Nade goes out by Shiraniko. Say goodbye to Flastry. And now the upside down repel, very hard to beat for these defenders. The perspective of the attackers means they'll see you before the defenders see you on repel.
You're right though. Risk assessment changes when things are on the line because the risk of losing becomes very dire. But CAG, they stick to the guns and they're winning so far in this round.
Chibisu has another on to STK. Now it's E1 looking like the pressure might be getting to them. Ooh. Shurip could get another as Arthur creeps up. Not far removed. And there it is, 2 kills from Shurip. Emps has had a great game so far, but he's got the Frost shotgun. Probably the worst gun that you could be put in this position with. But not a flawless round, by the way, for CAG. These teams have been able to get at least 1 kill. Round by round by round, CAG keeps their hopes on this map alive, but they've got quite a buffer. Even if they lose here, we go to a 3rd map. They're still in the game. The stakes are not the same for E1. If E1 falters, that's it. Their tournament is over. The number 2 team seeded in Brazil will go home. Over on the other stream, by the way, Team Bliss and Team Secret doing battle. In the very first map, it was Team Secret to take the first map.
Do you know the score by chance?
I don't remember what the score was. I didn't see it. I only walked by and saw the Team Secret had won. Okay. While we were in the break between these 2 maps, Guz, our friendly Australian caster, tweeted out that with the maps, he didn't really have high hopes for Bliss, and he thought that the only way for Bliss to win would be a 2-0. If Team Secret can win 1 map, it's almost certain that they would win the series. We'll see if Guz is correct. Miss you, Guz. Wish you were here. Worth noting that that is a promotion match. That is not an elimination match.
But
the loser sticks around. The winner becomes our very first team to clinch a spot in the playoffs and earns themselves a 3-day vacation.
That's
they'll
pretty
be
nice.
off tomorrow. They'll be off Wednesday. They'll be off Thursday. They'll be back in action on Friday for one of the quarterfinals.
That's huge, actually.
It's massive.
Yeah. Normally you can just do prep work, watch the games, like re-energize, because like it's a long tournament if you're gonna be here till the end. So yeah. Also, with that round being won by CAG previously, that's the first round where Plant went down and the team that planted won. It was a 5v1 when it happened, but still, statistically speaking, they broke the norm. They won after planting.
And if you think about it, if CAG had maybe not gotten that plant in kitchen down quite so hastily that allowed Emps to jump on it right away, this series could be over. CAG could have walked away with a 2-0 victory.
Absolutely.
But we would have, could have, should have as much as we want. At the end of the day, the scoreline is 6-6. Hypotheticals will do us no good and will certainly do the teams no good. Just like them, we need to mentally reset. For these 3 overtime rounds, CAG will be on attack twice, E1 on defense twice. That's excellent for E1. This is their map. Defense has been objectively the better side so far. 4 of the 12 rounds won by the attackers, 8 by the defenders. Will that pattern hold here in overtime? We'll find out. Approaching the halfway mark of this very first round of OT, it's been very limited action so far.
Yeah, I think CG trying to figure out, okay, what's step number 1? They see the player of Thorn Arthur inside a piano, or cigar rather, with that cancel barricade prep behind, and the deployable shield in front. But they're not sure what to do about it. I mean, you can repel on the south side, Ash charge, take him out. Arthur now very smartly walks in front of the shield to now have second layer of coverage. And of course has that shotgun primary in pocket as well, so he's gonna drop. He's bought almost 2 minutes of time, soft destruction, and 5 attackers' attention, and they've got nothing from this.
If you recall, this was the very first site that E1 went to on their defense, and CAG did terribly at dealing with those castle barricades. They did not have an answer for it whatsoever. Arthur only had that shotgun in hand, so unless it's a close range engagement, he can't do much. He dies. 3-10 for Arthur. Back to those bad numbers that we saw yesterday, and back to being well below his average. This could be a suicide jump from CAG as they look for both of these smokes of Anaton's crossbow to try and conceal their efforts. But a pocket EMP first. There are magnets on the board. There it goes. Smokes will drop. Black Ray eliminating Flastry. Fires to go off to isolate back bar, and Anaton not dropped just yet, waiting for the rest of the team to get in there. Emps now inside a freezer upstairs. Perez the first person to strike on E1. Only 20 seconds to go. if you're CAG, you've got to quicken the pace a little bit. STK still looking from long range. He's got Shoe Reap lined up, now moving over towards that new hatch. Shoe Reap looking for some safety. Diffuser in hand. STK gunning down Black Ray, traded right back. Perez attempts to jump in. It's all up to Perez, but he's nowhere close. Diffuser goes down. A 14th kill for Perez. Get him some help. Shiraniko and Shoe Reap remain. Shoe Reap had a bad start to this map, but he's quickened it up. Both he and Shiraniko looking to go positive. Trying to take down the raid boss that Perez has been. As the timer continues to run, and it's Shiraniko to find the kill and dumbfound E1. Now, on series point, it's CAG to go to the better side. 1 round away from sending E1 back to Brazil.
They're looking better and better as time goes on. They're a learning cafe in front of our very eyes. CAG did a fake execute. I was thinking, where's the plan? It's not happening. The fire, the smoke goes out, the flashbangs, and E1, they were trying to react to what they thought was the actual execute. But CAG, they waited out the pre-fires, the C4s, etc. And then later on, without any utility, they just used the numbers. And I will say, that plant cover was beautiful. Such a selfless act from the players of CAG saying, I'm not the one planting, my life doesn't matter, I need to be a wall, I need to block bullets and try and get kills, and if that plant goes down, we're gonna be okay. They get the 2v1 post plant, and once again, they are successful at playing the post plant by fighting back against Perez, who yes, 14 kills on his side, but Chibisu also sitting nicely on 11. And now CAG go on defense. It's been a long while, so maybe they gotta refigure out mentally, okay, defending, attacking, it's a little bit different here, but it will be a change up. Fireplace, the side they log in, they can choose any of those 4 playable bomb sites. I like this choice, frankly I do. One thing we've not seen that much of though, which is a surprise to me, is a lack of mirror from both teams. It was played in like 1 or 2 rounds if I recall correctly, but with these arbiter bands of like Monty and Asami for example, I just expected a little bit more Valkyrie and a little bit more Mira, or one or the other at least. It's been mostly stuff like Pulse in that department. She's a lot of Castle, for example, which isn't bad by any means. It's just a different approach. CAG are gonna keep things mostly the same as before. No massive changes here. Vindicate Claws might be the one big like, okay, what's that about? Try and keep some of those walls intact. Slow down E1, and of course you get those lovely C4s in pocket to use at some point in the round if you have information on a weak opponent droning in the wrong spot, standing on the wrong kind of soft floor. And E1, they will do what they do best. They try and play those early duels. Deimos in action from Flash Tree to haunt the defender, try and get that opening pick first.
It's an early run out from Aniton. Did not find anything out on the balcony through reading doorway. Doesn't matter the competition, Perez has really stood out.
Yeah, he has.
He's looked good in his home region of Brazil against some of the best gunners in the entire game. I mean, if you were to put together a top 10 list of players in Brazil, it would be a hell of a challenge. You've got Palu, you've got Nesk, you've got Maya. That's just on Liquid.
You got all of Furia.
You've got all of Furia.
All of FaZe.
You've got all of FaZe.
Top 10 in the world might just be mostly Brazil, actually, in general.
The fact that Perez has been playing out of his mind through the entirety of Stage 1, and now he's doing the same here. Quite impressive, but it's a team game. One player is not able to carry the way you can in other esports.
Oh, he missed. Oh, we didn't see him.
Shiraniko now being hunted down. Engaging with Flash Tree. This is a very gutsy play, and it could determine the fate of this round. More damage being done, isolating him with the grenade. The one thing the P90 is working for is the sheer number of bullets. Some of them find Flash Tree, but not enough. CAG suffering their very first loss of the round, but they've burned a lot of time in the process.
I was gonna say, time here is a big deal, and also 1 frag grenade, some flashbangs was used as well in the chaos there, and he killed a couple of drones, only 5 left on side of E1, so not a good trade, but worthy, honestly, in this scenario. And again, in overtime, attackers tend to go a little bit slower. That risk assessment, not wanting to risk it all in case you're not going to lose the entire series. And for E1, you're going to go home. So they need this to work out, but they also need to seek out those opportunities and go for those gunfights because they are on the attack. 48 seconds left. They gotta approach this top floor, clear out those roamers, do the soft destruction, then hit the side. But time is slipping away, and they only have a small man advantage.
Well, I think you made a very good point about the fact that it's been a while since they defended. You can't just get comfortable on this side. And it's CAG now taking no prisoners as they storm towards the bomb site. They found 3 players from CAG. Shoe Reap and Black Ray remaining. Perez annihilating Shoe Reap upstairs, and now it's Black Ray, the last player, and he's got a big old Deimos mark on him. Finished off by Perez. Not a flawless round, but as close as you can get, and this second map will go all the way.
Yeah, that's the tricky part sometimes, and it's been so long since you've been on a certain side of the coin. And again, CAG, they're a team that has to adjust to their environment, and it took them a long time to get comfortable on the attack, but they looked better with every single attempt. If they still have that, they haven't flipped that switch to defense just yet fully, they can still win out here on 7-7. The thing is, for E1, they have 3 bomb sites to choose between. In fact, 4, because they lost that first attempt on defense. And this is where being a player can be very difficult, because you don't really plan for, guys, what do we do if it's 7-7, it's the final defense round? You don't prep for this. So you sit there, you have maybe 20-30 seconds to discuss as a team where you're gonna go, which strat you're gonna use, and why you're gonna go there. And I've been there before myself with Fabian, where he says, let's go top floor. I say, no, let's go basement, for example. And then you have to make your point very quickly, or someone has to make that ruling saying, we do this. There's no time to argue, there's no time to discuss what is better, but you have to make sure you're on the same page as a team, and you commit to that same idea, and just try your best to execute it, even if you individually might not feel the strongest about that idea. For E1, it's kitchen to kitchen. I think that's very risky, but again, they had this thing where they're hiding certain operators, like the Kaid. That could catch CAG off guard, because they don't have the IQ to scan for that Kite Claw. Do you have a Blitz though? That could be a different way for them into this round.
I mean, there's been no real shield play, which is actually quite surprising for both of these teams. Arthur favors shields on a lot of these maps, absent through most of E1's attacks. CAG loves to bring shields. They've been absent in this matchup. And frankly, it's been quite surprising, but maybe they just think that because shields are so common in Brazil, just as they are in Japan for the record, that maybe E1's uniquely prepared for it. So if you bring a more conventional lineup, you can actually do some more damage than you would if you brought any of those shield operators on. But with the matchup on the line, the one player who's had the most struggles in this map for CAG will rock an operator that is very much do or die.
Yep, Hannington on the Blitz. And of course, the Monty band plays a part into this because Monty's the easier shield operator to play on Cafe, but Blitz is very strong right now with the shield rework. C4 goes wide. That could have been a phenomenal kill to Bug if it happened, but no. And the big thing to note here, CAG are way ahead of the average time to roam clear. Plus, they have the surprise factor off the Blitz. The one thing I thought here was Arthur and Kai could maybe try and trick this hatch, but that didn't happen. So, all of a sudden, that Kai that they hit for so long in the prep phase doesn't find any true value for the hatch area at least, and now he wanna back to a default kitchen-to-kitchen hold, but the one big difference is Flash 3 on Smoke is not playing on the side to deny the plant. He's playing sort of VIP on the back portion. That means the bomb site itself has no way to stop a plant as there's no longer C4 available.
We've seen this a couple times in this tournament, by the way, where you hide a blitz by putting the shield on your back and then just crouch walking along with the pistol.
Yep.
Because you don't make the same sound. You don't know that there's a shield coming.
Here it comes.
So where will Hannington go? Shield out in front of his eyes and immediately pouncing on the smoke.
No idea.
Flattening him. Flash 3's dead. CAG 4 kills away. Now it's Chibisu leading the charge up through Whiskey. Looking long range. They suspect there's one playing by stairs. SDK eliminating Sheer and Nico. Down goes the Nomad. Both of these teams fighting for their lives. CAG has another opportunity. Black Ray saving Chibisu, and now it's Hannington running on in. A huge round. It's all up to Arthur. The Kaid that they had kept concealed will hop over, confront the shield, and get chipped away at as CAG circles the wagons and sends E1 home.
I think for CAG, Chalet started their story that they are back mentally to be a team that we know and love. They are aggressive, they are unpredictable, and it did take a while on Cafe to find their footing, but they figured out their attacks and showed us that they are here to stay, and they will send E1 home, which is a pretty big surprise. And for E1, they came into this thinking that they were hot stuff. They got reality checked, I think, at the highest level of play, and they know now that back to the drawing board, they gotta go.
I mean, E1 even making the major was quite a surprise in and of itself. It's been said a lot, but needs to be repeated. This E1 team in Stage 1 only beat the bottom 4 teams. That was it. MIBR, Team Liquid, who was down there. All of these teams that were towards the bottom of the standings, E1 was the best of the worst, effectively. But then everything changed when they got to the playoffs. Stunning people by 2-0ing Black Dragons, who looked like they were going to make it.
Yeah.
And then stunning us by beating W7M 2-0, who also looked like they were going to make it. Every single time this team was written off in the playoffs, they flipped the script, and they come out as the second seed in the most competitive and dominant region in this game at the moment. It was a surprising result.
Yeah.
And maybe now it looks like E1 had a little bit of help from their friends in Brazil. They overachieved and they regressed by falling back down to earth at the spot that maybe they deserved before the playoffs began. But great experience to be gained here from E1. Some good looks on this team, but very obvious problems that they will hopefully address over the next couple months before Stage 2 begins. But it's not all about E1. CAG have survived today, but they have a long road to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're going to be back in action tomorrow and the next day if they survive that as well. But this is a team that yet again continues to leave our live events in the early groups. They've survived today, and it was a very impressive 2-0 for the Japanese squad.
And one big change for Blackray, who was the worst performing player for his team the first, 2 games here in Phase 2, and entered in the best of 3, best performing player, 23-17. He changed everything around individually, and his team played around him beautifully to win this series.
Lowest rated player on CAG coming into this matchup, and boy oh boy, what a day to find another gear. CAG lived to see another day. E1 Sports, the first team sent home in Phase 2. We'll be saying goodbye to one more team today. SSG versus Team Liquid. It could be another Brazilian team boarding a plane tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or maybe we see the Americans go home. One more matchup today. We'll be back with more Rainbow Six soon. Sit tight. Well, in a stark contrast to our previous game, we're not going to say goodbye to a team here. We're going to say hello to another team qualifying for the playoffs, Nick.
Yup. The real LAN.
The real LAN. And one of them is a former world champion. And the other has a really big fish. Team Bleed is going to go up against Furia. If you are new and have not tuned in, the World Championship, dare I say, dynasty-forming Furia, hopped over from the organization known as W7M, who have picked up a new roster in Brazil, and under the mantle of Furia, actually came a little bit close to not qualifying for this event.
Oh, yeah.
For a team as dominant as they have been over the last calendar year, winning 3 events in a row, and the event before that finishing in second place, which is the SI in Montreal.
Yep.
It was a surprise to see Furia enter as the 3rd place seed. Will they have their hands full up against another team that has made consistent deep runs while also having a large fish, Bleed?
I think the big thing for a team like Furia, when you start winning as much as they have, is that you need pressure to perform and things need to matter for you to give a damn. Because when you're just playing online for qualifiers, whatever, it's not a big deal. It's about the major. It's about the grand stage with the crowd, the grand finals itself. So I think for Furia, the longer this tournament goes on for them, the higher the risk, the bigger the stage potential, the better they will perform. So I think this right here will be the best we've seen from them in 2 months since we started stage 1.
I mean, they are a team that does excel on LAN, and they made it to this point by going undefeated. 2-0 for Furia.
Yeah, 8-6 victory against BDS, not the most convincing, but that's how they started out a bit slow. They played Scarz 7-4, more convincing.
I mean, it's not like BDS have lost, right? it's not like BDS have lost today.
No,
right?
no. They didn't lose to a South Korean team. No, they would never.
Certainly didn't lose to PSG Talon. No. Oh. Furia's record over the last 14 months has been exceptional. 15-ish, 16-ish months, depending on how you want to quantify it. They won the 6th Invitational on home soil in one of the best matches we have ever seen in the history of this esport. They were on the ropes in the 5th and final map against their fellow countrymen of FaZe Clan. And when all looked like it was lost, a 6-1 lead for FaZe Clan, Furia stormed back and won in overtime. Not just to defeat FaZe Clan, but to win their first world championship on home soil. A couple months before that, it was a victory in Atlanta. Half a year before that, it was a victory in Copenhagen.
Yep.
And 3 months before that, it was a heartbreaking second place finish at the 6th Invitational at the hands of G2 in one of the most surprising grand finals we've had in a long time. As for Bleed, the level of success has not been quite as much as the most dominant team in the game. That's not much of a surprise. But Bleed has made deep runs. And it seems like when Bleed are on, they are so tough to beat. Well, this is a best of 3, though. And how do the map pools go? How will they have prepared for it? And more importantly, what tricks will Bleed employ to defeat the best team in the world?
Now also mind you, when you have the Bleed players with someone like Julio behind them for the strategical aspect and how to keep themselves in check mentally, that adds that another layer of experience that the players might not have.
What is that?
That's the cat thing. It's like a super zoomed in cat figurine.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't see the way he was holding it. It looked like a whoopee cushion. And I was like, what on earth?
No, so they bring, the thing is, Bleed, ever since, international stage the first time, they bring memes, they bring vibes, and they've been very loved by fans across the world for a lot of different reasons. They also have incredible trash talk on social media, the pictures they post from Turtsta specifically, when he owns players and puts them on a leash on social media. I love it. Reeps, the person who has the crazy high sensitivity, the mousepad mostly off the edge of the table. There are just so many talking points about this team where you go, they do it differently than any other team right now in Siege.
And not to mention, it's going to be a 5v6 for the entire matchup for Furia because of Joel, the giant Bass Pro fish, sitting directly in the middle of the bench.
Beautiful.
Maybe, actually not quite the middle, close to the middle.
Yeah.
Just to the right of Mentalist. Or the left if you're just looking at this camera here. Bass Pro Shops, of course, sells the fish for $20. You can go get your own Joel if you'd like. I'm actually surprised we haven't reached out to Bass Pro Shops for an endorsement. We should. Blast. Ubisoft.
Get all the Joels.
If you're listening, think about how many Joels we could have. Map vetoes, map bans, and map picks in front of your very eyes. Reaps enters this matchup as the third best rated player at this event, sitting at a 129 rating with 113 kills.
Yep.
That is an eye-watering number. 113. Nesk with 80 kills is not far behind. But boy, oh boy, it is absurd when you look at how much farther ahead he is. Now, mind you, Bleed had to fight their way here, so there have been more games played by Bleed than most of the teams still present at the tournament.
Yeah.
And no matter what happens with this Bleed roster and this Furia roster, today, one of them will go on, of course, to the playoffs on Friday, joining Team Secret, who destroyed Bliss 2-0 in the previous matchup. But both of them will still live to see another day. They just simply will have to try and fight their way out, and I think it's 2 days is when their next match would be.
I think so.
I don't have the schedule in front
I
of
actually
me.
don't exactly know, yeah.
Well, it's not today, that's for sure. Chalet and Consulate are the two maps that you will see guaranteed, with Cafe being the decider. Now, we just casted a match on this channel, and these are the same 3 maps. The only difference is that Consulate was the tiebreaker, and now it's Cafe. But no matter what, they're going to start on Chalet. What does this mean for both of these teams?
So, speaking firstly to how many maps that they've played from the side of Bleed, they've played, what's the magic here? They've played 5 matches, so to speak, 3 best of 3s and 2 best of 1s. They've played 7 different maps already. Compared to Furia, they've played 2 games, 2 maps. So 7 versus 2, the issue for Bleed is that they've shown almost their entire map pool, so whatever Furia will do right now, they'll have footage on them, with one exception. Bleed, they have picked Consulate, one of the only 2 maps they've not shown so far. They've saved it for this matchup to surprise Furia perhaps, but Furia will know how they will do it on Chalet, and they know how they'll play as well on Cafe. And Furia, being the team that we know that they are, I do fear for Bleed, but frankly, I fear for any opponent up against Furia, because they are the best in the world.
Chalet's been played 4 times at the start of today, a 5th time, as we just saw it get played in the matchup that you and I casted of E1 versus CAG. And it's a very defender-sided map. Of all the rounds played, 62% won by the defenders, 38% by the attackers. So, you have to see who jumps out to an early lead here. Could it be a quick 2-0 for Furia? They are the world champions. They have looked indomitable. They have bled at home. And they've dropped a little bit of blood at SI. But other than that, this has been a team that has been unable to be stopped. The community sure thinks that they're going to be the victors. 74% of the community thinks it'll be Furia.
74 isn't actually that impressive, I think. I feel like it's almost like favorite Bleed here.
26% for Bleed?
I know,
Are
but
you nuts?
Listen.
It's not that one-sided. Come on.
No, I mean, for the standards that is Furia, I mean, okay, Bleed, they got the hype. They've shown they're a good team. They've done really well this event so far. But we're talking about Furia, for God's sake. Like, that's like a 90 to 10, I feel like, in my book. But anyway, I love the fan support. There is some belief here that an upset could happen. Reap says, Hurts, I'm waiting you in some random corner. All right. The threats are coming out. Go find Reaps first. So, operator bans Furia. Opt for the multi-ban. Bleed, of course. Demos, gonna slow things down a little bit because Furia can get so quick on the entries on Chalet. When it got something like a Lion, a Jackal, Dokubi, a Demos, hunting down those players for opening picks. Second ban for Bleed will be Maestro, actually. Very abnormal operator to ban, actually, on Chalet. Most teams are just playing out the Brava, play out the Dokubi, you know, as direct counters. A Flores, for example, works as well for self-destruction. Normally, Maestro isn't a huge issue, but if you want to open up the flexibility of your attacking lineup, it can work quite well to remove Maestro from action. It's no longer going to be a worry. Furia, they ban, I don't want to say the same operators, they're relatively flexible, but they do love to ban the meta operators. So we're talking the Monty, the Solace, the Fenrir, the Valkyrie, for example. Operators like that every single team can bring on the majority of bomb sites. Furia themselves can play pretty much anything. I mean, they're not the biggest shield team, they got such great gun skill, but they can play the majority of operators that are needed in the current given meta.
Well, these two teams will go to war. A surprise that Bleed is one of the first 4 teams to go undefeated at the start of Phase 2. Will they do something that Bliss was unable to do in just the matchup that transpired earlier? Will APAC have representation in the playoffs? Right now, there's a very high likelihood that it will happen. But it might not happen today. Good chance it could be both Furia and Secret as the 2 teams clinching their spot for Friday. We will obviously await the results ourselves. As Furia starts on defense. Can't swap off these operators, but Bleed certainly can, and they're going to blow up their composition.
Speaking of APAC, I actually think we're guaranteed an APAC team at the main stage because I believe PSG Talent plays Bliss next because Bliss lost, right? So I think that, because they're both on 2 wins, one of them will advance actually. Anyway, APAC doing really well this event, and I think that's why there is that 26% behind Bleed, which I think is pretty high, because, again, Furia matchup, but Bleed, they have shown that they can swing with the big boys at this event, taking down ITB, taking down PSG, who beat BDS earlier today. That's a pretty big deal. They beat CIG, they beat SSG, they beat Fearx. So Bleed have played against a lot of different playstyles on a lot of different maps. The only thing for Bleed that might be a problem later on is exhaustion. You play all the time, all day, against so many different teams, on so many different maps. Your strat boot is going to be running thin at some point because you've shown most of your usual approaches. I like this first setup here, the Blitz, waiting for the info. Could be up the basement staircase, in towards the bomb site. Blitz flies in that window into Fireplace, and they hit the site directly. For Furia, they've seen this before in Brazil. These quick takes are not all that uncommon, and Bleed, they need an initial injury pick to get a lead in this round.
Aggression has been the name of the game for both of these teams, but more importantly, Bleed is the team that needs to bring the heat, being on attack, and Asphy's going to sprint right in. It immediately died a Mentalist grenade, and, well, it doesn't seem to be bogging them down because Mentalist laughing as he blows his own teammate up. Turnstone with the very first kill. Hoven picked off by Fellapox on blue stairs. And the lack of a Fenrir ban has been a particular challenge for teams that we've seen today, and it will afflict Bleed just as it has all the other attacking squads who find the new Swedish operator's gadgetry to be a little bit of a nuisance. Turnstone will pick up a second kill as down goes KZ. Looking for more as he's now outside, but needs to get into the building. If you hear anything over our headsets, by the way, that is SSG as they prepare for their matchup. They'll be playing on the main stream up against Team Liquid. The loser of the SSG Liquid match goes home. They will be joining E1, who just, unfortunately, was eliminated, the first team in Phase 2 to not make it past today.
I like the approach from Bleed though, but again, banning Maestro and going for a rush attempt is a bit strange because Fenrir will be a problem. You know Furia, they don't leave gaps in defense, they take the first round convincingly. And again, you try and catch your opponent by surprise, but again, it is the most experienced team in Rainbow Six Siege at a Tier 1 level right now, winning so many major titles. They're not going to get caught off guard by a basic bar rush. They got the Fenrir mines, they got the crossfires, and you saw Furia did not really leave the area of the bombs that they're playing library, top mezzanine, blue staircase, in the basement even, and had a double, triple crossfire on both doors leading into the bomb site. Bleed though, could just keep up this pace and go fast. The best of 3 beauty is that you can take risks, you can do silly things, you can lose around here and there. It's not the end of the world. I mean, you can even sacrifice a full map, win the following 2. It's not the end of the world. Time to try out things here. E1 showed us that they had a strat where they played Tubarao, Kaid, and Echo on the basement bomb site. Furia doing a very similar thing, Bandit, Kaid, and Tubarao, again trying to close all the walls for as long as possible, or maybe even forever. No Echo though, instead it's a Samian or Mine to protect those pieces of utility that's going to go on the walls themselves. And for Bleed, they're going to go off that rush strat with the Blitz that they were showing us before because it's problem solving time. They got to bring out the Heartbeats, maybe the secondary and pieces, some self-destruction grenades, the Maverick for example to get through those walls. The first most important task right now for Bleed is to get open the walls leading into the bomb site first on that snowmobile garage, and then they can deal with the roam or the backside take afterwards. So you do this step first, you free up Hoven and the Maverick, and then you can play 5 guys together afterwards for the duration of this round. Yeah, no one's gonna peek that Hoven. This is Furia, okay? They're not gonna give you a free pick like this.
How much you want to bet?
I will bet $100 right now. Oh, I won. Where's my $100, huh?
I never agreed to the bet. I just asked how much you would bet.
That is implied. By asking how much I would bet that you're gonna bet with me.
You inferred the wrong thing.
You inferred the wrong. I understood the right thing. How about that?
No.
No.
You misunderstood.
Either way, I see myself as a winner there because
We've talked about this. I don't gamble.
that's true. You don't. You're not a gambling man.
I'm not.
I was wrong. But I mean, this is again like you can predict what Furia will do because normally it makes sense, but they do things so well that even when you know what they're gonna do, and this goes back to like back in Prime Empire in Europe, you know exactly how they're gonna attack, where they're gonna play, what operators, what player, everything, but you still lose because they do it flawlessly. The big story for Furia the last 16 or so months has been, it looks like they're a team with no gaps and no weaknesses, specifically when it comes to their players. They don't have a weak link. A player that doesn't show up, a player that doesn't hit their shots, who doesn't understand the game at the highest level of play. They're all 5 there. And look at this right now. Bleed, locked out with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Only breached that first wall with Maverick, then rotated towards the backside and not done anything since. Small breach opened up, but they gotta go get a lot more done rather to end this round.
Aspie, who suffered a fate at the hands of his own teammate in the previous round, now looking to use the exothermic charge onto the wine wall, and it's a Zoto canister that will freeze this team out. 50 seconds left. But there goes it opens. It doesn't last quite that long. Clear passage now through that wine wall for this bleed team.
See, 35 seconds rather. There is 1, 2, 3 C4s actually inside of Furious. So when they start entering the building, C4s can come flying out. Of course, Philippox on the assignment has a bit of coverage in the middle of that bombs up at A chassis. Bleed gotta open things up here, and Furious flanking as well.
Aspie's getting the diffuser down. Do they know this? Maybe it was Mentalist on cover. Philippox is having this happen right under his nose. Reaps dies. Mentalist is in the grave. Turns to first kill. Hoven with 1 as well. Both of the kill getters from Bleed. Last 2 alive. Now it's Philippox to die. Herds throws out a Nitro Cell, but there's nobody in the area code whatsoever. Now he'll take damage from Trench Door as he inches his way up. Can't deal with Hoven. Turns to dies to nade as he unsheaths the TCSG. Now a drop from Hoven as he circles on by. Tucked into the corner is Herds. Nade swinging, and he flattens Hoven. Plenty of time for the counter disable, and it's a 2-0 start for Furia.
It's just a very clean game where Furia, they know every single step of that round. There's no panicking. There's no, oh, what are we going to do? They had pre-planned from the beginning of that round what they were going to do in different scenarios. If the scenarios, hey, Bleed, they're slow to open up the walls. They're all rotating towards that same back portion of the map. Hey, we're going to sit in the bomb site. We're going to have our C4s. While that's ongoing, we're going to have 2 players flank above and take back kitchen control and find kills. And they do that. We saw the players on the bomb site not even reacting to the plant going down. They didn't have to. You get those picks first, while Bleed are so busy covering the planter that they're weakened elsewhere. You get a couple of kills, you get the man advantage, and you utilize the fact you have more bodies than your opponent. Trading game there was excellent. I will say Bleed made it very competitive. If they had won a single 1 versus 1 in the 2v2 scenario, they would have likely taken the round as well. So well done. It's a close one, but you need more than just getting close. You gotta actually get that round victory. Bleed though looking competitive. It's a very good start for them. And this is Furious map pick, so this should be, worst case scenario to start things off. No matter what happens, people go on their map, just Consulate followed up by a deciding map of Cafe if we go the distance. Of course, like we said in the previous series, all 3 maps play very differently than one another, so you gotta change your playstyle between Chalet and then onto Consulate. It's very night and day in how you play those maps.
Let's see if Aspie has better results now on the shield of Blitz. As, well, we saw what happened in that very first round. Mentalist does not have access to grenades, so at least that problem's been fixed. Turns to will make his own way now downstairs, being droned in, making sure that there's nobody playing at this angle. The Mira immediately ejected. As Turds' breaching round gives a small window into the setup. Got to keep picking away at all these defensive lines set up by Furia on this kitchen defense.
Curious what Ashley's plan is here. You got Capital and the Blitz and the Ying to follow as well, so you can go fast into lobby, trophy window, West main windows as well. And Ashley's gonna jump in. They're gonna approach the bomb side. And they're gonna keep going though. Blitz, where's the backup though? Flash goes out. ADS has missed the gunfight again. Furia is so formidable in the 1v1s.
Hoven's been downed as well. JV92 finishing off. The shoulder of Turds just shown, and Fellapox makes that look relatively easy. All the while, the third best rated player at this entire event held off the score sheet on an upside down rappel. He and Mentalist 0 kills between the two of them through these 2 rounds. Mentalist, that's understandable, but Reaps, usually one of the first in. Mentalist cut off a wire, and it's all up to Reaps. Outside, 5 players of Furia will now compete for this final kill. What went wrong?
Well, let me tell you, Parker. Asvi goes in, good. No follow-up on the Blitz, bad. So Blitz goes in, that's the win condition, but he loses the individual 1 versus 1 gunfight, and with that the entire round goes out the window because there's a lack of follow-up from Bleed. They're lacking that team play. Reeves has to be there. Mentalist have to follow up as well. It's almost like Asvi's going in, Turch behind him, and that's the end of it.
Reeves knows there's one now behind that trophy case.
No fire.
Inside of trophy room. But yeah, no fire. What is he gonna do, smoke him out? I mean, it's possible. They'll tear some strips off of Reeps. KZ shows himself, and it's a flawless end to the round after Reeps spent about 30 seconds killing time admiring the beautiful sights on display in Chalet. 3-0 for Furia, and a great start for the defending world champs.
I think Bleed, they've been trying to play this kind of cheeky game of we're going to do silly stuff, and it's not working out whatsoever. Okay, there's a timeout. I was going to say, either you take the tactical timeout and you say, guys, let's stop the silly stuff, go back to basics, or without the timeout, you just say, okay, that's not working, let's change. Because you've tried it, it's just not the way forward. And Bleed, they can play a more, I would say, normal round of Rainbow Six Siege, where you go through the first step, second step, and that final third step, where you will roam clear into setup, into execute. We've not really seen that happen besides the basement bomb site, and that's pretty much because Furia wanted them to just come towards the bomb site, stall them for time, then lash out. So up until this moment, Bleed, they've been playing the game that Furia wants them to play, instead of playing their own game. And I also think that's why we're seeing Reap struggle, because he's not in a position to thrive and do what he's supposed to be doing. They're trying to force this awkward way of playing that doesn't seem like they're all that comfortable doing. I know Bleed though, they got pretty good mental in the game. They can laugh about things, they know it's a best of 3, they got Julio behind them. He's gonna settle them back down, they're gonna go again. And once Reeves and Mentalist both get fired up and get a couple of kills on that scoreboard, I think they'll be okay. But they gotta get there before it's like 0-5 Furia in the first half, because then Stella is basically over. Furia don't let go of a big lead almost ever.
Well, a troubling spot for Bleed to find themselves in. But if you just go by those numbers that we talked about, it's a defender-sided map and it's Furia's map. So a 3-0 start is not something too abnormal.
10 seconds to insertion.
Ideally, you want to win one of those rounds. You just let Furia get a perfect site rotation.
Yeah.
Talk a lot about that tertiary bomb site, the third site that emerges. Well, when you look at a map like Chalet, Wine and Snowmobile, that bottom bomb site, has the lowest win rate of the 3 main sites played. But there really isn't a tertiary bomb site. Here are the numbers. Bar Gaming has been played 13 times. Wine Cellar Snowmobile, 12 times. Bedroom Office, 11 times. Kitchen Dining, 9 times. All of them have positive win rates for the defenders or are tied.
Oh, okay.
The lowest win rate is that Wine Cellar Snowmobile, and it's 50-50. So there really isn't a tertiary site, number 1, and number 2, there really isn't a good site for the attackers. A 6-0 half for the defenders is entirely possible on this map.
Especially for Furia. I mean, let's be honest, Furia, back when they were W7M, they redefined how teams played Chalet at a competitive level by, instead of closing off all the walls, they would open up long lines of sight, deployable shields, and challenge you on the entries in towards library and stuff like that. And it's how most teams play Chalet right now. Well, they started that. So there is a lot of history to be had here for Furia's side. They got an incredible amount of knowledge about this map because they're able to redefine it. Bleed, they've been slowing things down. No funky operators, no risks being taken. They are doing that basic 1, 2, 3-step siege. Step 1, roam clear from master bedroom on towards office, as they're doing right now. And then, of course, you stare down the barrel that is top blue and mezzanine. That's going to be the big pain point for them. Step 2, clear out this library hold. And then step 3, hit the bomb site. The issue is step 2 is very difficult, okay? Clearing out KC above with Hertz is, for some teams, an impossible challenge to overcome, especially without a Capital, without a Grim, because Fleet, they got flashbangs and guns blazing. That's all they got in this round.
Nades going out for Mentalist as now there's a run out from Big Garage. Fellapox needs to reposition quickly, but he's greeted by Reaps. Finally gets on the board. Furia gifting a kill at this point to Bleed, but Mentalist must be retrieved. JV will reposition himself if there's a quick hop in over towards that library window. Aspie in position to pick up Mentalist. Big advantage for Bleed, but here's a greater issue. Look at the clock. JV92 eliminating Aspie. What little remains of Mentalist still holds on to his final EE1D. Hoven dies to Herds. You cannot shake Furia off of this chimney position. Now it's Reaps from down below. Climbing on up. He sees the Warden. Herds oblivious to this. Advantage swings back in favor of Bleed, but they have to get to the bomb site. They don't hold that diffuser, Nick. It's all up to Turnsta. He finds one. It's him and KZ in a standoff with 2 seconds to go. And KZ engages around the shielded top library, and nothing Bleed is doing is working.
One of the things about Furia and KZ specifically is that they have, I don't want to say an ego, I want to say a confidence level that is so absurd, because almost every single player in like a 1v1 with 4 seconds left would just run away against Turnsta there, because you guaranteed win the round. By taking a gunfight, it's 50-50. You win or you lose. But when you are such a mechanically gifted player, which all of Furia players are, when you're someone like Shaiko, who's known to do the same thing, they will more than happy just take that fight because they trust themselves to win that gunfight 100% of the time, whereas running away, maybe they have a bad timing, maybe the audio is like left, right, that streak or whatever, and it's just absurd sometimes to see because they could have lost the round in that 1v1. But of course, it's Furia, they don't. Bleed, they came over so close again, but it's also because Furia, they're lashing out the Oryx, trying to go for that cheeky kill. Bleed then punish it, but time was an issue, and they never broke that top blue stairs mezzanine position. That's where the round ended. They had side control, but no diffuser case, and that cannot win you the round.
Small mistakes will eventually catch up to you, and there's been a number of small mistakes committed by Bleed. It's that odd phrase that people might think about from time to time. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And that's really what this is. Even small missteps. A misplaced grenade, losing one exothermic charge, an EMP placed improperly. All of these things are typically accounted for by teams, and if you make a misstep, you need a strong IGL and a quick team to immediately pivot and use what remaining tools you have left to deal with the rest of this defender setup.
When you're doing this, why is it important to have that backup plan as well? Like, yeah, of course you want to do this thing as a primary idea, but if it fails, gotta do something else. Bleed up back in their function, they're gonna smoke everything, flash it out, EMPs, and try and get on that diffuser very quickly.
Hoven's just sprinting in, by the way, and there's the drop. Reading into the hold on back bar by Fellapox. Mentalist putting the shield to good use. Reaps a kill as well. 3 separate pairs from Bleed, all getting onto the scoreboard. Now it's Nade and Herds is the last 2 remaining. Aspie getting diffuser down. He was successful on his bomb site before, even if it didn't net them a win. And guess what? The Blitz has gotten out of this position, but he doesn't know that Nade is in this spot. Mentalist taken out. That T5 tearing through the legs of the German operator. Hoven wanted some more and will make an awful racket over in blue. Maybe gaining the attention of Nade as they'll both tussle around bend. Nade can't deal with the shot. Hoven just simply better, and he'll get 2 for his trouble at the end. Bleed finally on the board.
And it was with a rush. I mean, they still have the confidence to go for that play, and that shows a big thing here that they're still willing to risk it all. And it worked really greatly because Furia, unlike last time on basement, they weren't bunkering up, turtling on all 5 defenders on the bomb side. They had 3 roamers early on. So all, again, Blitz has to do is get that initial first pick, home runs it deep as well, finds a second, and the Diffuser goes down uncontested. Furia didn't even know what was happening around because they had no intel. All that was Garrett's default camera, which was also EMP'd out by the Thatcher, so no real way to know what was going on. But again, it's 4-1. They gotta do it one more time ideally and get that 2-4 scoreline. Then go, of course, they go into the defending side and can have fun with that. Furia's gonna pick Master Bedroom Bomb Site as their final defense unless we go to overtime. So they have, let's see here. I spoke earlier about how Furia, back on their WCNM, they would change the meta by opening up long lines of sight towards Library. On this particular defense, they're not really doing that right now. They're closing most of those walls, playing the mirror windows instead, and playing around utility, forcing Bleed to problem solve, and also stopping a potential rush with it, because you have to deal with the mirror window. You can't just run towards it. There's no Ash from Bleed, no Kali, no direct counters to shatter those mirror windows. They have Caps on Fire, they got Smoke Grenades, they got the Grim Beast, they have a Twitch Drone, they have Ibana. So plenty of other ways to deal with it, but it does have a chance to fail. Whereas the Ass Breach, I mean, unless you did miss it or gets caught by one my disc, it's a pretty safe way to get things done.
A bomb has been located.
How do you feel about the anime meta that we're in with all these skins?
I mean,
Terrible, right?
I love anime. What can I say? No, I don't.
I have to go.
I think I got it.
I am a certified anime hater.
You're just a hater.
I'm not an anime enjoyer in the slightest.
I think variety would be better. Like, there can be some skins that are anime and some that are not, you know. But there's a lot of anime skins.
No, I'm just joking around.
Oh.
I do dislike anime, though. That's not a joke.
Oh, that's okay. Just making sure. You know?
Anime dislikers, rise up.
Rise up.
But the skins are nice.
You know, when people ask me if I watch anime, you know what I say?
Who cares?
No, I have a girlfriend.
How dare... Hoven gets absolutely annihilated, by the way. Nice cheeky peek from Herds around that mirror window. Getting a good line of sight over to this Bleed team that has unfortunately been on the wrong side of most first bloods so far. Reaps has woken up. You need more out of him than 3 kills through 6 rounds, though. 5-1 for Furia. Definitely doable, but not as likely now that Herds has taken some damage early on. Still definitely doable. Honestly, with the way that Bleed is playing, I don't know if they're able to do this. And, well, KZ, maybe. He dies to Reaps. Furia still holding on to that advantage. A nice swing in by Asfi, who finds 2 from the same position. Looking for a third, doesn't clear out Bathroom. Nade holding the cross. Once again, Bleed will need to fetch the diffuser or go for kills. 45 seconds remain into a 2v2.
So tough spot to be in. They got 2 flashbangs, 2 smoke grenades. They can smoke off the mirror window, maybe advance up that staircase. But again, the issue is Reaps with the smokes is on the big window rappel. So they're very split apart from Bleed's side, whereas Furia, you can see they're playing very close together. 1 in Bathroom, 1 on the mirror window, locking Bleed out.
Philippox knew this was coming, and now through the smoke, Reaps will punish him for that inside. Getting the read, though, Nade's got ice in his veins. Still channeling all that winter energy from Montreal years ago. Cool as a cucumber. 5-1 first half for Furia. They are riding Chalet into the sunset at the moment.
It's just business as usual. It's not really a big deal to them. It's we've had a poor stage 1. We had a relatively slow start to this major, I would say, going overtime against BDS, which, to be fair, BDS looked like a top 3 team in the world together with Furia and FaZe going into this, but since then, BDS looked like they're a bit weaker than we initially thought, perhaps, and they beat Scarz. It's like, you beat BDS in overtime and Scarz 7-4 to get into a 2-0 scoreline for the major. It's not the biggest, most ridiculous competition, and yet Furia still struggled a little bit. But as I said before, I truly believe that the higher the stakes, the more the games matter, the better they will play. Because I have been there before myself. When you start winning quote-unquote too much, which Furia, they went everything in a full year, that's ridiculous, it is hard to care about the small victories, the small games, the easy ones that don't lead anywhere significant. So I do truly believe that the more risk, the bigger the stake, the better they will perform. Furia's first attack, I see a glass on the board, and I am liking what I see. Philip, okay, the glass is playing claymores. Not smoke grenades, not frag grenades, claymores.
People often forget that there are 3 choices on glass.
I mean, you gotta claim on the library balcony, I get that. And that's what he's gonna do, but you could have probably gotten a claymore from JV on Ash, then a second set of smokes on the glass, and you get 4 smokes on him?
Do you need 4 claymores?
That's
the real question here.
There's only 2 windows? I don't think you need... I mean, JV's actually...
2 claymores, 2 windows. It's simple math.
And, okay, JV's flanking, that's why. So he's needed elsewhere, I guess. So that's why you need the other claymores.
That's not a window, technically.
It's not a window, but it is a flank possibility. So I guess that's why. Not the highest value, I'd argue, but 2 smokes will be enough if they can do this correctly. So they're gonna smoke, bait it out, JV flanks what hurts, and try and get down that diffuser case.
Immediately the bees will go in. JV taking some damage through the floor, not expecting Reaps in that position in the corridor above.
They can stick it.
Nade very close to pulling this one off. Felipox waiting for the recharge in order for him to be able to see through the smoke, and immediately Furia bails off of the position with that case down. How do you beat Herds when he makes shots like that, by the way? And especially that one on Aspie, looking for a third. Lightning only strikes twice. Mentalist encroaching upon the diffuser. Reaps on the window, taken out by KZ, who now marches on in. Mentalist looking for a kill. He's got the ACOG and a nice shot onto Nade. How about to the right, though? KZ taking damage, but it's Turds to finish off, and Mentalist will join him in a casket deep in the ground, maybe a shallow grave. The soil and chalet, frozen enough. This is a quick one for Furia. Bleed rolling over on this map. 6-1 for the world champs.
I am such a Furia lover, but it's like they play such a high level of Siege that we don't see from basically any other team in the world. Maybe FaZe sometimes, maybe BDS sometimes, as mentioned earlier, but they are so damn consistent in how they play the game. They understand it perfectly. So they do a very basic execute. Thermite glass on the primary breach. Open it up. Smoke goes out. When that happens, Bleed is gonna react to the bomb side. Then JV will be very loud from Garage, make a bunch of noise, and he will die basically for nothing. But he buys enough time and space for Furia to get down the diffuser. And he sells himself as, oh, guys, I'm the flanker, watch me. And Hertz was on the trench door the entire time, not swinging, not taking a gunfight. He was going to be the second backstabber, because most teams only send 1 player. When you kill that flanker, that's it. Then maybe way later in the round, a second person will rotate over. But Furia, they do it off pace. They already have that second player in position, so when they don't expect it, Hertz goes in. He gets 2 kills, and again, Bleed, they gotta look away from the primary breach, look behind them, deal with Hertz flanking, and then look at the breach again. So they're constantly flicking back and forth between 2 different pinpoints on the bomb side. Most teams just don't have that depth, that second layer to it, and it's beautiful to watch. And it's why it works so well. Because Hertz found the 2 kills, the postman was immaculate, they're far outside the building with a glass. What can you do if you bleed there? The second the diffuser is planted down, it's game over, or at the very least round over. And that's match point. 6-1, Furia the more stable common lineup. Some Brava action, some Twitch droning, a lot of anti-intel here to cover the map, take out those default cameras, and then advance further in with that roam clear.
I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but boy, these teams, both Bliss and Bleed, did not look like the results that they would receive so far today. Obviously, Bleed could turn around this map and with it the series, but there have not been a lot of promising signs.
I don't want to be negative, but it's like, I will just say that I don't think they can. This is just, they're being outclassed and shit. I think they can take it on Consulate. I think Bleed can do stuff on the second map, but right now, Furia is like 2, 3, 4 levels above.
Terrible amount of noise upstairs as some remodeling is done on this multi-million-dollar chalet in France. Snowy beaches of France.
The smelly beaches?
Snowy.
Oh, so, okay, I was like, what?
How did you hear smelly?
I don't know.
Snowy beaches of France. During the E1 matchup that we just watched, by the way, ooh, nice shot by Aspie as he goes for the vault out, Hertz trades back. We talked about how good this team is across the board. Look at the kills. 5 for Velopox, 6 for Nate, 7 for Herds, 8 for KZ, 6 for JV92. Furia holds the advantage. All up to Mentalist and Reaps. Things did not start off well for Bleed in this map, and they have not gotten much better since. Plenty of time for Furia as they're just a little bit below 1 minute. Velopox holding on to the diffuser. If he manages to pull it off, that means you got Herds and KZ watching over you.
Oh.
Herds slaughtering Reaps. Old man Mentalist trapped in the back bar. And it's Velopox to swing on him. A mercy killing from Furia, as there's very little celebration. No pomp and circumstance whatsoever for the team that's won it all, including this map. Furia 7-1 on their own map choice.
Yeah, they know it's just like, again, another day in the office. That's a classic Shell A for them, where they looked at they're in the driver's seat for the vast majority of those rounds. But again, you said the big thing about Furia overall is that they have 6 kills on the person with the lowest amount of kills and 8 on the top. That's a difference of 2. Before this matchup, they had the exact same thing happening as well statistically, where the highest rated player was +4 and lowest rated is +2. If you look at the opposition here of Bleed, they have a very different story. Reaps is +43 and Mentalist is -20, a 63 difference, unlike the 2 difference on Furia's side.
Well, will this be a quick 2-0 for the Brazilian teams? Business looks good so far for them. Can they keep it up? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. Well, map number 1 maybe went the way we expected, but not the actual scoreline we anticipated. Yeah, Furia was probably going to win their map.
Yeah.
But a 7-1, Nicholas.
Yeah, I mean, the 7-1, it tells the real story. You can say, oh, but it was close rounds. That were maybe 1 or 2, but let's be honest, Furia, they stole the show. The scorelines kind of show that same thing because look at how close every single player on the side of Furia is in the kill and death department compared to that of Bleed.
23 kills for Bleed over 8 rounds. It's just averaging a little bit less than 3 kills a round. That's just not going to get the job done. Just straight up will not, though it's still a pretty spirited effort. And the one thing with a team like Bleed is you know they can go toe-to-toe with the best gunners in the world. But, I mean, people are going to think I'm glazing here.
Okay.
If I can use a word that the kids use.
The cool kids.
But, I mean, you're going to go up against the best gunners. How about the best gunners in the world? It's a difference if you're going up against 1 or 2 good players. You're going up against 5 of the best players in the world on their positions. Flat out.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Furia have been undefeated internationally for over a year at this point. And well, in map number 1, Bleed didn't look like they stood a chance. But here's the good thing. They get to go to their map next.
Yeah, and that is good news because they chose Consulate, which is even better news because out of the 7 maps that Bleed have played so far at this event, well, Consulate is not one of them. So they will go into this where Furia have no VODs to work with, no counter prep unless they go way back in time to maybe domestic play for the set of Bleed. But they've prepped stuff, of course, for this event in particular. The thing is, though, Furia, they have like a 9-map pool situation. They play every map. Of course, Consulate might be a little bit weaker on their end, but they are also prepared to go there because they're prepared to go anywhere.
It's a big gamble to pull out a map that you haven't played before. But you know what team actually knows a little bit about that? Furia, because they pulled out Night Haven Labs against G2 in Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
A team that they'd never played, and they slaughtered G2 on it, en route to a 2-0 that propelled them to the lower bracket finals. How do Bleed do on a map that we don't have any footage on? Because it is, realistically, a huge surprise. You can prep this map in dry runs and in scrims, but that's no proper substitute for actual game day reps. You could be the best scrim team in the world on Oregon and get absolutely blown up on it when you actually queue in to the matchup. It's especially challenging knowing that you just got mollywopped in your first map against Furia.
The big thing is that when you get destroyed like you did on the first map for Side of Bleed is that mentally there is this thing where you feel like you cannot really play the game you're supposed to.
81% now, by the way. And now are you going to say, oh, that's not as much as I thought?
I mean, I was thinking 90-10. I mean, and I said it before, 90-10, but we're getting there. Okay? We're getting there.
Are people unhappy in Denmark? Are you never able to be pleased?
Denmark was ranked the happiest country in the world for like 5 years straight in the mid-2000s. So I don't think we are unhappy. We might be miserable, but we're not unhappy.
Apparently, UK was the lowest country this year, so UK on top.
Have you seen their weather? Of course they're miserable. And let's not get into politics, but that was this big thing that happened recently. And, you know.
I mean, I can understand why so much sad music comes out of the UK.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Seattle, right? People are like, what's with the grunge movement in Seattle? Why are Nirvana and Pearl Jam and Soundgarden? Well, they're also sad. Have you been to Seattle? You don't get to see the sun for 10 months of the year.
Oh, God.
It's the same up here. No sunlight. No happiness. Only misery.
Is nothing gonna change, really? Oh, okay, there it is. Oh, Furia Benfinrir.
Almost all my family, by the way, is Scottish. I'm allowed to make jokes about the English.
And I have, like, some ginger in me, so I feel like I might have some deep roots here as well. Possibly.
I mean, in your case.
In my case.
The amount of Swedish slander I heard when we briefly lived in Copenhagen. Ask a Danish person what they think of Sweden, and oh boy.
Well, you know, we got our problems with each other.
Ask a Canadian what they think of America.
Yep, same story there.
Ask a Kiwi what they think of Australia. Which, by the way, is not a real place.
Okay.
Australia is not real.
Oh, okay.
Australia is not real. Australia is a bunch of Kiwis all memeing around on the internet. That's just how it works.
Okay.
We queue up for a big question mark. Bleed on Consulate. Do they pull this off? Can they claw back and force a third map, or will it be a quick 2-0 for Furia as they march their way towards yet another playoff appearance? If you want to call yourself a dynasty, yeah, I mean, you got to win every event in a given year, but how about a 4th event?
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that their dynasty has only just begun. If they get beaten here, like let's say they make top 8, they go out in quarters, their dynasty is basically like over, so to speak, right? They have started their chapter with this massive, incredible performance for a full year, but now they have to maintain and see how long they can go for. There's the big argument, who did it better, Furia or like G2 versus Penta? Well, right now, I think you can debate it, however you would like, whatever you prefer. But if Furia keep up this kind of dominant performance for much longer, they will objectively just be the better team historically in Rainbow Six Siege, period. And it's 9-year lifespan. Let's see what they can do here in Consulate though. First round starts in a pretty normal fashion where attackers, they're on the rappel outside and trying to get inside the building, which can prove troublesome at times. Hertz with the previous C4, waiting for the sound cue of someone entering in, but Bleed are expecting a run out possibly. So they're watching that main lobby door instead. You see it right here it is. Come on. See the lineup, show us. For all us ranked enjoyers, does it work? Ah, it goes wide.
Turtsta is indeed a ranked enjoyer.
I think all of Bleed are like ranked heroes, like they're crazy cracked.
Well, they've also played in front of a live audience, so not just ranked enjoyers.
But definitely ranked enjoyers. Honestly, with how this match might play out, I think rank could be parried for it because it's going to be a brawl all the way through where you're just going to find you everywhere.
Consulate and Oregon tied for the 3rd most played map, trailing Clubhouse and Nighthaven Labs, who are tied for 2nd, and then Bank. I know people are going to be like, actually, technically, that means Consulate and Oregon are tied for 4th. I don't really care about your numbers. Just talk about the fact that in terms of map plays, it's tied in 3rd place. And would you believe it? 65% of all the rounds played have been won by the defenders. So yet another defender-favored map. Furia gets to start on the favorable side in that case. Safe to say that the first couple rounds will set the pace for the entirety of this match, Nick?
Yeah, I would say the first couple of rounds certainly does. And there we go, they try and plant, they get shut down. Again, Furia in full control, even Bleed try and go for that execute. And what now? They've used their fire, used their smokes, and are losing players every single second right now from the side of Bleed.
First kill comes out for Bleed. It's Mentalist killing Herds. Hoven's still in this position to go for the rappel on in, but it is not safe for him to do so in the slightest. Nice kill by KZ. Reeves thought he had something, but he comes up empty-handed in that one. Down goes Hoven as well. Everybody getting slaughtered across the map. Bleed looking like a team of individuals. It's Mentalist to try to get back even close to the bomb site, and KZ does not allow him to do that in the slightest. A nice finish from Furia, and things continuing apace for the Brazilian team.
There is one oversight that I had when I spoke about Bleed going to their mapping of Consulate, is that when you pick a map in professional play, the opponent chooses the starting side. And the big issue with maps like Skyscraper and Consulate is that it is just such a defender-sided map. We're talking 70 to 80% sometimes when some teams they play it. You have to start attack if you're Bleed. So you might like this map, you might think you're good on it, but you need to go like 2-4 or 3-3 on the attacking side to have what I would say a realistic way to win. So you have a lot of rounds ahead of you, sure, but they're going to be very long and very difficult to find any wiggle room in on the attack because Furia, they are known to lock people out. We talk about star players, for example from Bleed, Reeps, sitting like 113 kills or whichever, how many it was. He is being locked out in a chalet, not really finding success. Furia, they are great at shutting down individual performances because they don't put themselves in weak individual spots. They always have people nearby, a trade going, a crossfire. So the only thing I think that is great for Bleed is Furia ban Defenware. This allows Bleed to get more into the building without that big issue of being nearsighted. But if they're playing from the rappels, trying to play utility, that doesn't really matter. So I like this here from Reeps, get in quickly, get a bit of map control. But the issue is, this is not like a super active roam game from Furia. They're playing Maestro, Warden, Clash, Kaid, Aruni. This screams, we're gonna play near the bomb site. Of course have a soft room in the beginning, but this comes down to the site itself in the late game if you're Furia, that's for sure.
Nade on a shield up is a nice thing to behold. The Clash could do some serious damage to Bleed if they once again decide to take a lot of singular engagements. There is something to be said for spreading out all over the map, droning each other in, and then kind of pinching the bomb site, right? Clamping down on the defenders. But if you start to play a bit more coordinated, it can work out well. But if the defenders have that number and start to win on these 1v1 engagements, well, then you're doomed, because there's no ability to refrag. There's no backup, and we just saw it with Reap's solo entry. Hoven was a little bit too far behind. There's no trade to be had, and Furia gets that first pick easily.
And this is the thing, like, did Reeves make a mistake holding the angle? Well, in 9 out of 10 times, he would live. But against someone like Furia, they keep saying, somebody like her, somebody like KC, they will hit those shots almost every single time. And you think, I'm safe on it. So now Bleed, they got a minute to go. They lost one of their entries, and now SV's half on HP as well. Things are not getting any easier.
That must have been a Nitro cell from JV.
I think so. Most certainly.
JV knows Mentalist is in the area. Ooh. Can't really control the TCSG. Sidearm will do the trick instead. KZ elsewhere eliminating Asfi. Things going from bad to worse for Bleed in this round. Maybe 92 low HP, but you know what operator gets better the fewer there are? Clash. Now turns to dice JV92. Hoven eliminating what little remained of the Kaid. Not a single point of HP, and Herds is going to be an escort for the Clash.
Oh, he's flanking.
Hoven doesn't seem to know where this is, but every single shot that Herds made in that round was unbelievable.
Yeah.
You couldn't even see him. You're fighting ghosts. How are you supposed to slow them down? You can't even see him. How are you going to kill him?
This is the issue. We look at this team for over a year now, and everyone says the same thing. Where are the weaknesses? How do we beat Furia? How do we break them apart? And it just looks like a massive skill gap right now, where one team is simply better than the other. And I hate when it becomes that simple, because there are so many beautiful things about Rainbow Six Siege. The layers, the depth, the strategies, the different approach to the game, stylistically speaking. But this is just a matter of one team being so much better individually in gun skill that strats isn't even the main factor right now. It wasn't on Chalet, it wasn't on Consulate. Sure, the player positions, the trading game, the micro decision making, all of that of course is still super relevant, but it's not about, oh, they played this C4 positioning with the timing and the flank and the this and the that. No, it's positioning, gun skill, round over, usually favoring one side a whole lot more frequently than the other. And this is of course also Bleed being on the much more difficult side of attack, but they chose to start here in the sense that they knew Furia would pick defense. You can only expect to start attack if that happens.
This is so dumb.
Yeah, this is silly.
This is so dumb.
But it might work.
But it's oh, okay.
Come on, you can't.
Dumb not, by the way, dumb not like in a bad way. Dumb isn't like I can't believe he's going to try to do this and probably get away with it.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And it also is like, even if he doesn't go for the play, you see right now, they're applying so much like phantom pressure, stressing Bleed out due to their aggression early on. Hoping those going to advance forward.
Lose a lot of HP in the process as KZ does his famous disappearing act. By the way, through 2 rounds, only 2 people on Furia have died. Herds and JV. Prior to Asfi killing Herds right in that exact moment. Bleed only had 2 kills through those 2 rounds. That was it.
That was
Herds had 1 death. JV92 had 1 death. Now, obviously, they've killed Herds here.
Yeah.
But Furia is winning rounds with 4 of their players still alive. That is unbelievable.
It's dominant.
It's so dominant.
They've also, I think they've misdroned the Soul as I'm relatively sure, unless he fell back maybe at the end. No, he's still there, top spiral. So they've misdroned KC. And he saw that they were indeed droning form with the scanner on earlier. And I don't think IQ saw it either, so he could definitely go for a backstep later on. And unless Turk catches him here with the gadget on, he should be fine.
Turks has got a nice angle, by the way, into that top floor, courtesy of Herds making it earlier.
True.
You're right about KZ going undroned. Oh my.
Shotgun though.
He hears that pillow gun from above. And another from KZ. All 3 kills so far, by the way. This is what can you do but laugh at this point.
Yeah.
You're laughing?
Yeah.
Bleed is trying to enter the bomb site. They're getting slaughtered, and you're laughing?
It's like, what do you do, right? Like, you have to play perfectly if you're Bleed, and even then, you still have to win the gunfight. They didn't drone one position, and in that one position was Casey. In the very first round, Chalet, Reap said, hey, Casey, I'll be in the stupid corner.
Nade's first death of this match. Well, map, rather.
Map, yeah.
Tend to say match and map interchangeably. Making a dedicated effort to calling them maps now instead of match points. Map point.
Okay, good boy.
Thank you. And you've been doing a great job with Rappel.
Rappel.
Thank you. Good boy.
There it is. I've earned my daily cookie.
Courtesy of catering, by the way. Excellent dessert so far. Time not on the side of Bleed as they now will trickle in. Mentalist far removed from Aspie. Fellapox finishes it off. Nothing slowing this Furia train down whatsoever. Bleed only able to muster a single round so far. The scoreline in this series is 10-1 for Furia right now.
Looking at this long term, Bleed, they've done something that might benefit future opponents of Furia though. And I know that's not relevant for this matchup, but just to talk about it, before this series, Furia had only played 2 separate games. In those 2 separate games, they only played 1 map. They played back-to-back Clubhouse, and of course, both of those were victories against BDS and Scarz. Bleed have taken them to 2 new maps at this event, Chalet and now Consulate, and if Bleed were to prevail here and end up winning, they will take them to Cafe, which is also a new map. So for teams in the future, they will have some VOD footage of Furia at this event on more maps than just Clubhouse, which is great if you're up against Furia. But even with that small advantage, or rather small bit of extra information, it's still going to be quite the challenge. Bleed took their tactical timeout, they talked things through, and just like last time, I think this squad was also about round number 4 beginning. Same time, hopefully a different result.
Yeah, it was a perfect rotation.
Yeah.
For Furia in map number 1, and the exact same thing is happening here. Just a brief update as to what's going on the main stream. If you're not watching over on twitch.tv/rainbow6, you might be wondering what the score of the Liquid SSG game is at. So spoilers inbound. SSG was up something like 5-1. Liquid stormed back and won it in regulation 7-5. The loser of that matchup goes home.
Do you know the map?
I have no idea what the map
You'd
is.
never know the map. Just the
I don't care what the map is. That's your job.
Yeah, but I'm not watching the main stream. I'm watching this stream.
5 seconds left.
You'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah. So, after technical timeout, I like the demos here. It was brought, I think, in the very first round as well, if I recall correctly. I think trying to individually attack the players of Furia right now, so like Jackal, Deimos, maybe a shield operator of Blitz, of course Dokkaebi if it wasn't banned, would be a great way forward. Just try and play for the opening pick. Weaken Furia a little bit and have more bodies against the rest of their players, because it does just come down to gunfights right now, and the fair 50-50 gunfights simply are not fair 50-50 gunfights if you Bleed, and that is a massive problem for them. So, drone goes out, it's Hoven, but almost 60 seconds already burnt in the clock, so I don't even think Bleed are inside the building anywhere right now, actually, or okay, just an admin. So, very little progress on the map. Deimos Striker goes out onto the Oryx. They now know where Philippos is playing at, but he is not the man in the front. It's going to be JV and Nade awaiting their arrival by Meeting and Soda Machine just up ahead.
Turdston Reaps without a kill is terrible, by the way, for Bleed.
Yeah. I mean, this is half the round, by the way.
Yeah.
They're almost gonna be at the first point of
They
contact.
picked this map!
I know they did!
Bleed picked this map!
But they're starting attack! It's difficult!
You can't let them run away with the score, though.
No,
what does
you
it
can't.
say if it's a 5-1 first half for Furia?
Yeah, they need
Is there a shovel strong enough to dig yourself out of that hole?
You'd have to invent one, at least. I mean, it could be possible, but if it's 2-4, 3-3, that's where you look at it if you Bleed.
Before you must dig, you
Bomb
must
located
invent
by
a
attacker.
shovel.
That is true. I like that. Could use your hands, but you know.
Expecting somebody to be playing this tight corner, but Nade is just skirting away from it. Smokes will go off from Aspie. Hoven, the first one down. Does he have an Adrenal Surge in pocket to get himself back up? It goes off, but he's still down. Reaps somehow won that fight against Nade. No idea, and almost no damage was done to Reaps. I'd like a refund on my shotgun, by the way. It doesn't seem to work at all. Hoven picked back up. Bleed with a numbers advantage for the first time on this map. A flurry of kills from both teams, but Furia comes out behind. Things have been gone from bad to worse. Multiple times, it looks like it might happen again. Fellapox attempting to stop it. There's one hunting down below, now isolated by the Deimos Mentalist. Picking off what remains of Fellapox. JV92 will need to clutch. 3 kills to be had, now 2 remain. 1 player, 2 is left. And Pesky Brava's taken away some of your gadgetry. Mentalist down below. JV92 will play this without any information whatsoever. At some point, Bleed had to win a round. They called their timeout. Settled the team down, and now JV92 will look to long arm. He's going to be in a very precarious position. The sound cue will go out, and there's the secondary. The super shorty of Mentalist sure does pack a bit of a punch. And as he ascends Visa stairs, he gives Bleed only their 2nd round in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good look for them, but also a small misstep there from Furia, which doesn't happen all that often. They didn't actually destroy the floor on that default plant position good enough to be able to see both sides of that door plant from below. Had they made that hole a little bit bigger on the left-hand side, I don't think that plant would have gone down whatsoever. And that would have enabled Furia a way into the round again. But this is Bleed's first attacking round victory. They need to get that 2-4 or 3-3 half to have a realistic shot at playing it out on defense. You need a little bit of wiggle room, so, you know, be allowed to make some mistakes, take some risks. Also because you do have 4 playable bomb sites on this map of Consulate. You got that split bomb site, piano, top floor, and the basement. And you want to figure out what's going to work for you. If you go down like 1-5 or 0-6, you don't have the chance to gamble anything or try something different. So
10 seconds remaining.
Lead needs a little bit more here. They still can't get it done. The good thing for them here is that this is the 2nd bomb site rotation. Furia, in the first 3 rounds, they showed the top 4 bomb site, the basement bomb site, and that split bomb site of Archives and Tellers. If they do that same exact rotation again, which they have so far, Bleed will have a baseline idea of their approach to it. They can go for a counter. Not again.
Not this again.
I mean, they opened the wall, but they don't do much with it. They killed the drone, they saw it, you think, nah, I'm not going to go for it.
Oh, smart of them to drone it, right? Because a couple rounds prior, they saw the opening, even though Herds was long gone, and they thought, okay, well, he's obviously impacted this. He's looking for some kind of run out. Why don't we check it?
Yeah.
It costs you a drone, but you get a lot of information, and more importantly, you don't get your head removed unexpectedly.
There's Deimos last time, Jackal in this round. Again, isolation kills, and I like this drone play. Just drone in Reaps with a good gun. Look for those roamers up above, sees the goo mine, goes to the free fire. Herds actually might be having to back off here.
He does.
Or not.
He will leave a trail of breadcrumbs behind him as those goo mines get shot. Super Shorty returning the favor. As it was a Super Shorty from Mentalist to seal the deal in the previous round, now Herds will use it. KZ not far removed, and oh my. A good round from Bleed, and following up, a not great round from Bleed. Flawless could it be had? It's all up to Aspie at this point. Through the wall, a flash, and it's a flawless one from Furia. You ever get bored? Did you ever, when you were on Penta, did you ever get bored of just winning so much?
It feels really good to win.
What is drifting?
It's a song title.
What's going on here?
It's healing. I just got like last week. And
do you apply aftercare?
Okay, so Parker's referring to my tattoos. I just got new tattoos. I got
you got 3 new tattoos.
Yeah, smiley face, drifting.
And he got a picture of me.
And I got a picture of him, yes.
On his shoulder.
On my heart, on my chest.
So every time he looks in the mirror, I'm with him.
Yeah, in spirit and physically now.
He actually went and got a tattoo of an attractive person's face on his own face. So if you look at his face, you're going to be like, wow, that's a really nice looking face. Not his. It's the tattoo.
That's crazy, actually.
He has a tattoo called Drifting.
Yeah.
By who?
It's just NF.
Oh, it's always NF.
Yeah, he's my favorite artist.
NF Doom.
Was it you who tweeted out the door?
Yeah.
Oh, that was super cool, actually.
It was a sick door.
That was super sick door.
We were walking around Manchester on the very first night that we got here, and there was a giant door that's it says MF. It's just MF Doom's mask.
Yeah.
MF Doomway instead of MF Doorway. Haha.
It was cool.
And I admittedly have never really listened to NF, but I will listen to Drifting.
I like it.
But no, when you were on Penta G2, did you ever get tired of winning? Did you ever think, you know what we should do? We should deliberately handicap ourselves and just see if we can do it.
I mean, we did hide strats because we were good enough to do it.
Hold on a second here. Are you admitting to saving strats?
Of course.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it all along! We have an admission of guilt. I would say you saving strats. You?
No, we always said no, of course. But I mean, we're whipping out maps out of nowhere and stuff. That's not a coincidence.
DarkZero, by the way, just tried to use the clutch drone to take one of the cams out in Visa, and it was actually shot by one of his teammates. It was. So failed.
Unlucky.
It actually showed failure on the screen.
Man, I had a... Oh, yeah. By the way, did you know what bomb set it was last round?
No clue.
Basement. The
Oh, yeah, that's right.
entire
Yeah,
round played out top floor and CEO. It was a basement bomb set. 4 defenders were upstairs. 5 attackers died upstairs.
This is one of the most one-sided matchups we've seen in this entire event.
I think it might be the most one-sided.
And it's happening in a qualification matchup for playoffs
These
on
are
Friday.
2-0 teams. These are the best teams here right now.
4 teams were undefeated to start the day. Bliss, Secret, Bleed, Furia.
Yeah.
And it was a 2-0 victory for Secret to knock the Aussies down to fight against PSG Talon tomorrow. You speculate. We'll wait and see.
Yeah.
And now Bleed is getting rocked by Furia. It's a nice play by Reaps. High sensitivity. Usually that kind of thing will work out. KZ the very first pick. Now Fires will go, but guess who's repositioned? JV92 eliminating Reaps, and the Fire that was seeking to claim one of the players from Furia will not do much at all. Wait a minute. Asphy has somehow found a back door into the bomb site. Or, well, above it.
Reloading.
Once again, all of the action not actually happening within the walls of the site, but close enough to.
I mean, that was a top floor hold. Like, it literally looked like a top floor defense because they played the exact same setup. But it works. You're
Furia are not bunkered down. They're just roaming.
They are literally as if it was
time.
a side. KC, though, still upstairs.
KZ is 10-1.
Yeah, he is.
10-1.
And Nate is 1-2. He's chilling. Oh, that's one.
Oh, missed an opportunity for more. Nade's been having quite a leisurely day, and now he's found himself
He's
in a
also top
1v1
floor.
against Mentalist, who will now drop. Call is made.
Ow.
Where does he take damage from? Through the floor.
The diffuser.
Naze just missing the opportunity. He didn't have diffuser. He didn't need to engage there. But look at how little HP Mentalist had. 5 HP is what Mentalist won the round with. That was as close as it can possibly get. You can tell the frustration on Bleed, by the way. Mentalist is trying to keep them in it, but nobody on that team looks happy in the slightest.
I mean, let's be honest. They're not having fun. They're fighting for it. Good effort. They got the 2-4 half that was like, that's the worst case acceptable outcome. It was 2-4 or 3-3. So they've done the first step of, okay, they now have a shot on defense. But that means defending against Furia, and you're still not going to have the utmost amount of confidence given how these gunfights are playing out so far. Like Nate previously, he was 1-2, now he's 2-3. He hasn't even been needed. Same with Philippox. It's just Casey stealing the show with so many individual kills every single round. Usually hurts and JV playing backup. For Bleed, we need to see Reeves come alive. It is one of these things where when Bleed, they play these like top teams, it's often Mentalist, the oldest player in the team, with, sure, the most experience perhaps, but arguably the worst performing player, statistically, on average. But he shows up, he's not shaking, he's feeling okay, and he plays the rounds in a smart way, and that does get you somewhere sometimes. Before this, it was like plus 43 on Reeves, minus 20 on Mentalist. But right now, you'd think it's the opposite, because Reeves is not putting up those numbers. He's being shut down every single round on entry. Now he's defending. Maybe he can turn it around. Also, Casey's playing Blitz. Blitz, Amaru, Lion. Could be a fun old round here if you're Furia.
This is going to be a quick one. The blitz will look to drop from Skylight on yellow stairs. You can see a slingshot in from Felipox, who's primed and ready. Why does Amaru have 4 charges on her slingshot, by the way? When are you ever using more than 1? KZ's off to the races. He gets it down. Can't be retrieved. A potential follow-up. As there's Herds with a 2-piece. Felipox is in the sight. Reaps and Turds to the last 2 remaining. Damage has been done to Furia, but they are still in very good position. The only thing they lost was that shield. KZ with a 12 kills through these 6 active rounds. 7 rounds in total now. Reaps will get flashed out of this position. Playing around, suffering a bad fate. Still alive, though. Felipox downed by the gas. Nade will pull this off successfully as Herds is tucked in the bathroom. Another kill for him, but he needs to go for the reload. Turds will out-duel him in this position. It's all up to Nade. But this position, known! How does Turds clutch that one out?
Oh.
You are 4 and 6. Maybe do that when you're ahead. Furia lose the round. A big win for Bleed on their very first defense.
And also, that was like a mortal mistake there from Furia where they look vulnerable. They did not play the 2 versus 1 correctly because in a perfect world, the Lion will hide where the bomb is planted down, and the second his teammate of hers gets in, or whoever it was, sorry, gets into that gunfight, you swing together 2v1. But the IQ got injured, then they swung, and Turd actually finds 2 1 versus 1s. A great flick, a great shot, but still a slight mistiming from Furia that normally doesn't happen. That buys Bleed so much mental space though, feeling like they can fight back. Reaps got 2 kills. Turd got at least 2 kills in that round as well. So now they can match them 1-1. They're starting off strong on the defensive side. Sure, Furia they rushed, went for a quick one, they played aggressively, they lost whatever. But the mental side of things, Bleed needed that so badly because now the fraggers are actually fragging. The only thing missing now is Hoven. So once Hoven's in this, and this could be his round, we got an actual 5v5 where every single player is fighting it out every single round. Hoven's playing Mirror, he's got a C4. Asphy on the Mousy, not something that we see all that often these days. A very underpicked operator. Received a couple of nerfs, of course. No shotgun anymore as a secondary. No zoom scopes on the weapons. Only 16 bullets in the only the smallest amount of bullets in the SMG in the entire game whatsoever. Mousy's had it rough the last year or two. Oh, that's...
Oh, proper payment, though, for the Mute Mozzie meta that we had to endure for so long. It's just like if Ying was never meta, I would be happy with it. Personally.
Yeah, I can
But
see
boy,
it.
oh boy, will I abuse the hell out of her in rank to climb.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Play the game.
No honor among thieves, and I want to steal your elo. So
That's a fair
that's
statement.
how it works. And all the other people also thieving for that same elo. Look at this positioning, by the way, for Turdsta.
I like that. Gives you a forewarning if somebody's pushing that yellow staircase portion of the map. The C4, by the way, lands to deny a Maverick trick or a thermite charge on the exactly on the wall. So Furia caught off guard, maybe not respecting Bleed all that much because it's been so easy until this point. And now Furia gotta start working for the attacking rounds, and they are slowly losing their lead.
If the thinking is that the better side is on defense, then Bleed will ride the rest of this map in a good spot. I want to see where the blitz of Nade goes. I also just want to start calling him Naduske, really bad. Nadeuske. No impact tricking to be had. 2 Nitro cells remaining, both on Reaps and Asphy holding on to it.
I mean, this could just be a simple capital fire smoke, blitz smoke, get in there, try and get down the diffuser, but there is 2 C4s and a Solus, so you're gonna know exactly where that bomb will be planted, or diffuser rather. This could be problematic, unless they can deal with the Solus first, which I doubt they can.
Smoke's tossed out, and while Nade will walk right in, misses the battle. Bleed wiping the floor with Furia on this round. Felipox upstairs, holding his hat in hand, begging for another kill. How winnable is this? Probably not. But Felipox will do his damnedest. Run right Nasvi on yellow stairs. And we've got a tie game, Nick.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Furia, of course, in a perfect world, if they can just kind of run away with it, they will do it without showing strats. Because why show stuff you can save for later? The fact that the scoreline now is 4-4 means Furia can actually start trying on the attacking side of Consulate. There's a timeout, by the way. That's the switch up that's going to happen. It's serious time. The big reason why this is important. I think Furia will win on the third map of Cafe regardless. However, it's about hiding as much information as possible because Furia is a team that is expected to defend their title as the best team in the world by going to the Grand Finals. Very much that's the realization and expectation here. So if they can avoid showing Cafe, and they can avoid, showing as many strats as possible on Consulate, that's what they're aiming for. But now they're realizing, hey, Bleed on defense are pretty darn good. They got things figured out. So we gotta try out that our best now. Sure, we're gonna show Consulate. We can still hide Cafe, however, if we can just win it out here. So I think that's gonna be the reset status for them. For Bleed, of course, they also can talk to Julio during this tactical timeout. And they can just kind of say, guys, keep going. But also maybe say, be prepared, because now it's serious time for your opponent.
They can.
Well, this game has certainly tightened up.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of those rounds were because of two people that were won by Fury, KZ and Herds. Felipox and Nate you don't really expect much from in terms of killing because they are usually there to support. If they get kills, great. But you're not going to finger point at those two players if they're not top in the scoreboards. Felipox being 4-4 is perfectly fine. Nate being 2-5, relatively fine. JV92 is at 7-5 as well, but these numbers look really good. But that's because of the dominance early in the map.
Yeah.
5 seconds to
KZ at one point was 10-1. He's gone 2-3 since then. That's not terrible, but if that's what your best player is doing, it's not quite good enough. Reaps had no kills. Turds had no kills. In the last 3 rounds, they've combined for 7. Bleed is waking up.
Yeah, I mean, Hoven last round actually got a 2K, so I was like, now we just need Hoven to wake up. Now he's 4-7, so everyone from Bleed is here to play. Hoven goes for an aggressive swing. That's risky.
2 separate guns aimed in his direction. Both KZ and Herds wanted that kill desperately. Neither of them able to find it. Not exactly common to see Doc or Thunderbird as an active lineup for the defenders, so any damage that's done cannot be healed back. Means Hoven will live on this HP for the remainder of the round.
Oh.
Asvi attempting to maybe scout out what's going on over in admin, and Nade greets him at the end of the para. With Hoven on low HP, this is very good for Furia.
It very much is. I see Asvi trying to like lash out, feeling it, but now they're getting shut down again. Furia, they're here to play.
Nitro Cell from Turdsta. That's all that Bleed's been able to muster so far. Hoven, who was involved in that very first initial attack, is still alive. Reap's now taking some damage too. What I said about Bleed is not the same as Furia. They've brought a medic. They've got the Finka. KZ picked up 1 kill and will now use those adrenal surges to top up his friends. Down goes Reaps. It's Hoven down below. The main floor. He hears all the footsteps above him, but, well, T5's a pretty good weapon. One more adrenal surge from KZ. When are you going to use it? Because now it's Hoven. Over towards Spiral. First boogie thrown out by JV92. Most of the utility from Furia has not even been used.
No need.
Hoven is completely blind. Nate seals the deal. Great round from Furia. But boy, oh boy, when these rounds go bad for Bleed, they go real bad.
It is a snowball effect for sure, and that's the thing. Like when it's so, the reason why we talk about Brazil being like the best region in the world, it's not because Furia is in Brazil. It's because you have someone like FaZe and you have someone like Furia. We can about Liquid when we want to. Like they've made grand finals before as well, even somewhat recently. But Brazil in general, their understanding of the game and their ability to convert small victories into massive leads is very impressive. Like FaZe going into this event had, I believe, a 94% conversion rate from opening kill to round victory on defense. What that means is, when the FaZe get the first kill, when they're defending, 94% of the time, they win that round. 94! The average is like in the 70s, I believe. And that's just one Brazilian team. The near Furia, who is very much the same story. Whenever you give them an inch, they will take a mile. They do not care about their opponents. They have no respect in the server. They're nice guys in real life. They wave and they smile and they dap people up, no issues. But in the server, you are their #1 enemy and they don't give a damn about you. If you're in their way, they will take you down. They have no respect for their opponent, and it's the only way to play this high level of play of Siege.
This Furia squad is always very vocal. Herd's among the most vocal, and as you can see on Repel, using the IQ scanner to gain more information for his teammates. There isn't actually a lot on the left side of your screen that can be spotted here. Solus will be spotted when she's using her gadget. Same with Warden. Electric Claws will be spotted. Proximity alarms will be spotted, but that's really it. IQ actually doesn't really gain you as much value as you'd expect. One Goyo canister remains safe for the time being, as the Twitch drone that was used and sent in by JV92 is shot away by Hoban. Reaps will move up to assist him. A very mortal game for Reaps, by the way.
Yep. That is the thing. The highest kill player, of course, they've had the most amount of games played, but Reaps is usually a very consistent player. Now on defense, he's playing Smoke in kind of difficult spots, so I think the biggest fault here is on the attacking side, but that was just bleed across the board. Nobody was doing well on their attack. Furia, they're looking for these gaps with the drone work. Oh, and they miss it out. Oh my god.
Never mind. He finds one kill for his trouble before being shut down by Hoban, who now needs to reposition as the Rotero drone will blow up and the fire from the Goyo canister, their own gadget, will start to affect them. Fire, afflicting bleed, as now Furia has found a way into the map. Inside the building, in a position to do some serious damage. Candela's going off, the fire keeping Nade at bay. Reaps as the shotgun. This is going to be a mirror of what we saw happen. But he looks away! Right as Nade swings in, KZ is there as well. Furia 2 kills away from going up to series point. Hoban contesting with KZ around the pillar. It's all up to Turdston now, taking damage as he drops Nade. Over in meeting, he'll try to escape, but he's blind for the time being. KZ getting into position. A drone thrown out. They need to find the Solus. He and JV have 40 seconds to make this work. Turds is backed away. Staring at the bomb site by the door frame. Neither remaining member of Furia holding onto the diffuser. An impact will go out, and now a drone spots him over by vending machine. That's good information. Diffuser picked back up. KZ doesn't know where the Solus is. Never mind, apparently he does, as he quickly pivots and through the wall eviscerates the last member. Series point. Furia 1 round away from joining Team Secret in the playoffs on Friday.
This might already exist, because I'm not the biggest YouTube guy, but I would love like a documentary style video that follows every single player's path from Furia to where they are now. Because I know of them since they went into the international stage back in Charlotte in the beginning. But I don't really know of their path to pro scene before that, personally. It's like deep in the archives from many years ago. Because the reason why I'm saying this is you can't really teach what Furia they're doing. I mean, maybe you can. I don't personally believe that, but like these are players that either you have it or you don't. And that's something that I spoke to Fabian about recently, where he said you can't teach players to become the best. And I said, I think you can. But the more I think about it, I had to agree with Fabian more and more. I'm like, I think you either have it or you don't, and Furia just... they're so good in so many different ways and so many different things. And I would love to see, because I know my path to pro play. I started out playing like Siege was my first FPS game. I sucked at shooting, so I played Blackbeard for God's sake. But these guys came out of nowhere in my eyes and were like, we're just the best. KC 15-4 right now. It looks so easy when he plays this game. And then the thing is, sometimes when Bleed they play, they make it look easy as well. I mean, when they played ITB, when they played PSG, they made it look relatively easy. And now Bleed are getting dumpstered by Furia, where they're making Bleed look like a bad team, essentially. Just because of how big the skill difference is between these two rosters. So if that video exists, send it to me, please. Very curious.
Just to get back to the point.
Yeah.
Just to get back to your original point.
Yes.
Yeah.
I drifted, one could say.
Were you drifting?
I was drifting like just across my train of thought, you know? Going through it. Over and around.
The funny part is we never even got to talk about your other tattoos.
We didn't.
Because we talked about you getting a tattoo of a more attractive face on your own face.
Yes, you made that one up.
I did make that one. You have no idea. That's a real thing. And that's it. Nate is off to the races. But a Nitro Cell and a Toxic Canister will both work together. It was a Nitro Cell that ultimately claimed the victim. There are the Candelas as well. Fellapox on the buck down below, waiting for the right call. And, well, now he'll go on to drone. Fellapox taking some damage from the SMG-11 of either Reaps or the Soulless of Turdsta. Another attempt, looks like it will go! JV92 swung on, there's no coverage from Furia. Was Herds asleep at the wheel? How do they swing? How do you let your teammate trust you and you let them down? Furia falling apart. They get one pick onto Turdsta, who's downed and confirmed by KZ. But hey, KZ and Herds in a 2v4 is a pretty good duo. Even when they're outnumbered, they can still win rounds. But Bleed have looked like a different team here on Consulate. Stands to reason, it's their map. 1 minute to go. Reaps vanquishes Herds, and now it's all up to KZ. Outside. Not much to do, 16 kills, and it's Reaps to go from the top rope. Bleed staying alive for the time being. One more round of regulation.
There is one thing that Furia, they're not that good at, but it doesn't matter usually. They're not good on the rappel. Like, they're mechanically gifted players, but when they're on the window rappel, they actually have this issue quite frequently where a player will cross, they'll lose the gunfight, or they miss position. Because I saw that go wrong before it even happened. Because when you're rappelling upside down on a tight angle on the rappel, what's going to happen, especially on that CEO top floor hold, is the defenders will sprint across your angle and you quite literally cannot catch them. You have to either white peek or jiggle peek on the rappel and never upside down like that. It just simply doesn't work. Sure, it's better for your perspective. You see their feet, they don't see you. But if they sprint across your screen and you don't kill them, well, the guy who's going to be planting next to you, he will go down. That's the round over. So, their biggest weakness, window rappels. Hey, that's not too bad. It's very few maps these days that have that as a relevant factor, because nowadays we have a lot of balconies. Just look at Chalet, for example, Skyscraper. There are balconies that lead to the building that you can stand on instead of being on the rappel itself. Consulate, a little bit different. On App and Rappel, CEO, you have to be there. There's no balconies. So, small exception in terms of maps. Furia, though, gonna change things up a little bit. More fragging power. Deimos and Jackal hunt down the players of Bleed, who's going to bring out a very utility-oriented setup here for that basement defense. Kaid and Tuber together with the mute jammers as well, can try and lock down the walls and the hatch if need be for as long as possible, while somebody like SV on the Muzzy can be active on the roam with Turret on Solace.
It's feeling like an overtime game right now.
It is feeling like an overtime.
It's feeling like an overtime game. We could be 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the end, or we could be, potentially much farther. Fellapox meets his end at a Nitro Cell prepped underneath an easy window swing.
What hides in the dark.
He rappelled in.
He did rappel in.
I thought I would get you there, and I didn't.
Oh, I'm trying my heart. Oh.
Nice shot from Reaps. There we go. And he almost hits the fadeaway. Another one could have been there.
So close.
Furia playing like a group of individuals themselves. That's why you bring the Deimos, though.
The jammer. There we go.
A Jackal and a Deimos to deal with this, and yet Furia has still given up the first two picks. Reaps now going 8-8. He's woken up.
He's so back.
Never trust the naked eye.
But this is the thing, it's odd because some rounds will be one-sided for one team, then the other. Like, there's no real consistency right now on Consulate. Furia, they're falling apart individually right now, just dying alone time and time again.
Bleed not just looking for a win here, Nick, but also looking for a flawless round. Can Herds even find a kill? He was positive at one point, but he's fallen off of a cliff. 8 and 9 is just simply well below his own standards. Herds doesn't always play high-value utility operators. He did on the IQ that one round. Oh.
I got fooled, actually.
Nice shot onto the Kaid. Look at all this information. Oh, my. 3 players from Bleed all want this pick. Turnstone will get it. And at least 2 more rounds between these Titans.
Overtime! Now, this is where Furia, they really got to clutch up because, again, you really don't want to show that third map of Cafe. Keep it secret for as long as possible. You've only played Clubhouse 2 times. Then in this best of 3, Chalet, now Consulate. You can hide a potential full map for the future if you win out here in overtime. Furia will start on attack, Bleed on defense. So things will stay the same for now. Not sure how I feel about that, given Furia's most recent attacking performance. It's not been perfect, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd be very worried if I was Furia at this point.
No timeout either?
No, they
Called
used
earlier.
it. They just used it. So, I mean, it's tough spot to be in. But Bleed have been grinding on this defense. Turdsta now 9 and 10. Reaps 9 and 8. Both of these players were basically in the ground for the first half of this map. And they've been resurrected. I'm not a biblical man. But if you're a believer, Bleed is the Lord on their side. Lord Tachanka, of course.
Attackers are moving out to locate
You know
the
what?
bomb and defuse it.
We're not talking about gods out there.
Speaking of Tachanka, we have a bingo, freshest bingo on Twitter about every operator being played is one of them. We haven't reached it yet, I believe. Turd in overtime. Spawn peaks hurts on the IQ. No Valkyrie though, just the Solace. But yeah, I don't believe we've seen every single operator being played so far this event. I don't know what we're missing, but the Tachanka could be one of them. Rook maybe.
Have we seen a Kali?
I haven't. I've seen Kivera.
Have we seen
Kali.
a dog?
We're missing Kali, I was told.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Who's talking to you that I'm not hearing?
Stefan is talking.
Ah, of course. Herds on the IQ.
A bomb has been located.
Not maybe the right pick. Again, look at the operator lineup from Bleed, unless you're bringing it solely to counter this Solus, which is entirely possible. We've seen players run an IQ just to deal with a Pulse before. Solus is way more valuable in a lot of ways than a Pulse, especially in the current meta.
Oh, absolutely. So why is such a band operator, plate operator? Casey waiting for the fire to approach forward with the Blitz to start off the chaos in this round for the side of Furia. They gotta get that first kill and even back those numbers.
He makes a lot of noise, though. You know the Blitz is here. He's trying to toy with them. I don't know if the Solus was banned. He got picked right back up by the Adrenal Surge. And here comes Furia to storm the gates, but Bleed knocks them back. Felipox desperately trying to win the round, but Bleed will take the lead on their own map. A triumphant comeback, but it's not done yet. At least one more round.
That's 3 in a row for Bleed. I mean, they're making this comeback happen.
Oh my.
Turd with the banter in chat saying, "Her, it's such an easy gunfight." I mean, you gotta get in their heads a little bit, right? I mean, the thing is, Bleed, they don't talk the most trash in the server when they're losing, but when they start winning, they're gonna apply pressure to that wound. Furia, they're going defense now. They should find some success here. That's where they thrive. They love defense. But the issue is they will have a second attempt on the attack, even if they are victorious here. It's going to be 2 defensive lead, 2 attack for Furia, because that's how the overtime starting sides happen to be. Right choice, of course. Teams choose them. They're going to be at the clash. KC 17 and 7, very quickly approaching that 20 kill department, which is excellent for him. But there is always that when someone is popping off individually, it is usually because either making up for the lack of performance of others, or they're simply just that guy right now. The issue is if you take down KC, if you're Bleed, you take off like so many kills and like so much pressure from Furia's side. Whereas Felipox falling behind here, falling in, sure he plays support, but here in defense, everybody is an equal, I would say. The whole support thing is mostly an attacking-oriented thing. You got a drone, you got a hop, you got a plant, etc. And Bleed, they've been really good at making all their players come back into the server, holding a bit behind, but Reeves is there on 11 kills now. Mentally sitting on 10, Turt's there on 10. They're all showing up when it matters the most.
I mean, we've been talking a lot about Turtz and Reeves because they're the two players that tend to draw the most attention.
Yeah.
But just like Perez in the E1 game that we said, Mentalist is very quietly putting a lot of good kills together.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, though, one small caveat, Mentalist has been getting a lot of exit kills that have been quite impactless when he's the last one alive.
That's fair. Whoop. Bow.
There goes the Electric Claw. And there goes Reeps.
Knock, knock.
A big entry from KZ. Back towards that site. I don't know where Reeps was trying to get in, but KZ, that first kill. 18 kills for KZ so far.
Oh, just walked into the yellow door. Good night. Sometimes it's a quick death. Reeves, a defense player, I suppose, in this matchup so far. Really struggling on the in-turn attack right now.
Nice pick by Hoven. There wasn't much remaining for KZ. Ask Mentalist if it was an easy fight with Herds, as Herds comes out on top. Furia now winning in terms of duels. You gotta wait out these adrenal surges. 2 more in pocket for Hoven. The amount of time that you think you're gonna get this kill and somebody survives with a point or 2 of HP solely because of a Finka. It's frustrating.
Yes.
Very frustrating for the defenders to know that the only thing that won them that fight was the adrenal boost.
This is smart though. Clash gonna lock down the yellow walk-in. They have evilized Maestro cameras to deny any plant possibilities, so Furia can sit back in the back lines and just wait for them to happen. Ideally Bleed, go for a flank attempt here, but they're all 3 in the breach or yellow door. They're playing right into Furia's chat right now.
And they're gonna rush right in. Tasing around, Aspie taking some damage. They've lost the Evil Eye Cam, and now Aspie's gone as well. Turdsta in a 1vx. JV finishes it up all the way, 15 rounds. Sure, there's frustration here from Furia thinking, why won't you guys die?
Just give up already. I will say, Bleed, they are one of these teams that they also have a lot of lack of respect in the server of Siege. They're trash talk, the way they play the game, their spawn peaks, they're annoying to play against. But I think it's their biggest asset right now going into 7-7. I think so many teams, even speaking big names, whether it's BDS or FaZe or G2, all the big boys, when you're down on 7-7, and this is like, it's over if you lose, a lot of players and teams will start feeling that pressure. Their risk assessment changes, going, oh, I'm not going to take that risk. I'm not going to go for that play. Oh, what if I die? What if we lose? Bleed, they don't give a damn. They spawn peaked on the first round of overtime. They've been playing face first into Furia this entire match, and it started working. Reeves was like 2-7. He's 11-9. And I truly don't think that Bleed right now is just going to roll over. The only thing they have done, which is kind of against that point, is that they're playing Mute, Bandit, Kaid, Tubarao. 4 separate operators that are all relatively passive around hard wall breach deny. Of course, the Mute Jammers can put a buff for some roaming, but it's just Turtle and Solus getting very active. Reeves is putting Jammers up above, so I will take it back. I like this more now. It's 2 people roaming, 3 people playing Cypher Deny. They're still playing aggressively upstairs. Again, Bleed are doing a good job here at applying that pressure continuously despite OT.
Just got to make sure nobody suicides themselves into this console office window.
Yeah.
Reeps is really valuable for Bleed right now. If you lose him early on an ego challenge...
If he hears a rappel sound, he will fly out this window, like 100%. Because it's 7-7. Who in their right mind would go for that play?
I mean, if you've seen Bleed play, you have to know this is coming.
Exactly.
They do stuff like this all the time.
But the ball, still, like 7-7, you're already down 1 map. This is the second. But you're right, they would do it. Furia, I also think right now they're respecting any possible aggression. They're holding angles, playing passive, got the IQ, and Bleed are playing the layers. Start top floor with the jammers, hard to drone out, fall back to first floor. If Reaps goes for a flank back up the yellow staircase, we're back into that's ridiculous territory. Oh, he spotted out. He's gonna have to fall back now, surely. Uh-oh, is it clear? Uh-oh. Okay, it's clear. You never know.
Every time you run past an open window, an open door, you always kind of just have to concern yourself with what might be there on the other side. Boogies will do their job above the garage. Hoven looked like he was trying to shoot one of them, but missed.
Frozen metal.
Now his auto canister will go out. And from above, those bandit batteries removed. Electroclaw also spotted. KZ on the IQ now. Herds is expecting the shotgun, and well, I'll take pretty much anything over that ITA shotgun.
Yes, not a fair fight whatsoever.
I would take slappers only if we were playing GoldenEye. I would take that over the secondary ITA shotgun. This is a smart play by Reaps.
It actually is. It shouldn't be expected. Oh, he's stuck now.
Does he hit this shot on the
Oh,
KZ?
what?
Herds gets baited into it. Reaps looking for another. KZ with the sidearm out, and this is just such a bad position for him to be in. But they just funnel bodies into this part of yellow. Down goes KZ. Bleed with the advantage. Final 30 seconds. Their spot to qualify on the line at the moment. Furia, but 3 kills, 4 kills away. Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turnsta answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
10 seconds
4
remaining.
kills around the corner, and Fellapox will get the job done. Bleed love toying with our emotions, don't they? The supporting cast pick up where KZ and Herd and JV drop that ball. It's grabbed by the supports, and they run with it. Furia, the second team to clinch their spot in the playoffs on Friday.
Hertz couldn't believe it. He stood up at this maybe now. What just happened? Nade on the floor finds 3 clean headshots in quick succession. And again, when Furia, they have to win, when the stress and the pressure is at its highest, they play their best rounds of Rainbow Six Siege time and time again.
Well, all of that comeback for naught.
Yeah.
Poor Bleed. But they'll have another chance. They're not out.
They're 2-1.
Team Secret qualified just earlier today, and now Furia, another team clinching their spot on the main stage here in Manchester on Friday. All of you attending this event will have an opportunity to cheer for Secret. You'll also have an opportunity to cheer for the defending world champion.
Nice. That's really good. I mean, I know that you and I think a lot of people, they were worried about Furia because they had a really sloppy stage 1 domestically in Brazil, had a slow start here, thinking, surely this is not the end of their dominant performance just like that, right?
Right.
It could still be the end in quarterfinals, of course, nobody knows, but they will go on the main stage and play in front of a crowd, and that is when they are at their very, very best.
Oh, absolutely. We have no idea who they'll play against, by the way.
True.
So we'll wait to hear as, well, it could be any one of these teams. Could be Team Secret. I'm not sure if they're going to get that seeding because remember, they both go out 3-0. Who knows? But here are the stats.
26-13 sounds pretty good if you're Casey. I mean, Jesus. That's a bit of an outlier. Reeves actually ended up 19-17, best performing for his team despite having a really sloppy start to Consulate. It's impressive.
Yeah, good bounce back there from some of these players on Bleed, but I mean, you're dueling with the gods of the game at this point. Are you god killers? Nobody's been a god killer over the last year. Bleed could have stunned us, but I will say the Consulate result is a stunner, even if Bleed lost.
No, I agree.
To be able to take 7 rounds against Furia on a map that you have not shown is honestly a very impressive feat. And kudos to Bleed for pulling it off. Furia were the better squad, though. And they go on to play in the playoffs. They'll have a nice couple days off to relax, recharge, scrim.
Yeah.
Over on the other stream, by the way, that SSG Liquid game is still going on. So if you're curious, one of those teams will go home. Not ideal, but either of them do. And here it is. As you can see, we are small.
Very small.
And they are big.
Big boys.
That's it for you and I today.
Yes, it is.
That's it for our channel.
We're done.
We can say good night, good day, depending on wherever you are.
Thank you for watching.
Go enjoy SSG versus Liquid, because you won't see one of those teams after the next 2 hours. One of them will leave the Manchester Major, and the other will live to see another day, but might also still go home. Yeah. Cheer for Liquid, cheer for SSG. Doesn't matter to me. Thanks so much for watching us here on the B Stream. Enjoy the match.
In that round, but SSG making improvements based off their previous performances.
At this point, SSG, they've got a lifeline. I mean, I know it's sort of fair to say, obviously, if the other team gets to map and series point, and you are halfway there, you're probably going to lose anyway, but they just needed something positive, something to go their way.
And that was a good round.
It was a good round. It was a solid, well-played round. They weren't too lost on the approach. They
I knew what the plan was. I knew what they were doing. It was great.
That's the bar, that you know what's going on.
Well, I mean, considering, you know, I'm one of 2 people talking over this match, I think it's
true.
It may not be the bar, but
it's a bar.
It's somewhat important.
Now you see me?
Yeah, like maybe 4 out of 10. 10 being the least important.
10 being the least important. Ashen. Yeah, it's been, again, is such a big player, such a big figure for the team. And you sort of have this talisman approach as well when you need them to start popping off. He's found himself. I think it was a 2-piece in the previous round as well.
It was a 3K, but
3.
But unfortunately, to contextualize his performance a little bit, he had a 4K in round 6 and a 3K in that round. 7 of his kills were in 2 rounds, so it's been a good game. He's basically single-handedly won 2 rounds, but it hasn't been a very consistent performance for the young gun.
And that's what you're sort of hoping with on this round. If he can keep some of that energy, as again the shield causing problems, and again Forest very quick now. Nesk is forced to rotate, but he's got a bit of protection on his left. No, he doesn't. Maya dies in exactly the same position as he did last time. They've de-shielded behind it, and just brilliant use of the Monty there. Forest, he takes a lot of damage, but look at this execution.
Beautiful.
Walked right into a crossfire. Everybody's down. Iconic does get caught by Lagonis, but just such a strong hand over CCTV.
This is what we needed. This is literally what we needed from SSG. I guess bringing Monty, the solution to all their woes, but suddenly bringing in the shield operator, it's also brought the coordination. It's brought the communication. It's cleared up the game plan as opposed to this weird little, we're going to push all the points of the map, take individual 1v1s, and hope for the best. It's somehow been the panacea, the cure-all for all of this. And a 2v4, C4 goes out, and there goes your miracle cure.
Oh, there's the swing! Gets the second and 2 versus 2. Suddenly a single C4 and a single spray through. And it's down to Ashen and Fultz to try and keep them off of map and series point. It's Lagonis for 1. It's a 1 versus 1 and Ashen. I said he needed to pop up, but he does. Shows when he needs and ties us back up 5 apiece.
Well, that's now 3 rounds that Ashen has almost won single-handedly of the 5 that SSG have so far. He might not necessarily be running up the cost at the end of the game, but in terms of the impact, he is certainly having it. He had that 3K at the end of the defense and now 2 different attacks. He's got another 3K, and then that 1v1 right there that could very well save the game for SSG because that's a really well-played 2v4. They throw out the C4, destroy the Monty, win the next gunfight. It really is all on that push into Armory. They've got to commit right now. They don't really have a whole lot of time to reset or really a whole lot of breathing room to reset, so very logical tactical timeout from Liquid as well. Not that they've been, making a whole lot of mistakes. It's more so that the Monty has been working really, really well for SSG. And I'm curious to see what operators they bring after this. Will we maybe see even an Oryx to try to Rima dash, maybe hide him in the prep phase, and then bring him out when Forrest goes for that Monty? Because, I mean, for SSG, I don't know why they wouldn't stick with this, unfortunately, because the play without the Monty hasn't exactly been great.
I think that's that sort of thing, right? You sort of put it very well of they didn't have a structure. They didn't have something to play behind. Forest on the Monty forces that.
It simplified it.
It brings it down to that level of, oh yeah, there's the Monty. There's the guy that we need to move behind. And luckily, they have a very good multiplayer at the sort of forefront of it. They're able to act. Yeah, this one got bitterly close. I mean, as I said, the consistency that Ashen might be able to deliver now, and the fire of sending this one over the edge, if this is the moment, well, time to live in it. 5 apiece. As close as it can get. Ashen's back in all chat after a long absence since I think about round.
He's been on sabbatical.
Round 5 of the last map.
He's been given paid sick leave from all chat.
They did after last time he was in all chat though. They won 1 round and then Liquid won every single other round for a while.
Did he just get a 4K again?
Yeah. That's it. Right? You said it was the defining round. He was.
I was so fixated on the 1v2, I didn't even realize he got a 4K.
Yeah, no, it was 4.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Very good player. Definitely becoming one of the best in NA, and really, you know, the main guy showing up in the kill department for SSG right now. They will stick to Monty, but like I mentioned, Liquid have taken their tactical timeout, and they need ways to counter this right now. In terms of the actual operators, there, you know, isn't an Oryx like I thought. There isn't a sudden increase in C4s. There's 2, sure. There's also 4 impact grenades. They've been running these operators consistently, and impacts weren't the, you know, Achilles heel for shields that they were even just a few weeks ago with the damage change. So there's no one-size-fits-all counter unless you can land those C4s, but I'm curious if they're going to maybe play a little more passive on the roam, or maybe I was even going to say have players play closer together, but Maya's a bit isolated in CC right now. One player playing by himself on Courtyard. Gonna ignore Janino messing up that Selma. He can get it back very safely. So we'll see what Liquid actually do in round, because I know they're going to be anticipating this Montaigne.
I think that's it as well. Obviously, they've had that timeout. They've had the topic of conversation is going to be, how do you solve a problem like Montia? And Maya might be that step up. He's died in that exact position 2 rounds in a row. Should probably not, but you never know. 3rd time's the charm, and so forth. Faults on the back end, getting the pressure around to the top east. Forest isn't going to send it alone, though.
No, he's not, but look at how spread out Liquid are. We've got 1 guy in Armory, 1 CC. To be fair, Neska's breaks somewhat close by, but then Resets is all the way in Fountain 2. SSG have been really good at pinching and clearing roamers with this Monty, and Ness can support him, but he's still very far behind. If SSG set up, they could very well overwhelm these players via man count. They're taking a long time to get there, but it is possible, given how Liquid are set up at the moment.
The first fight, and Ashen is desperate to take it on the side and the shoulder of a Kiba barricade that's just buying them time. Maya still holding that position around the back of the monitors. Nesk a step and a second away from a fight. They have themselves locked in, and they're doing everything to hold on to the verticality. So Forest, he goes round. He's the direct solution to this problem, and the Kiba barricade, well, it's only going to stop them for a limited period of time. Ashen does find resets. Nesk has a huge amount of damage done. Parlu as well. There's a little bit of a fight. The impact's impactless, but Maya swings round to 3 versus 2. It's not done yet, but with Ashen still on the board, it may as well be. SSG, 3 rounds in a row, puts them on map point.
Really a solution, but not a super effective one for Liquid. You see that, okay, we have the CCTV roam. SSG are probably going to try to clear it. We'll have the Azami, and we'll block off 3 things. 1, the break room door to Courtyard. 2, the break room door to the outside. And 3, the CC window to stop the Monty from hopping in anywhere. I'm assuming that's what their solution is, because aside from that and the secondary utility I mentioned, there wasn't a really strong solution to that Montaigne. And once SSG just broke the Kibas, it was the exact same story as the previous rounds. They pinched resets. They pinched the player in break room, Nesk, and then it was over and done with. SSG now on match point. They've won 6-5. Really not the best solution I think we could have gone for, and Ashen unfortunately still shooting straight.
I think it's
that's
like
a brutal gunfight too.
It's like a measure of time. It's before Monty, after deploy.
BM and AM.
BM and AM. And
now we're bringing the Oryx.
Now we're bringing the Oryx. And Oryx is this sort of...
And the EDDs too.
You know, throw of the dash, the EDDs, yeah, you've got all these different options. The Monty hasn't been unkillable. That's the thing. 2 of the sort of recent 3 rounds, the Monty has actually died in them, but at that point, they've already done so much to force the structure, force the first 2 engagements, that it's still the defining factor. And as you said, they're just trying to find a way to tip that balance, get themselves a little bit more strength or a little bit less in their approach.
So, bear with me for a second. So we've got Nest, we've got Nest on this Oryx, right? And as I think we can see through the outlines, okay, he's now rotating over to East Stairs, but Secret did something similar against FaZe. They hid the Oryx, then surprised him by having him rat. But I'm pretty sure SSG are aware of the Oryx because he ran outside. So they're aware where Nest could be. And now Forest, I think, is going to be a little more cautious as a result. It's still a threat, don't get me wrong, but SSG are aware that this operator's in play, and I think are going to be a little more worried as a result.
Lagonis almost caught from underneath, was on the Echo drones.
Nice IQ usage.
Yeah, two more bullets have connected there, and it probably would have been the end of the Echo. Again, Ashen still just a meteor crashing in to anything Liquid's trying to get. They have the long watch on East. The Oryx isn't going to be able to go any further, and it's just being read by Forest on the window behind him, who's not, you know, he's not going to throw himself into this engagement. As he said, he's well aware he's trying to bait some motion, but it's Fault on the upside down repel.
Who does that?
Maya's gone. Nesk is even
like, what the hell did he just do?
And I mean, hey, that's problem solving.
That is true. That is problem solving. That is a very ingenious way to clear courtyard. And now Nesk's in a bit of a weird spot. He wants to hold these stairs. He's doing it by himself now. Lagonis also on very low HP. There are still, you know, some important late round utility. The EDDs that probably have not been substantially cleared unless they've been hacked by JNNO very diligently. You've got the Yokais as well. And ultimately, Nesk is still has that Rima dash. Can dash into Forest if he actually goes through the site. He is going to be likely one of the most troublesome operators unless SSG deal with him.
Palu's huge chunk of damage. I think he might have been caught by hacked E.
I was about to say that's a C4 and EDDs.
Yeah, that's damage done. That's a sort of back and forth. Ashen gets the end of Palu on the swing round. There's Lagonis finally finished off from the fight that started ages ago, and Ashen's going to hold on to the plant. Now, the Monty is gone, but it's not been the end of the time every single time before. This time it's guns and SSG from the brink of being knocked away to biting back on map 2. There is still a third that will find its way around, but fair enough, Ashen. You are the reason your team pulled through that map. See if you can shout at them a bit and get them to join you.
Oh, if Ashen doesn't drop these 18 kills, they absolutely do not win this map. Well, it's twofold. One, Ashen's big performance, right? He gets that 3K on the defense. He gets massive multi-kills as well. He wins basically 3-4 rounds for his team. But once they start bringing that Monty, SSG actually look really well. They finally get a long-term solution for their problems.
Well, my problems, I'm going to look for a long-term solution on the desk with all three of them. Please take it from us.
Thank you very much, Lynx and Fluke. We are known for long-term solutions. If anything, welcome back to the desk. Kamilosh with me are Fresh and Alfama. Goddamn, we have a map 3 on our hands. We said this would be the grinder, and we're getting it, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. It was looking hairy as well for SSG. It didn't look like they were going to win it. I think a 3-3 half split wasn't the best from them. They then got absolutely overwhelmed in a couple of attacks. But like Carter said, when they brought the Monty, and actually when Ashen actually got a huge clutch, it really turned their fortunes around. And I expected this game to be a brawl, but I didn't necessarily, you know, think it would be this much of a heavyweight brawl, if you know what I mean. It is just shot after shot after shot between both teams.
Yeah, and it goes to show, like, you can never leave them clutch. Whenever you do that, the energy on the other team just rises up. Ashen was getting, the more kills he was getting, the more energized he was getting, the more energy he was giving to his teammate.
Yeah.
You can see everybody on SSG waking up because of him. Like, he was absolutely stellar here. 18 kills for 6 deaths. I mean, that's absolutely crazy, but also only kills that matters. It was in defense when he was contesting the entry points from Liquid, and in attack when he was actually entering the building and getting this area control.
So let's take a look at Ashen, actually, specifically. Since you mentioned 18-6, the man popped off, that's for sure. Not just yelling and screaming at his opponents, and I'm glad that, at least for his team, that he lifts up his headset when doing it. But still, Jack, this man is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously brought in. He had a huge reputation when he was brought into SSG, and I think he's lived up to that. He is obviously the one who shouts at the opponent the most, of course. But when you shout at your opponent and when you're screaming, you're giving your team energy, you're giving your team confidence, and especially when he's backing it up inside of the server as well. He's going to have a round on IQ in a minute, this round here, which was so important because SSG had got this to a 5v2 and nearly threw it. And in the end, Ashen has to win a 1 versus 2. This goes completely differently. I think we're talking about Liquid going through and SSG going home. He is so important for this team.
And you know what you see from half of these clips here when he's in attack, he's always falling forest on the Monty. He's always the one actually enabling the Monty behind him. Monty is opening the space, and then he's fragging behind him. And that was one of the toughest things I see on this border, is actually every team brought Azami, Mira, Solis, Fenrir. All of the big operators in defense were up. How do you get in the building? You use the Monty, and you have Ashen behind you.
And just a quick point on that, actually. Why were all those operators open? Team Liquid, one of the things that they do and have done consistently is ban away a different operator that isn't a meta operator, so that when they get onto that side, they obviously have to bear through their attacks. But when they have to get onto that side, they get to use all of those power operators. They've done it literally for the last couple of years. They banned the mute in this game, so they had all those operators. It took SSG a couple of rounds to kind of figure that out and figure a way around, you know, like you say, the Mira, the Azami, all of those operators. But once they got on that Monty and Ashen got behind the Monty, that's when the tides turned.
And that's the thing with the shield. It is a movable wall. Monty is perfect for it. And then you distract everybody with this huge little menacing thing that you have in front of you on the map. Though, this is going to get tough. We have a map 3 on our hand. Loser of this match is eliminated from the tournament here in Manchester. Gentlemen, we'll talk about our third map, but that is after the break. And there you've seen it once more, Operation New Blood. We'll hear all about it tomorrow and, of course, on Sunday with a full reveal. But now we focus in on elimination. There's been a lot of blood and sweat and tears and a lot of screaming in this matchup between Liquid and SSG, but it's time to knock one of them out of the running. Yeah, that was good, huh?
That was good.
It's my Undertaker impression. Anyways, Jack, who do you think is going to take this one?
Oh,
why?
I don't know. I'm still thinking Team Liquid, to be honest. And the reason why I'm thinking that is the win condition for SSG. I know we spoke about it very briefly, but I'm just not comfortable on SSG's attacks. And I think over the long term, Liquid will have this.
That's 100% a good point. Like, Border's win condition for SSG was just big forest on Monty, have Ashen frag behind him. That just won't work on Chalet. On Chalet, you remove strong positions with vertical or with window pressure. Monty is not effective, so you really need to step it up as a team and not rely on a single individual to make it up, especially starting in attack.
What I'm hearing is that we're going to go to overtime on this because both of our previous maps were 7-5, 7-5. Now again, opening up soft breaches is a big deal on Chalet. Ram is important on this map. Buck even more so than every other. How do we see those when Monty's not available? There's nobody to kind of be that front line for SSG.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We would assume that Liquid ban away the Monty here just because of how much it was abused against them. But I still think that leaves more layers that SSG still need to work on because, for example, even with or without the Monty, they were still finding individual performance and lack of confidence hard. Particularly, you know, I'm not going to go in too deep on him, but Iconic's got, like, what, 3 kills over the whole series? They need to find other ways and means around that.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to ask it here. Tough question. Who gets eliminated from SSG and Liquid? Our game's ready, so you just hold it up by extending your time. Go at it.
All right, not to jinx them, I'll say SSG.
SSG eliminated.
Eliminated.
SSG eliminated. Liquid will win this.
Alrighty then, you heard it here first. Ladies and gentlemen, MBs, we are ready for our matchup, and we continue on with our casters.
And unfortunately, Milos, I kind of have to pick up where Jack and Alfama just left off. I was praying before map 2, and in the short term, it was answered. SSG won Border, but I don't think my faith will be particularly rewarded. They bring out the Monty and have Ashen drop 17 kills for just a 7-5 dub, and we're going to Chalet, where honestly, Liquid probably for safety will ban the Monty anyway. What do SSG have to fall back on, aside from a couple things that are probably not replicable?
Well, there's a famous song by a man who also wears a lot of fun glasses. You gotta have faith.
Who's wearing glasses?
All of SSG in their video. They had all the fun sunglasses.
Oh, I thought. Sorry, I was. I only have
wearing glasses.
I only have a memory that goes back about 20
it's like
seconds.
You didn't even watch the What's in My Bag with Ashen, where he named the glass.
Well, Liquid's
brand,
in his bag right now.
but I forgot. Oh!
I can't believe it!
Is that...
What? Whoa! This is the issue, though, right? So, Liquid have banned Monty. They have been scared enough to ban the Monty, which I imagine SSG probably expect.
Yeah.
All well and good. The only issue is SSG, the problems on SSG's attacks have been consistent across maps, and also across maps with very different playstyles. Oregon attack playing very differently than Border. Border allows for a lot more openings, a lot more gaps, a lot more ways back in. Oregon's a lot more structured. Usually need identifiable win conditions. It's a lot more plant heavy. And yet the same problems have struck SSG on every single attack. And we go to Chalet, which can kind of be a mix of both, right? Very crossfire heavy given the small size, but can still lend itself really well for executes, whether on dining or bar or basement, if you have, again, an identifiable win condition. And if SSG have these same problems, they don't have a Monty to fall back on. And I wouldn't want them betting on another 17-kill game from Ashen.
For one last time.
One final map. One night
final
only.
moment. One night only. Cars, cars, cars. Let's go. One of these teams is going home. Chalet is where we decide it. And we will find ourselves starting here in a room with a lot of drinks and a little bit of billiards.
Not foosball.
Not foosball.
Not foosball.
It might even be pool. I don't know.
Thank you, Observer, for showing us that it is, in fact, billiards. It's barn games, as Emmy was just talking about, and SSG are starting on the attacking side. We need to see them getting momentum right out of the gate here. We can't see them milling about, messing around, Forrest automatically going onto a shield, so trying to replicate as much of that success in the Monty from Border as they possibly can. But this isn't a must-win round for the end of the game, but this and round 2 are going to be must-win rounds for me, for SSG, I want to see them come out the gate swinging with a very good game plan. We know what they're doing. They're trying to get the pieces together, and even if they lose round 1, we can say that they made a very good attempt at it and had a very good vision for that round. If not, we're going to be in a very similar position that we've seen SSG start on their attack sides, which is move around, take separate 1v1s, a lot of the time with a lack of intel. And so that makes round 1 extremely important, and especially if you're trying to bring that blitz and genuinely recapture some of that success from Border with shields.
Now, obviously, earlier on in the day, and a slight spoiler alert, if you didn't see the other elimination game, the team that could not hold on was E1. So we have already had one team from the Brazilian region gone in this second phase, with a double down with 2.
That'd be a bit tough. I mean, you got the world champs, to be fair, that went through earlier 2-0 over Bleed, so...
Yeah, I mean, they're doing all right in some other places, but we look at storylines here, Carter, and what we look at is Parlu about to find a fight almost immediately, the Shield of Forest. Now, this is one of the things that they can rely on or fall back to, is the fact that they've carried over some momentum here from the side of their attacks.
Some momentum, and they've spent a long time breaking through those castle barricades. Well, I talked about not betting on Ashen getting a bunch of kills again, but Ashen has worked his way into Fireplace and is now flanking up the stairs.
All the way up the stairs, and he almost takes the end of Nesk there, in terms of Nesk getting the kill. He takes a huge amount of damage from the single pillar player, and there's the quick execute, dropped around. Maya does get Forest, the blitz is gone, but the pressure on him is just a little bit too hot. Pushing their way up, Blue, False, Ashen, both of them a sniff away of those smoke canisters from the end, but Resets has just deployed them all. Ooh, didn't quite know he was lined up with the firefight there for a second on the back end of the shield, but is able to survive. It's a tricky situation. A minute. SSG, they have such a good advantage here.
They do have a very good advantage. Even with Fultz and Ashen on low HP, they've got time to reset, but Ashen has been cut down by Lagonis, and this could be a 2v2 if just one singular bullet hits Fultz in the leg, in the body, in the head, no matter where. It could be a bit problematic. They've got this advantage, though, and they've got this Capital utility. The Firebolt, maybe to try and push Lagonis out of stock, or the Smoke Bolt to go on those head holes. Either way, they're paying particular attention to this position for good reason. Lagonis can shut down and execute from here if it's going on the game side, and Resets is shutting down things over by Bar. SSG are running out of time to work with. 20 seconds left, and Resets might just find a gap, and SSG need to make this final 15 seconds work.
That could be defining that little moment where he's slipped under the radar here. They've got the drop on the hatch, the reveal of the player. They're going to try and hit the smokes and go for the cover, but there it is. Resets gets J9O. Lagonis gets Iconic, and one single slip leads to a huge fight back there from the 2 remaining Brazilians.
Good rotations, individual rotations from Liquid in that 2v4. Obviously, 2 very low health members of SSG. One of them goes down to make it a 2v3, but Resets not just sitting idly by, realizes that the intel seems to be a bit lacking around Fireplace, so sits beneath waiting for somebody either to vault over or to run down blue stairs. He can contest a lot of different angles from that position, while also making Lagonis feel secure about holding down games and stock entirely. SSG had a good clear. Good start to that clear. Sure, Ashen got the first pick, but everyone was coordinating. Fultz hops in a library at the same time. Forrest is pressuring from office. They're all working together in that early round, and then they're not rewarded, unfortunately, with that 2v4. But I mentioned, if we at least see that first round, and if they lose it, we know what the game plan was, and they executed a good portion of it well, it could still be on for SSG. And that's what happened. Now we're looking at round 2 to maybe try to have an actual round win with those good efforts.
There had to be an end to the line of success in terms of bringing a shield. And yeah, Chalet's a different map, and yeah, Monty's been banned. Blitz doesn't quite offer you the same. This is the first time we have not seen it in an attack lineup in about 5 rounds. 6 in a row, I believe. We'll see if they've maybe got themselves a little bit of a different flavor of success, because before they brought it, they didn't win any.
And also well, of course, as you said, before they brought it, they didn't win any, but that round, the Blitz wasn't super impactful. Was it pressuring off the side? Yes, and it was drawing attention, but you can draw attention without a Blitz. It was Fultz and Ashen basically capitalizing off that misdirection on the office side to backstab from Fireplace and Library to get all those kills, and you can do that without a Blitz. So the strengths of that SSG attack, as opposed to the Montane on Border, it wasn't unique to the shield being brought. It wasn't even necessary with that shield. So SSG still have good pieces to build on in this round. First minute spent, trying to find intel. Still have, well, all 10 drones on the board and extra with those Roteros and those shock drones and the Dokbi calls. So if there was anything to try and get that same early round success, or any round to get that same early on success, it seems like it should be this one, since they can find anything they want except that castle barricade.
Yeah, mute jammed and stopped from the approach. They can at least try and play the game
Not on that
these
window.
Keybers, but hey, what do you have? More Keybers if you really want to deploy them there. Not going to entirely give the position up as of yet. They still know it's a hop in, and the piano one is probably more dangerous than anything. Forrest is going to try and get himself in. A bit of a lockdown. The cameras buried in absolutely every single plant spot is a consistent worry on this map, but so is the time ticking further on. At this point, on this position, you've got Ashen hanging on the back end of the solarium windows. You've got a little bit of an entrance and pressure on towards the rafters, on towards the fireplace area, but Lagonis, he's moving around underneath.
He's moving, and this is looking more like the SSG attacks we've seen in the majority of this series. Struggling to get a solid idea, not getting an advantage, encircling the defense, sure, but Lagonis on this flank to disrupt things entirely.
I mean, there's a bit of an explosion, gets rid of all the Selmas. They're just going to have to try and run in and send it. They scream into Piano. Maya gets Iconic, and J90 gets the trade back. Ness just moves into the free space before being replaced, as Forrest is just pushing and pushing and pushing. Think about where the side is. Resets. He gets knocked down. Lagonis has stepped themselves up. It's just the two players inside Piano. They're able to get at least the tread and the threat back round, but they're fighting over the verticality. Faults gets the kill, the 1 versus 2, Lagonis. He was one of the remaining players on the previous round, some very snappy bits of momentum, but he just has to time this right. And there is the right timing. The kid is not in the pockets of Ashen. He's got to quickly go for the recollection, but he's a player who loves to kill, so he has to find himself tucked in, hope the cover of smoke is good enough, plays himself behind the bomb chassis, the only bit of solid that there is. Lagonis, he's going for the fight, he's going for the drop, he's looking for the engagement, he can't see it. Ashen, he's back up and he's out of the room. Perfectly played, smoke and Ashen! Perfectly played round!
I thought he didn't have time. I thought Lagonis was going to be able to get in the position, deny it from the vertical, shut Ashen down entirely, but that smoke canister, so key for Ashen to win that round, because you see Lagonis look down where Ashen was planting, but that momentary indecision to say, oh, I don't know exactly where he is. He's been defusing for a bit now. I might not be able to get the shot. I might just whiff the mag entirely, and then he can get into a post-plant position. So Lagonis decides to drop, try and catch him as he's rotating off, but the smoke also covers Ashen's exit, allows him to rotate out behind the coverage of it. Really well played 1v1 by Ashen there, but also, even though they lost it, I gotta give credit to Liquid. Similar, SSG had a good early round in round 1, but didn't win. Liquid had a really good retake and really good flank in that mid-round to make it a 1v1 against SSG. Lagonis and Palu especially retaking through Piano, through Office, as SSG were moving to Solar and Bedroom. Well played from both teams, and I suppose now, 2 solid rounds from both.
The Tubarão.
Zoto canisters.
The Zoto canisters.
Tubarão meaning shark in Portuguese.
Thank you.
No problem.
5 seconds
Duolingo. I have always thought you had similarities to an owl.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Okay, now I don't. The Blitz is back on the board, as he said before, not the biggest impacts for the approach previously, but there's confidence, and confidence is something that might be built there on the back of the 1 versus 1 round. It's weird to say that it could have been a 2-0, but it also could have been a 2-0
yeah.
between these 2 rounds.
I don't think we've so far.
Instead, they've got the cut. 1 of a piece. They're going to see if they can try and maybe cement this one with a little bit more gusto, because, well, SSG's approaches have been more dominant. There is a reason they're getting into this situation. Quicken on Mudroom and quicken on J90. The Dokkaebi gone. Ness still able to get himself a decent showing on the entry engagements. Wasn't entirely sure, but still wins it out. Maya went for the blind, did a lot of damage. Forrest is under pressure. Resets, gets Ashen in the same second. Palu just gets out of there, and Faults finds Ness.
Wow, okay. That was a very chaotic set of early engagements. Forrest sprinting on in, able to get the player on library stairs, as I expected, but definitely a lot of potential for him to lose his life in that gunfight inside of games. But SSG got a 3v3 on that roam clear, and that's not the best thing in the world, not the worst either. Really, your biggest problem is actually having Forrest on 1 HP, because whoever has the diffuser, it's probably not going to be Forced. It's probably going to be Iconic or Fultz, because usually you want to use that blitz to create space inside of the site, to pressure one of those anchors, maybe to... Nah, you don't want to run down blue stairs because they can shoot your feed as you're walking down. Really, actually, blitz on this site is going to be problematic because you got to run downstairs either way, and it seems SSG with the Ram are gunning for a front side take, so maybe having Forced with the diffuser would make more sense to get him in a position quickly than actually go for the defuse, having Iconic and Fultz cover him with the immense amount of vertical angles you have when using Ram on this bomb site.
I mean, Ram on this site, they go hand in hand and they push. As you can see, the position's further and further back. It's clearing themselves some space. Do they feel confident enough to try and get the execute down to the bottom of Snowmobile stairs? Are they going to see if they can maybe try and find a pinch? There's Forrest getting that first bit of motion. He just needs to tuck here behind those shelves and hope the cover here of Iconic stops anyone swinging a C4 or the pressure out. It's the first take, and it's Lagonas retaking it, resets as the curver, and SSG unfortunately tried to get the pocket, tried to get the play. Fultz with the smoke canister still in pocket that could have been utilized to cover the motion. Now is the only bit of utility he has left, and look at Liquid just pull on back. They know they can push back on and close this round at any point. They know they still have the shield position. And as soon as he's seen down, Lagonas does get down, but not for long.
Not for long. Unfortunately, with SSG there, they want to go for the front side take. They've committed to it based on the setup, based on the positioning, and one of the, I suppose, you know, kind of many few issues, it was a lot of small issues with SSG that time that added up into something big. They're not able to get Snowmobile breach open. So that shield you have watching bottom main, there's not a whole lot of solutions they have to deal with it, especially since Iconic, who might have nades, is positioned over by Blue, who's trying to find a lurk down there. You also have a very close roam clear. Force is able to get that 4v4, of course, and they even cut down some of the roamers back to the site, but Liquid have the better positioning. They've got the C4s, they've got the deployable shield, whereas SSG, they don't have the breach open. They don't have control of Blue. All they've got is the vertical, and Liquid are playing safe from it. Liquid just in the better positioning at the end of that 3v3 with the better pre-existing utility, and play that round very well.
Traded rounds for now. It was par for the course last time round, and we got a little bit deeper with it before the game started to swing one way and then pendulumed its way back the other. So this will be the first true tell, I think. How much has been learned in terms of the approach? What's changed? Well, again, this blitz that seems to be a little bit of a hit and miss is still a hit and miss. They have not found the functionality on, albeit a very different map.
Yeah.
But also, it's a reliance that they just don't have cemented without the money.
But like I mentioned, on this bar games attack, what they used the blitz for was that misdirection over by Master Bedroom office, then that allowing Fultz and Ashen to get into a position where while the defense is focused on that side, they run up Fireplace, run in the library, and get kills from the backside. And you can do the same thing with the Ying that Forrest is bringing. You could, maybe not necessarily from that exact same position, but throw a lot of Candelas, either on the site or on library, bait of a lot of tension from the defense, and then try to backstab similarly. It is a bit incumbent on, well, I will say, on Liquid, not reading that you're faking, not reading that you're trying to bait that attention. And if they bite, it succeeds. If they don't, you just waste a couple Candelas.
This is a lot of long-range utility, and Resets isn't going to find around and see what happens late. But Lagonas he's happy to sit here. And he's just caught by the fire. Now he leaves. Yeah, a little bit too late there, Lagonas. A little bit too much of a risk factor, but a lot of utility is sent that way. Both of the bolts came through from at least the damage-dealing side. They've also lost most of J9O's utility as well. So at this point, the limitations, they've still got a fair bit of pockets, but where are you going to really throw those hard breach charges? Where are you going to put that sort of utility pressure?
They got to make decisions about that at some point. And talking about that hard breach utility, you know, one position you might like to place it was that stock wall, but Palu's making a really good decision and just holding down below. Sure, he's not actively pressuring SSG, but given that, I don't know, a team that likes to hit gaps like SSG does might try to walk up the basement stairs, run into bar. Him just saying, hey guys, this position is clear. Don't worry about it. We are all good. He can also flank himself up Fireplace or Library at some point. So he's giving Liquid peace of mind right now with the other three hold the site.
And remember how it opened last time. Ashen just found his way up the main Fireplace stairs, got himself onto the rafters, and Nesk is paying all the keen attention that, well, fair enough, Ashen has deserved and shouted for. Fultz gets some of the coverage. Here comes the Candelas on the back end. They're trying to pinch the player, but Iconic gets the back end of Nesk, and there's the catch. Palu steps in. The fight is J9O's, and Ashen's to lock in. Resets. All that's left. Can't get round the corner. I think
Ashen wants Liquid to lose.
I think he's saying go back to Brazil in terms of getting on the flight and losing. He could scream a little bit louder.
It's weird. I can hear him on the stream. I can hear him in real life.
We can
I can hear him in my dreams.
Because we are the only stream that is now active.
That's true.
Stream is done. It's a lot quieter because usually, you know, it's noisy and you'll hear shouting on the other side of the room and be like, that could be the other team, that could be whatever. You'll hear the other casters behind us. No, it is just us alone in an airport hangar. Back to Brazil.
Back. Wait.
You should do. You know that those like. Here's a content idea, because I love to pitch them whilst I'm working. You know, there's like old Disney sing-alongs where it has like the head bounce along the lyrics to follow along, or like sing-along musicals. They should do that with clips.
I think what they should do.
Players shouting.
They should take iconic Gilbert Gottfried roles and have Ashen scream them at full volume. Like get lines from his movies. That'd be a good idea.
You'll have a lot of.
Take that one for free.
You're gonna split the audience where there'll be 90% of people be like, "Who is Gilbert Gottfried?"
You compared me to Gilbert Gottfried one time.
I have compared you to Gilbert.
Why anybody could compare me to a loud, high-pitched man? Which I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I have compared you to Gilbert Gottfried in the past.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough. 2-2 for SSG now. As again, they don't need the shields right now on Chalet. These clears have been pretty good overall. Could even be 3-1 right now if they just convert that original 4v2 on bar. So the problems that we've seen on Oregon and saw on Border until they brought the Monty are less of a factor right now. They're making good use of that game, good use of that execute utility, and also still having some clutch plays from Ashen by clutching that 1v1.
I mean, statistically, they're 100% win without a blitz and 100% loss with a blitz. So far, this game, this map at this point. You know, numbers are fun. And what else is? Potentially Forest. With a quick zip, seeing if they can try and maybe, I don't know, there's a lot of different approaches. You could go for the double window. They've got themselves up towards the top, hoping to get the surprise strike, and it wouldn't be the first time we saw Forest do exactly the same thing on Oregon through the foosball window.
Yeah. And honestly, in this position, like, the Gara hooks are useful, but you're mainly playing Amaru for the shotgun of the SMG-11 right now. Just, you know, maybe to push up Solar or push through Piano, have that close quarters weapon, that primary to take some really good fights with any of the defenders, but he probably will send it through Solar window and do that exact thing. Iconic also lurking up West Main right now. As we did see earlier, it is a second floor defense, so he's 2 floors below the bomb site right now, but could secure that bottom-up vertical control for the attack, as Poly right now is playing with the one of 2 remaining C4s that they currently have, and, well, there he goes.
Forest position is the one I'm most excited about. I said the double window. You can drive yourself in. Now, he doesn't have the kit, so he would be sending it and seeing if he can force himself to Piano, but
oh, that's rough.
Plans cancelled. 2 players died during the build-up to this take, and the take has to be cancelled. You cannot risk a full send in this situation. Palu!
4K?
Properly gets the connection with the doubling down. They stack themselves up. Fultz is on the other side of a single wall, but Palu's a little bit supernatural. Okay, not very supernatural. That was an easier pickup than maybe it could have been. But Fultz still needs to find the person to his left.
Person to his left?
Person to his left. I was waiting for the pop-in. It was resets.
He's playing passive. I respect the hustle. Unfortunately, Iconic walking into Palu, maybe had the intel, but just taking a raw 1v1 that unfortunately Palu wins and losing J9O right there because SSG tried to speed up the pace, which I think is a good call there. Like, we're already, you know, a minute 40 seconds into planning this execute with the Amaru through Master Bedroom. We shouldn't rotate, just losing one guy down below. We'll rush in, increase the pace, hopefully catch Liquid off guard. And then they lose J9O on that window. And like you said, you've got no choice but to cancel at that point. Even if you walk in and you catch them off guard, the Amaru is very exposed, getting aggressive. Odds are she's not going to get a huge double or triple to bring that round back. So you got to rotate for something else. Maybe you still commit just to, like, you know, play the hand that you're dealt. But J9O dying at that time with a minute 10 seconds left. Man, it could not have been more brutal timing for SSG.
3-2-2. Will we find someone breaking this deadlock, or are we truly going to trade rounds?
There's only 2 teams playing, so it'll be 3-2.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You're worse than Gilbert Gottfried. 3
Attackers are moving.
slash.
Use a bomb.
Well, it would be a dash, it would be a hyphen.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Nesk tried to find somebody inside the bathroom, but unfortunately, he's the only one leaving a little bit squeaky clean here. No bullets traded either. And you're wondering if SSG is sort of pining for that early engagement, because let's be honest, that's kind of the first time we've really seen that sort of engagement. It's something that they've been very cautious of. How much Liquid has tried it, I don't know, but we haven't really had any of the external window pressure that they loved in Border.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of that, external pressure from either teams either. SSG, fighting at the windows, Liquid fighting back at the doorways and windows, but SSG have consistently, it's felt like they've been starting out with an advantage consistently. They've got the opening pick when they're executing on bar and games. Same thing on the previous attack as well, even though they ended up losing it. And there, unfortunately, they lacked it substantially. Iconic falls, SSG don't have the momentum going into that execute, so what do they do at that point? This round, we don't have the Ying, which they saw have good success with. Sure, they haven't done, super well with the Blitz either, but it was not a very easy way that you're looking at this lineup and saying, okay, what are SSG going to do to get a leg up? They've got the Dokkaebi calls, and that's it. It's a bit more traditional. Twitch drones for the Miro, Rotero drones for the Kiba barricades, IQ to spot the Valkyrie cameras. They're countering Liquid's setup in theory very well, and we're back. Don't you worry. This is why we have multiple observers on LAN, everybody. We're all good. But beyond that, we're minute 30 in, and SSG have been relying on these cheese operators to disrupt Liquid, and they don't really have any right now.
Iconic. Trying to find the lead in on the fight and making sure they don't get caught by somebody swinging out the flash all the way down the main snowmobile stairs. Isn't quite revealed to anybody. But a direct line in towards the second story. Nesk does get caught. Ashton inside on the back. Maya right back. Now they have the keeper barricade that offers them some safety on the bathroom window, and they just turn tail. They know the pressure comes from SSG quite quickly, quite aggressive. They know that it's going to be something that just keeps bleeding its way across, as we can see Iconic getting himself propped up. Solarium holding on to anyone that decides to try and shine a light back up the stairs.
But we've seen that Liquid can retake this second floor successfully, so are SSG going to dedicate a drone to this, dedicate a gun to it, and even if they do, if they go for the execute, we've still got the 2 C4s from Palu and Resets, and the impacts to do damage as well. So Liquid have a lot of answers to this. Resets already going for that retake.
I mean, Forrest had the game.
Good catch.
Knew about it, had the watch. It's sort of basic, but so is time and the concept of 20 seconds. I can even tell you that's probably not enough of it. They need to start trying to find this body advantage and forcing it. We'll see another 2 versus X clutch at this point. Palu's holding on. Bolt's going for the plant. It gets dropped off of it. It's all exploding inside the back of the chassis. Lagonis gets Bolts. It's a 1 versus 2. There's the C4 of Palu stopping it. J9, no! He can't get it out of his foot! Time! Immortal, eternal, and unfortunate.
Liquid for the 4-2 now, taking the lead on their defensive side. And ultimately, SSG have had good ideas on their attacks. 4-2 isn't necessarily representative of, I think, the overall, solid nature of their attacks. But it wasn't clinical, it wasn't decisive, and I think that's represented by the fact that even with, me being generally, happy, maybe not happy, but generally positive about some of the stuff they were doing their attacking side, it'd be a 5-1-1 if Ashen doesn't win a 1v1 in one of those particular rounds. Only one clean actual victory for SSG. I can praise their ideas. I can praise their initiative in that case with Ashen getting that pick and their foresight with Forrest watching that flank. But Liquid's still able to clutch that 2v3. Liquid's still able to clutch a 2v4 to start out this half. That denies the lead for SSG right there. Liquid's clinical gameplay in the late round is what not only saved that defensive half for them, but got them a lead going into their attacks.
SSG, with the pressure now on, your defenses, your sort of lead through here.
5 seconds remaining.
They try and make a bit of the distance. The bans that they sort of propose, the Grim will have limitations, but I don't think it's the biggest sort of risk for how Liquid like to play.
Doubt it. We got so many important execute operators in this game right now. I mean, Capital might not exactly be everyone's favorite operator, but nobody can lie that he might be a little clunky, but he does his job well. He's got those firebolts to cut off angles, those smoke bolts to cut off angles, facilitate executes very well. Palu also with his Deimos. Liquid generally like playing this operator and using those deathmark trackers. Just off the top of my head, I've seen Palu play it, Nesk play it, Resets play it. I've probably seen even Maya or Lagonis play it a couple times. They like to bounce this operator around for good reason. If you want to get Nesk or Palu into a gap in the defense, with a Deathmark tracker either in their hands or in their teammates' hands, they can give direct intel on somebody who might be isolated, might be by themselves. So, sure, you don't have the Grim, but you've got other options, and that doesn't even mention the Dokkaebi we've got. Good look from Ness early on, but also good read by J9O. It's worthwhile to open up that hole in stock, but J9O ready for it? That's good foresight from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a known place, right? Having yourself in that position, it's almost a little bit lackluster there from Liquid's approach to trust they won't get caught out by it. There's a bit of a lull, a bit of a pause. One of the problems we've seen of Liquid's attack has been a bit too slow, a bit too cautious. Pressure of the bolts on towards the box position, but, you know, it's
nobody
not forcing anything. It's not pressuring anything. There's the mirror window gone, which is a good battle utility, but J9O, with those keeper barricades, can still sort of build structure around himself.
Yeah, a zombie and a mirror on top of mezzanine is really difficult to deal with, because even if that mirror gets cracked, as you said, you've got those keepers, you could retake library, you could hold down top mezzanine, no matter which way you're getting pushed from. They've also got Forest holding bottom fireplace, so J9O feeling really secure to either retake or hold on top of mezzanine. The positioning from SSG is fantastic. They got a 5v4. I think they might be betting on Palu hitting this flank up library stairs to bring it back.
There's J9O again, stepping in, flirting with danger, rebuilding, but caught out before it can pop off. Resets goes down in the meantime, a 4 versus 2. This is the first time we've seen, obviously, back on this way. A C4, the second, gets the connection they wanted, and Lagonis had a good map at this point. But if time was an asset before, now it is. That horrible ticking clock on the back. He's got vertical, but as soon as he drops down, they can retake it pretty easily. And at this point, with the castle barricade still up on the double, on the single behind him, he's just found himself trapped inside a box. Looks for the first fight, on towards dining. Doesn't even win that. A good hold from SSG.
Ashen ain't even yelling after that one. He's like, all right, whatever. Pretty sleepy round, all things considered. And, all right, he's just said silly Lagonis in chat. Fair enough.
In all caps.
Well, of course, it's Ashen. He speaks in all caps.
That's true.
And to be fair from SSG, I mean, it was a pretty sleepy round for a very good reason. SSG said, okay, we're watching top library, fireplace hall, and holding down the site. There might be potential, you know, gaps or weaknesses if somebody pushes up fireplace stairs and tries to open stock, or pushes up library. And guess what? They had vertical holes to watch fireplace, and they had Iconic waiting for Palu to push up bottom library stairs or bottom blue stairs, whatever you want to call it. It was just a good knowledge of this setup from SSG. It's pretty simple, but SSG have the strat. They know what they're holding and actively watching, and what they need to kind of check on every now and then. It was just a well-played defense. Good to start this half.
The pace was definitely slower. And I think that was also part of Liquid's approach there. You had, when we had obviously SSG going on the attack, quick drives, quick presence. They made sure that everything sort of felt like it was always active. There was always possibility. And there, Liquid, they had their plan A, which didn't quite come together, but they still sort of forced it. It's a site with a default take. It's a site with a default drive, and they were happy to try and run themselves onto it. But the stretch of Chalet and how far it gets will be that thread. Forest, he's trying to bait some utility on towards Lagonis. Maybe try and get the Kaid Claw catch on at least one of this exothermic, but I'm assuming Lagonis isn't just going to go for it.
I like that the Electroclaw tech is like, all right, Electroclaw tricking a thermite charge is really hard, so our solution is just to keep throwing an Electroclaw down until we hear the sound cue that the exothermic's actually been planted.
Yeah.
But they know it's electrified now, so, and they've got a Thatcher as well, so not a whole lot of options Forrest can do. Doesn't have any in pocket. He'll try to time it to pick it up. Ooh, he gets it ahead of it! But he takes it off, unfortunately. The timing is so finicky, so specific on that. He thinks better of it and rotates it probably to the wine wall, which it's a safe option. He might have got that exothermic, honestly, but I don't fault him for it.
No, and the wall often gets open regardless, especially when you're up against the Thatcher. You're never going to really hold that sort of single lockdown position, and there is other more important parts to get, because if you have that breach open, it gets you good eyes into the site, but it's not a position you can just sort of entirely dedicate yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You're usually going to rotate to wine side as well, so Forrest can focus on that. Speaking of focus, JNNO heavily focused by the Damos. He's like, oh, wait, that's the guy outside library window or bathroom window? Oh, that's fine. I'll just sit behind this cube barricade.
I'm in here. Resets is worried someone's going to jump out of Mudroom and put the pressure onto him. There's the actual bit of destruction both ways onto it. The pressure on J9O is hit by a frag grenade. They're throwing themselves in. Iconic trying to offer some survival, but it's swapped. Maya swings. There's the double for Maya. Good pinch, led on by the Deimos. A fair bit of utility usage. 2 bodies caught all the way on the top floor. Now the focus has to fall down below, and they can utilize the Deimos to sort of say, yep, this person, they're down there, they're in the basement. We don't need to shepherd, we don't need to worry. We have a minute. We can speed up a lot of this mid-4 process.
Yeah, unfortunate this Deathmark tracker isn't going to go to a whole lot of great use, but they've still got one in pocket. They've got the skeleton key for vertical destruction, and they've still got that thermite if they want to go for the wine breach. We're kind of getting low on time, so I don't think they're going to go for that necessarily, which proposes an interesting question, which you and I brought up earlier, which is you don't usually base an entire execute on that front side, but where else are they going to go? They've got the 5v3, so they should probably win this on kills, but given the low time, and Fultz is holding down this front position with a shield and the staircase with a shotgun, there's not an easy way, but if Fultz goes huge, there's something.
They haven't really done a huge amount of vertical either. There's been no shepherding of the space. They're holding on against the back end of the hatch. It's going to get breached by the exothermic just next to it. Should get the pocket of space, and they can use this. But that position of Fultz and Ashen going for an explorer up the stairs. 2 shotguns, 2 seconds, 2 pumps, 2 kills. 1 man hit a smoke canister, caught out. And I mean, as you said, they just did not have any of the work done.
No, they had that 5v3. Credit to Maya for that big individual play, but they had to move down to the bottom floor, and not having that wine wall open, not really having a great secondary option to push from, left them at the mercy of SSG, who were playing aggressively on both of the staircases that they correctly Red Liquid had to push from. The main stairs, which Fultz had, behind the shield that watched the breach, or the staircase, no matter where they pushed from. But then, to make things even better, Ashen, playing aggressively on blue stairs with that shotgun, wins the fight with resets, trying to lurk down the backside. It's a good call from Liquid. He should have been pushing there. But again, similar to that Bar Games attack, SSG are aware of where the gaps are. They're aware of where Liquid want to push from and where they think they can get away with an opening. And they're filling them, they're checking them, and they're winning the fights they need to. Great 3v5, and we're back in a tie game.
All level up, but now Ashen shouting. He wanted to wait. He wanted to wait until they got themselves back level.
3v5, and he killed one of the main players that could have brought that round back to Liquid. I'd get a little excited too.
4 apiece.
5 seconds to go.
And still, both timeouts on the board as well. I have a feeling the loser of this round is probably going to want to have a conversation, but it's also tricky because, you know, you have to have the context. You're 2 rounds away from potentially being on the precipice of loss, 3 rounds away from being sent home. You're in the same spot, you're in the same place. If you're SSG, you've got a great deal of momentum. If you're Liquid, you've found a little bit of a break.
It's also a bit dependent on whether, you know, Liquid or Lagona's IGLing find the solution to their problems in round, even if they end up losing this, right? Because Hugzord's listening, he's saying, okay, Liquid and Bar in game, this might not be exactly what he's saying or thinking, but Liquid on Bar in games, we lose Nesk early, and then we aren't really trying to get control elsewhere. We're just sitting outside library, expending utility, not getting anything off it. We lose the round. Then we take a long time to roam clear. We get a 5v3, but we only have the main breach open. We don't have wine open. We don't have any pressure on the backside. We flood through the front, and SSG clutch a 3v5. 2 rounds where a lack of control really hurts us when we go for the execute. So if we see in round 9 that Liquid actually roam clear effectively, get a lot of angles, distract SSG, and maybe they win the round, maybe they clutch a 1v3, maybe they clutch a 1v1, who knows? But if Liquid actually diversify their control, timeout might not be necessary. But if it's the same thing as round 7 and 8, where they just execute linearly and give SSG every chance in the world to fight back, yeah, Hugzord would need to take a timeout.
6 smoke canisters gives you a pretty good idea of what they want to try and get here on the cover without the dependence.
I think they want to plant the diffuser.
I think they want to plant the diffuser, not bringing the Kappa down. They don't want his sort of smoke canisters. Candelas start to pop their way around the blind just towards the top end. The swing into Solarium, and they're inside, above, but they haven't been offered a fight. Resets, gets 1, then looks back towards the engagement. Ness is able to get 1 as well, and somebody else got a kill, but it all happened so fast it disappeared off the screen. A 4 versus 2 is where we find ourselves suddenly revealed in, and Fultz is surrounded. This is that big problem right now because he needs to try and fight his way out. He's found a tucked corner, round on the back end of Piano. And now with Maya dead inside the site, well, now he's the only one left. And we assume the plant is going to happen momentarily. There it is, behind the default place. He's got to stop. Lagonas actually stops as well. And then moves himself to a slightly different position. I'm not entirely sure they've kept the vertical. That's why, and he would have actually had the angle there. So good read, good movement, good round, Liquid.
Lagonis very much reading the solution in round, saying, okay, guys, you know, we're not getting a lot of control. We're not coordinating on these clears. And I mean, even in round 8, when the roam clear was successful, it was almost entirely Maya able to get 2 huge picks. Let's reset. Let's get a plan together. Let's talk things through. All right, what do we want to do? They're holding top floor on kitchen and dining. They got a castle facing the bedroom window, and they've got 2 players up here. So what do? Let's throw Candelas in. Let's have Maya and Ness repelling through solar. Somebody else repel into bedroom window at the exact same time, and all have our guns trained on where these 2 defenders are playing. They've either got to rotate in front of us, or they've got to retreat back to piano, in which case we have the vertical control. We can hop in a trophy, go for the kills down below, use the vertical angles to our disposal. Finally, we get a well-thought-out execute from Liquid. They not only identify the control they need, but acquire the control they need, and win the round as a result. No timeout necessary when you're up 5-4.
No, it's that sort of change out here, and 2 rounds. So now that separation of Liquid and sending SSG back to NA, back to NA, in the slightly quoted words of
Paraphrased a little bit.
Poet Laureate Ashen.
He's got a Pulitzer Prize in winning.
Palu. He tried to pop an opening engagement. Again, we haven't seen a huge impression of finding fights outside the building. It is something that some teams love to do on Chalet. They love to really explore the space all around, and yeah, this is something that hasn't really been the drifting.
No, the action's been happening inside the building, whether it's Maya hopping in, getting that 2 kill in the roam clear, or that round hopping into solar and bedroom window to get that Ying, not Ying execute, Ying roam clear down, and that round working very well. A lot of it has been happening once they repel in or walk through the doorways. With the Deimos, I imagine it's going to be very similar. Deimos and Dokkaebi on this roam clear. Probably going to see Maya and Ness try and utilize that information to get another 5v3 or get another massive amount of control. Hopefully, at least on Master Bedroom Office. Could start that library side, could try to push down below. I don't think Liquid exactly know where they want to yet, but we're just crossing the minute mark. There's time to recover, time to fight back. And there we go. Moving into the bottom floor. They can walk up the fireplace stairs now. Oh! I was about to say, the only thing they ought to be concerned about is aggression from SSG, and they're ready for it.
Maya finds one, Palu finds the second, and suddenly they're getting these pinches. They're forcing the players to have to rotate past these big, heavy watches that have been set up here, and now they have a fair little pocket of control, and the cooker barricades can still try and cause some problems, but a minute 30, 2 bodies gone once again. Good bit of motion has come through. Bolt steps out, gets rid of Nask and gets immediately traded. Maya, again, had the watch, and this is what they've sort of got themselves set up for now. Liquid, they're playing that game, getting those cutoff points, realizing SSG are trying to hold and then fall back and making that an impossibility. Action's being tracked in the back end of sight. They know he's further and further away. They've got the eyes towards the half wall, and Action's going to see if he can stop them entering, but he can't quite get the connection. The hop out does down Palu, but they know where he is. Liquid! They are 1 round away.
1 round away from taking SSG home. You can hear Ashen say they've got to take a tactical timeout at this point because Liquid have found the answer, and there wasn't some massive flaw in SSG's play. There was just a aspect of Liquid's play they had to fix, they had to make better, and it was the coordination on that roam clear, and we didn't see any super cool strategy like the triple repel in from Liquid that we saw in round 9, but in round 10, it was a lot more simple. Hey guys, there's a couple roamers over by library. Let's have somebody try to go down below the stairs as somebody also walks in from library or top fireplace to pinch him. Maya realizes the guy peeking down below is really distracted, moves in for the kill. Liquid able to get another to make it a 5v3. Even without any cheese utility like the Candelas, they're still able to get that pick, still able to clear it out very effectively. So SSG now taking their tactical timeout. Maybe with an op. Sure, of course, Solus is off the board. Maybe with Valkyrie on the board, we'll try to see a bit more aggression on the roam. And you talked about how we haven't really seen a lot of gunfights happening outside the building. It's all been happening inside the building. I'm not saying SSG need to go for spawn peaks. Maybe seeing them try to bring a bit more intel and roam more aggressively, and
we'll save it.
I was about to say, you pointed it out, but
it's gone.
They didn't commit. Forces on Cav until the final second of prep phase.
Yeah, that would have been... I mean, it could have been big, but it probably wouldn't have.
It would have been a solution.
It would have been a solution. Probably not the right solution.
Yes. I think actually, you know, the Solus being off the board definitely hurting SSG a bit here because you'd really like to be denying Liquid a lot of this intel, destroying their drones, trying to make them heavily reliant on those death mark trackers from the Deimos to get that intel. And obviously if, you know, resets is too far away or isn't able to communicate it properly, it's not as much of a factor. But with her gone, SSG, who have, to be fair, you know, I kind of suggested maybe roam a bit more heavily. I actually don't know if I agree with that now because they have been roaming pretty heavily. We've had 2 players in library that time. They've been roaming across the top floor, and Liquid are finally starting to clear them out. They get to go back to Barn Games, though, where the roam wasn't the big thing here. They had the Mira and the Azamis to aggressively hold Mezzanine, and Liquid, to be fair, didn't have an answer for that.
Teneno's looking for exactly the same peak that Nesk was once upon a time and has exactly the same result. Nothing is free in this chalet world. Skiing, famously expensive.
Nice.
Yeah, that is free, though. A very big mirror window and not one on that wall.
No reinforcements on stock at all. No mirror, no nothing. This guy, I was about to say, this guy's dead. Forrest has just trapped himself inside of big garage. That's a real... Maybe he didn't know Maya was down there, but that's a really brutal start to this round. Maya gets that kill, no cost expended the attack in terms of damage, utility, time, anything. I get the Frost wasn't bringing much, but the strength of this round was J9O holding this top floor, and with Iconic down below as well. A lot of SG players by themselves in untraded positions, and Liquid's already got one of them taken down.
I mean, what a horrible way this could be as it starts to unfurl and unfold for SSG. When this next engagement comes through, this is going to be maybe the defining one. They are being so cautious with everything. And Ashen, he's a bit loose, but, you know, not too far away. They're going to start trying to force the ground from underneath him, cut off his options of going around via bathroom, shepherd him back step by step, and try and do the game they did so brilliantly on the previous round, which is force motion and punish them for it. They have Palu watching on the back end. He is the one that is eyes on from the balcony, hoping they fall into his waiting more.
That's what I'm concerned about here with Palu holding this cutoff. Nesk and Maya can push in. If they get both of these picks, that's game over in all likelihood.
The swing round. Fultz is there to offer some support. There's a bit of pressure that's going to come from underneath as well. Palu gives his position away, and Fultz is going to read that out and say, look, I've got to get out of here. We cannot lose both of us. Ashen, he's popping up, and he's popped right down. Maya gets one. There's Maya with his third for the round. Fultz, he was able to stem it a little, but it's a 4-9-0. J9O is all that's left for SSG. Nesk is in all chat. Liquid, they are red hot. But they have not evaporated yet. They are our surviving team, and SSG sent home.
I thought this was going to be a game of 55 to 45. Who was just a little better this tournament in this best of 3? And ultimately it was Liquid. SG recover well on border, bring the Monty to fix some of those mistakes. They start out well, fight back aggressively on their defenses, but you've got to give credit to Lagonas. And Liquid as a whole, realizing what their problem was, fixing it very, very well in round to end up winning 7-4 and winning 3 attacks in a row. Good sportsmanship from SSG as well.
After Lagonas went round.
Maya went round.
Maya went round.
He's all smiles now.
I mean, heat in the server, cool out of it. That's the pressure that needs to be done, but Liquid, they are the team that is holding on. As we said at the start of this, both these teams, very similar runs to get to this position. Struggled in the split of their league. LCQs topped FaZe 1, undefeated. Come into this and lose both opening games. One of their stories had to change, and it's Liquid's.
It's Liquid's, and unfortunately for SSG, I mean, they make that miracle comeback in Atlanta to quarterfinals, 3-2. Not building off the work in SI. Unfortunate stuff.
Well, let's go hear from one of the hearts of the scene, Palu.
Thank you very much, friends. Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much, friends, and congratulations to all the yelling the teams have been doing. It's broken all of our microphones. Palu, congratulations on the win. You survived to fight another day at the Manchester Major. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling good. I think we had a little struggle with the Montagne on the second map. But yeah, we just banned it and they couldn't do anything. That was it.
It turns out that this was the strategy of just, we'll have something to walk in front. There were issues to solve there in Oregon. But for Chalet, what was your game plan then?
Yeah, as I said, like we were smashing them in almost everything. We just on attacks on the Aragon we were struggling a little, but after that we like talked, and the biggest problem on the border was the Montagne, and we just banned, and they like didn't have anything to like, how can I say, when things aren't working they can run to the Montagne, and they couldn't, like, so yeah, that was it, the plan basically, and we knew that our strategies were really good against how they play. That was it.
I mean, look, looking away from strategy here, it looked like emotions are running high for the entire team. We see, like, I'm surprised this whole place didn't fall apart with how you guys were celebrating at the end of it. So how do you feel that energy was kind of pumping through the team?
Yeah, it was good. Like, Ashen likes to scream a lot, so the guys were just screaming back.
I mean, you have to be able to take the heat if you want to, you know, start trash talking.
Of course, it's part of the game, you know. Just don't get like too personal, and that's it. It's part of the game. Always you can just say, just not offend anyone. Yeah.
It's all in good fun here. But as I said, you survived to fight another day. We're not really sure who will be playing against come tomorrow, but what are you going to be doing now? Just kind of de-stress and get yourself back in the next game.
I think right now we are playing like best of threes. We certainly play really better than the BO1s. I think we had some issues. We could have won like both of the games, I think, but we discussed a lot of things, and I think we just like forget about it and let's focus on the next matches, you know.
Liquid is a best of 3 team. Is that what we learned from it?
Yeah, I guess so.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. Best of 3 team. That's Team Liquid. Paulo, thanks so much for joining us here. For all those watching at home, let's break down our game on the Analyst Desk. We got our cardio in, folks, so we're back here on the Analyst Desk to break down how SSG are going back to the airport. No, we're going to talk about Team Liquid and their victory against their North American squad here. Alfama, Liquid, they looked like an actual team working together in the last map.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. They were playing together. If you look at the numbers, obviously Maya had a great game, but overall, the cohesion on this team was much better. I think strategically they won the match, but I think actually it was closer than expected. Ashen, again, dropping crazy numbers. There were some clutches. Overall, Liquid, though, strategically, theoretically, we're winning it. We're controlling the pace. We're the better team here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think we think about the game the same ways. I look at the games and I see who's controlling the game, who's strategically winning the round, even if they're not actually winning the round. And I think throughout this whole best of 3, that was Team Liquid. There was times, there was big clutches. You know, Ashen's had a clutch in basically every single one of these series on his own that has kept kept SSG in the game. But over the course of it, Liquid's team play was better. Liquid's strategical control, strategical grasp on the game was better. And also Liquid, to be honest, apart from one guy on SSG, which was Ashen, was just completely out-fragging the rest of the SSG. Especially in that last map. We saw multiple times where Maya would get the entry, 2 or 3 kills would bounce back, and suddenly Liquid are in a 5v2. And I think, you know, they were just much more confident in those engagements.
I mean, Paulo even identified it, right? He said, we struggled on border because Amonte was picked against us, and that's, we talked about in the breakdown for that second map. We banned it, and we were way more comfortable going into map 3 and just closed that shelling.
Forrest actually tried to bring Blitz at the beginning. So he actually tried to play with the shield. It was effective to some degree, but I just don't think it's viable on a map like Chalet. We already spoke about it, but a shield can only get you so far on this map. What matters was utility-based operators. They brought Captao, they brought Ying, and SSG made great use of it in some rounds. It just wasn't enough overall.
Can I just say one very quick thing on SSG as well? I think they deserve to lose the best of 3. I don't think they were good enough today, but Ashen did not deserve to lose that best of 3 as an individual player. For a small token on him, you know, he's still early doors in the tournament, still relatively a rookie, put in a great performance again today, and he's got a lot of confidence.
I just want to point out that it's not only in the game that he's, you know, really helping his team, but like he was the one carrying the energy in the team. He was the one like
he's already a leader in that team.
Yeah, and he's like super young. He's 18, and what I found really crazy at some point is that he actually dropped a crazy triple kill or quadruple kill, I think. Then he's energizing everyone, and then he just goes, calm down, let's focus on the next round. That's maturity. That's a great player that you want to have on your team.
Yeah, you always want to have someone like that on your squad. And good thing he lifts up his microphone before yelling at the other team. But Liquid gave it back, and that gives us this bracket. Because now SSG are at the door, and they'll be boosted away. Good God, this is massive. They'll be boosted away all the way back home. So, qualified, well, we have Furia and Secret. Those are 2 teams that are already through. However, tomorrow we'll continue on with many, many games of Bleed, M80, FaZe, Talon, DarkZero, Bliss. We got Scarz, Liquid, got Beast Coast, and ITB, and BDS, and CAG, with, of course, saying goodbye to E1 and to SSG from Brazil and from North America, respectively. Tomorrow, what do we got? We got 3 best of 3 matches, 3 of them on A stream, 3 of them on B stream. To catch it will be BDS versus CAG, FaZe v Talon, and Liquid versus Scarz on A stream. Whereas on the other side, it'll be Beast Coast versus ITB, Bleed v M80, and of course Bliss versus DarkZero. It is not yet full elimination in these games, but is 1 step removed from that, Jack.
Yeah, obviously there's a couple of elimination games, but yeah, there's some big games there. You know, PSG Talon, the first one that I kind of looked at, their reward for beating BDS today is a best of 3 against FaZe to try and make main stage. That's incredible.
But now we're looking at the BO3. That's where I think it's going to get
full
hard.
BO3s, yeah.
Now the better team will have more chances to win because they will have a deeper map pool. They will have overall better quality over more maps. And it's way harder for smaller teams to actually upset just with Counter-Strike on 1 single map.
Yeah, and that's kind of adds an extra level of spiciness into a Swiss bracket, because usually a Swiss bracket is best of 1, and that's where those smaller teams, younger ones, can really strike. But hey, we've seen PSG Talon, so who knows what we get out of it, right?
I love Swiss brackets as well, because especially with that game, you know, the last game going so close, going so deep, there'll be teams sat there that are looking at, well, if SSG win, we're preparing this team. If Liquid win, we're preparing this team. And now they're all off scrambling to prepare for tomorrow's games.
You know, it's crazy because this match has given me energy when at some point I had a lull in it. So, hey, this is what good Siege does to a man. No 2 ways around it. Thank you very much, though, Fresh, Nalfama, and of course, all of our analysts for today, Jesse, Laxing, and Janiro. Good friend Kalthum, who was here hosting earlier in the day. All of our talent, our production team at Blast, and all of our partners to make it all happen here in Manchester. For all of you watching at home, we will see you tomorrow for our best of 3s. Till then, we love you so very much. Have a good night. Bye-bye.